Hi.
Uh, no, you are okay. There we go.
All right.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to day 3 of LO League. I'm Mian, and I'm
I'm
with Trickster.
hi. I'm gonna be here for two of today's matches. Actually,
So
both
am
of us
I.
are.
We're double booked and ready.
So you're stuck with us for a couple hours here.
I'm very excited for today's matches. Today we have Invictus and CH4, Channel
Oh,
4.
I am so excited to see
I'm
these matches.
so ready.
I've been
you
so ready for this.
No, for real. Really great lineup of matches for this first round here. Really excited to see just how well these players really mesh together.
I am excited actually too, because all these players, I've especially CH4, I'm excited for because we've seen them in Koa, especially for NAU here. So
Yeah.
I'm excited to see how, especially to have them here, seeing how we have a team that actually, I think they got what, 1 year they got second place, almost got to.
hmm
So I'm excited to see how they play against each other.
Yeah, I'm really excited. We have a lot of really great players that I've seen around in past tournaments, and being able to see how well they put up a great fight in these matches, I'm just so ready.
I am as well. Oh my gosh, it's so, these teams, especially, I'm so looking forward to, like, I'm so excited for these teams because just the, like, oh my god, I don't even have the right words. I'm just so excited.
Um, you know, I've seen a lot of these teams, especially before, a
Yeah.
lot of them have changed their names, their team names, their team rosters and everything. I see some familiar faces out there, but like especially Invictus, I've seen Invictus so much in the past. I love
Yes.
watching them. But I totally agree. We've seen several of these teams hit Koa stage and really give it their all. So being able to see them in an independent tournament like this, and then being able to watch and experience and also commentate for them is a really
That is
exciting
so
thing to
exciting.
me.
Yes. Honestly, I'm so looking forward to the all the plays we'll see here and all the tricks, because I know that a lot of these teams have honestly created their own play styles and their own, like, way to play their own characters.
Mhm.
So I'm just excited to see how they played their different characters differently on.
I totally agree. There's always that question of like which team really conforms to the meta, but
Hmm.
this is probably a personal opinion. I love watching teams, especially these two, who really go very out there. Um,
Yeah.
you have a lot of off-meta picks, and I've been seeing a lot of those this tournament too. Very, very shocked to see a lot of these perfumer picks and,
Oh yeah,
seeing novelist and batter come out of the woodworks here.
that is
Really
so
tying it all
true.
in.
Novelist especially. As after his rework,
Mhm.
I've honestly been so excited seeing him in a lot of tournaments as of late.
He's
And so
officially
honestly,
been released from his
he's
cage.
he's been released from like a almost 3 year prison.
No, literally, they were like, not really sure about having him in Call of the Abyss this year, you guys, and then they totally reworked him. I always love a good Orpheus.
Hmm. I'm honestly impressed with the amount of perfumer picks because I honestly ever since a lot of characters like Antiquarian came out, or just honestly better kiter characters, I'm honestly impressed to see as many perfumers as we've been seeing.
Yeah, oh, I totally agree. I am a huge Perfumer player, but I've really watched her fall from grace.
Yeah,
So
she's
really being
definitely
able
lost her place.
to see her pick herself up and climb her way back up to the top is so great to just watch.
Hmm.
Her recent buff, her cooldowns getting shortened, really helps with her longevity in her life. And also, when you take a character like the perfumer and pair her up with a character like the cheerleader,
Yes,
it makes
especially
for a
cheerleader.
really crazy duo.
I think cheerleader has honestly changed the meta for a lot of survivors because of that
Mhm.
cooldown reset. Because a lot of survivors definitely like have this kind of fallback when it comes to their cooldowns, but with cheerleader, they've especially had a lot more plays like perfumer and gravekeeper. I've seen a lot more of in a cheerleader team comp.
Oh, for sure. Gravekeeper, especially because of that cooldown on his shovel after he uses it, being able to completely reset that, and if the Gravekeeper is kiting, really, really helps survivability here. You know,
Definitely.
I you get a good cheerleader in your match, and you're wholeheartedly set for the rest of the game.
Definitely. Definitely, I definitely agree. If you have a good cheerleader, honestly, you're gonna have a hard time because you have if there's a cheerleader who's constantly like supporting their team, giving like cooldown resets, like that what is it, the cheer stacks where you
Mhm.
can that speed boost can get really annoying for some hunters fast,
Oh, for
especially
sure.
hunters with like Joseph
With a
or
bad
hunters who
chase,
don't have
yes.
just like poor chase hunters who already struggle with chase.
Of course, she is not without her counters.
Absolutely.
Characters like the Shadow Opera
Opera
Singer,
singer. Yeah, opera singer is a
um,
very huge one that I've seen pro a
Geisha,
lot.
really
Yeah.
beautiful counters to that speed boost.
Hmm.
But the biggest thing that you have to look out for is definitely the rejuvenation that the cheerleader gives. You don't want her
Absolutely.
to get her stacks up to 36 on a survivor because especially if you're tunneling and you're chasing that survivor, she can easily pick them back up and you guys can go right back into it.
Absolutely. It can honestly and honestly, when you have a cipher primed or like it's like I don't know 80% done, and you don't think you're gonna live long enough, it'll be like that
Mhm.
revive can really help
It's
out.
really game changing.
It
Um,
could, yeah, because it honestly could change a like tie to a win
oh, for
very easily.
sure. What are some characters survivors or hunters you're excited to possibly see today?
Mm. I we've been seeing a lot of Bane, which I'm always happy to see because I love Bane.
Mhm.
But honestly, I since we do have CH4, I'm looking forward to Ling playing Axe Boy
Oh,
if he does decide to
true.
play Axe Boy.
Ling has
That's what I've been
really
so
crazy
excited for
axe
today,
play.
honestly.
I love good axe play plays.
Oh my god,
The
good
soul
Axe Boy
snipe,
plays are so good.
not the soul, but being able to soul snipe. I've
Oh my
seen
god.
some great snipes coming off of Lin, so I'm
Mhm.
really, really excited for that.
What about you? Is there any hunters or survivors
Um,
you're looking forward to see?
you know, I got really lucky yesterday. When I was with everyone,
Mhm.
especially when I was with Mima, because my favorite characters are always going to be the Bloody Queen, Geisha, Perfumer, and Toy Merchant. So being able to sit there and fully see Geisha yesterday,
Yeah.
I was so excited. But today I'm really hoping for a Bloody Queen. I know she is a bit
Ooh.
a tie-based hunter, but when you're really in for a pitch, this is my
Yeah.
same words that I said with the Geisha is Bloody Queen is one of those hunters is if you just play her so aggressively, that tie streak does not matter.
Yeah, it's very hard to counter a good Bloody Queen, especially one who knows how to hit all their mirrors, it can be
Yeah.
seriously like it can be really hard for a survivor to counter
Mhm.
that, especially because just nothing affects her mirror image.
Oh, for
It's
sure.
like unless you have like someone like an acrobat or just someone who's able to pull distance quickly, it's extremely hard to counter her.
Especially when you land those mirrors at just the right place. I
Hmm.
Being able to get great mirror hits is so beautiful. Um,
Hmm.
this is where my bias comes in. I'm not really a hunter main, but when I am, it's Bloody Queen and Geisha all the way.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I love playing Mary. Honestly, she's such a fun hunter, and I would be so happy to see her be featured in this tournament.
I wholeheartedly agree. I'm also, like you said, super excited. I want to see an Axe Boy so
Hmm.
badly.
I think it would be fun. I don't know very many people who do play him, but I've been seeing a couple reptilians in Koa.
Rue, that'll be another great pick
That would
here.
be I think that would be a good change of pace, but I do
Mhm.
assume we're gonna see a lot of opera singers today. Definitely a lot
Yeah,
of just fast chase hunters, gamekeeper, opera singer, a lot. We're gonna see a lot of that. But I do hope we get a couple of unique picks here.
yeah, we have a really versatile team here, so I'm super duper excited to
All
just
right.
really see. All right, we're gonna go into our band pick selection in just a moment here, so I'm really excited about this too.
All right. And it looks like we got starting up here.
Yep, we're just
So
starting.
again, we do have first up. So we do have CH4 versus IV. Let's see who's going to be hunting, who's going to be surviving.
Either way, I really feel like this matchup is just gonna be really get us in for a really exciting start to the
Absolutely.
day. We have three different teams. Oh, not even three, six different teams playing
Six different teams.
against.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
because there's CH4 and Invictus here, and then afterwards we have. So sorry. We have. Oh, GNC and C3. There we go. And then
Yes.
Fusion and vice versa at the end of the day. So really great teams today.
All right, and it looks like we have CH4 up hunting first. So that means we're going to be seeing a Ling super early.
Perhaps, yeah. I'm super duper excited to see what Lane brings to the table here, and I'm really excited to see what the Invictus survivors are going to do. Knowing Lane and seeing him around in other tournaments, I'm sure Invictus, just like us, have done their research on this, and fully have created teams to try and counter just how crazy Lane plays.
Yeah, absolutely. I that is one of the more iconic things about Link's playstyle and how like aggressive Link can actually get. I'm super excited to see how Ling will play this out. And it looks like we're on Arms Factory. So
What a really great
this
choice
is
here.
this is a very good Axe Boy map.
Yes, it
There's
is.
no elevations really aside from obvious basement. So that'll really work well with how Axe Boy works and his soul hits,
Mhm. You know,
especially with
um,
a big open area like
oh,
Arms
for
Factory is.
sure. I am a huge fan of smaller maps, Arms Factory, Red Church,
Yeah.
and even mid-tier maps like Leo's. These are definitely my favorites, in terms of just how the map is laid out. I do fear. I do feel like, of terms of balance, Red Church is arguably. a really great and balanced map here. So being able to
I
see
agree. No,
Archfighter,
I
which
totally
is
agree.
totally depending on the hunter of the which side the balance teeters.
Yeah,
Um, Super excited to see where we're going here.
I am super excited because Red Church is objectively like probably in my opinion one of the most balanced maps we have currently in the game.
Hmm.
Arms Factory actually, in my opinion, comes really close behind being like as like structured the way it is,
Hmm.
especially after they had like long ago when they had removed that when that one palette was a window. I definitely think the map has become very balanced for both survivors and hunters.
No, I totally agree. All the palette changes and everything that we've seen in the past few years,
Hmm.
really changed a lot of how these maps work. And really changed the balance of the playing field as a whole here.
I definitely agree.
Especially maps like Sacred Heart as well.
Hmm. Yeah, Sacred Heart is a little bit harder for hunters to play on. I don't think it's as bad as some other maps can get.
Hmm.
Like that hospital area can definitely get super annoying, and especially some areas like if you have like a dancer on Sacred Heart, it can be
Oh,
really hard for hunters to
yes.
play because of how many
Um,
small areas there are.
Mhm. I totally agree. It does look like we are going to be seeing a novelist and antiquarian band first off.
Oh, all
I
right.
actually really agree with these bands. A hunter like a hunter chasing after a novelist sometimes isn't really a viable play just
Yeah.
because of if you get a really good novelist being able to swap places and then really get trapped in that loop with him,
Hmm. Oh, and it looks
sometimes
like we're
it's
seeing
really hard.
Perfumer and Gardener come out on Ivy's side.
All right, these will be our global band, so this will be the first and last time we will be seeing these two survivors for Invictus here. Um, watching Miss Emma Woods crawl her way up into the meta here, super
Love to see it.
exciting.
Ooh, and looks like we have a cheerleader band, which definitely makes sense for
Hmm.
because that even on smaller maps, she's very hard to counter.
Hmm. Really depends on spawn placement and just how well that the cheerleader executes using her kit here.
Hmm.
And it does sound like our third pick is an acrobat pick. Uh, you know, Especially on a map like Arms Factory, being able to utilize those bombs in such tight, narrow spaces, really helps
Absolutely.
with distance and cutting your hunter off.
Hmm. Especially with faster chase hunters, because right now we're under the assumption Ling is going to play Axboy, but it can always we can always see a different outcome.
Right.
But Acrobat actually performs pretty well against Axboy and being able to pull distance and that firebomb being able to lock most abilities.
Hmm.
And since
It looks like
Axboy without his first presence and souls, he doesn't really
yeah,
have that great of a chase.
no, for sure. It does look like our final ban here is first officer, I believe, right?
Yep,
Yes. So, we spent the past 2 days really talking about how vital the first officer is to a team composition. Being able to use that pocket watch and getting the 5 second grace of borrowed time after getting double hit within the pocket
absolutely.
there can really make or break, especially at endgame.
Dare I? Okay, and also just the way his pocket watch works. Dare I say better than Merc? Because
So yeah.
after he uses both his pocket watches, he actually gets I believe, 12% decoding boost.
Really? I did not
Yes,
know that.
that's actually the reason a lot of first officers are picked with
That
his actually very like hard to like fail rescue unless you get terror shocked.
hmm
His watch provides a lot of utility for the team, especially when you can like first officer is actually one of the only other rescuers that can come in injured and
hmm
still pull off a good rescue.
No, I
And
wholeheartedly
after
agree.
after his watches are used, he can still provide good utility for his team.
it does look like our last pick here is the Aeroplanist. Um,
Ooh.
I haven't really seen enough of Charles here to get a sure and opinion, but being able to really pull for distance because using obviously his rocket pack and being able to really get away from the hunter, it really seems like this team composition is going for distance.
Oh
I
yeah,
this
absolutely.
is definitely, if not to counter anything, to counter an opera singer, this is a full force
Absolutely.
opera singer team.
I agree. And honestly, this is just a team that's able to, like, again, very easily pull away. Being able, like, we have Acrobat airplanists who are just able to create distance very easily and
Mhm.
actually create plays, especially with their utility, that could help support the team. I'm excited to see a Gardner as well because we haven't seen much of Gardner, but whenever she is featured, it's honestly I'm impressed to see the plays that we do get from.
Mhm. I wholeheartedly agree. Being able to see Gardner, especially in this tournament for the past few days here, you know, really, really exciting to see her really crawl her way up.
Mhm.
It does look like we are seeing an opera singer. With a team composition like this, starting off first, really, really not surprising of a choice to me.
Yeah, especially in these pre-rounds here, opera
Hmm.
singing is very going to be very common here.
We are just waiting for our builds to come in and everything. Um, you know, the opera singer slowly has kind of declined. Not as much. She is still obviously so high up there in the meta here. You see her almost every day during Call of the Abyss, but especially when she gets banned, you'll see a lot of gamekeeper play here just because
Mhm.
two characters go hand in hand of really pulling for distance and being able to cut everyone off.
Yeah, especially being able to with gamekeeper, especially being able to pull those traps in strong kiting areas.
Hmm.
It's very hard. It looks
All
like our
right.
builds are in.
Yeah.
Everyone has borrowed time. Let's getting that out of the way. We don't have any weird builds with no borrowed time. We
Oh.
have Flywheel Acrobat, Gardener with broken windows, Perfumer broken windows, and Aeroplanist with Tide.
All right. I can never ever go wrong with a 3/9 Gardener. This is
Absolutely. No, absolutely. 3/9
veteran
Gardeners
boost and a
never
window
never
vault.
will.
She's gone. She's such a great character here.
Hmm.
You
I
know.
definitely agree with the Airplanist bringing Tide because that
Hmm.
actually because Airplanist himself already has great abilities to like kite in general, so he doesn't really need things like Flywheel or broken windows unless you want to play him as more of a kiter. But I
Hmm.
definitely think he is a good rescuer in the right conditions, especially on a map like Arms Factory.
Oh, for sure. I totally agree with you. And you can never go wrong with a perfumer 9.
Hmm.
Especially with a survivor who unfortunately doesn't have the speed to really help her in certain areas. And if you're waiting for your cooldown on a perfume to go off,
Hmm.
you're really gonna need that distance.
Absolutely. I'm excited because Opera Singer is actually very strong in Arms Factory. I believe it's one of her best maps, if
Mhm.
I'm not mistaken. Again, because like same for that same reason of like Axe Boy.
Yeah.
It's a very flat map. There's no elevations to worry about. Because especially in maps like Sacred Heart Hospital, trying to traverse upstairs with Opera Singer can be tough sometimes because of just how the shadows are structured and how
Mhm.
it is to like actually traverse around the shadows.
Especially with a character like Opera Singer, you really, really want that flat surface
Hmm.
area here. Um, Easy traversing, easy way to cut off all the survivors here.
Mm-hmm. And I definitely think when it's much easier to traverse on flat surfaces and smaller maps. You just cover distance so quickly.
Hmm.
All right, and looks like we're moving on to spawn selection. We have Airplane starting closer to Shack. We have Perfumer starting in mid. Acrobat starting in factory. We have Gardener spawning in ruins.
Looks like we are going for that upside down T formation here. Really
Mm-hmm.
great layout. Depending on how spawn locations do work, uh, having both your stronger kiters in the right vicinity of the hunter and really getting your survivor with the tide turner out of the way um, really helps with the team's survivability here.
Absolutely. Tankier teams are always you either have a when it comes to opera singer, you always have either a tankier team or a just kiter. Like you want to focus on being able to kite longer.
Hmm.
And it
And we
looks like
are quickly going into our match here.
Ling is searching for a target. It looks like we're making our
Looks
way
like,
up to Loki over here, playing
mhm.
Aeroplanist.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it looks like we are completely
Oh,
ignoring all the other survivors here and really trying to hunt down
misses
that
Aeroplanist.
aeroplanet. Just misses the line of sight just a bit, but it's okay. The upper center speed really makes up for that here,
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
really see her
When it
quickly
looks like we found Acrobat over here. Ooh, amazing. Oh! Gets the
make
hit through the pallet.
that the white bomb really just does
Manages
not
to jump
counter.
back. Catching the Acrobat off guard. He misses the bomb. Oh,
Oh,
manages to get the
beautiful
vault off
blind
with the
wheel.
fly. And we get a blink
Yeah,
down here.
beautiful blink. You know, we've been seeing this a lot with just how aggressive that these players play Hunter.
Absolutely.
Just does not even matter what Hunter we're playing here.
I do agree that I think that I mean it was good for the survivors that they were able to get blink out, especially this early in game.
Hmm.
Oh, it looks like we're moving over here. Got the chase on the perfumer. Oh, but we're going back instead to counter a rescue here.
Trying to
Got
stop
Loki
that
coming in.
rescue. We're really
Ooh, gets the hit
beautiful
right
hit.
after the rescue. Does look like we're going after Loki here for that at least guaranteed hit. Oh
Mhm.
no, we're changing our mind. He used one of his jetpacks.
Definitely want to get that acrobat here in and out of the way. We don't want to lose sight of him just because
Oh,
we are
unfortunately doesn't get that hit for the presence.
so close to having that acrobat being sent back to the manor. And, with 3 ciphers only left on the playing field, you really have to push for getting someone, just
Definitely
anyone
have to
sent
play more
back.
aggressive here. Looks like Ling is making his way over to factory here. Doesn't
It
look like
looks like,
anyone is going into the rescue here, actually.
yeah, it looks like we are going to end up selling this acrobat, I believe. Everyone is too focused on decoding, um, with the opera singer really camping that chair is wasting a lot of time here, being able to really get decoding off.
Mhm. It looks like our next chase here is going to be, I believe that's Perfumer.
Yes,
Or
it
no, that's
is.
Gardener, I believe.
Oh, is it?
That is Gardener.
It
Chasing after here.
is.
Managed to
Well,
get the bubble up just in time. Get that vault off. Does have speed boost from broken windows. Misses the hit through the pallet. Ooh, gets the hit there. That's unfortunate timing for Pollux.
Veterans
Quickly
boost
closing.
really, really helps here. Just being able to cut this Gardener off Hopefully, just hopefully, maybe. It does look like our ciphers are primed.
Ooh. Oh, and the cipher pops just in time. Currently, this is looking like a tie game if Pollux can kite long enough for them to open gate. Ooh, does barely miss that shadow, so now we're on cooldown. Oh, jumps back. All right. Blink is up. This could be dangerous for Pollux. Ooh, we switched to teleport.
Really trying to cut off these survivors and keep them away from the gate as much as possible. This Aeroplanist does have his jetpack still, you know, but
and this could be a dangerous situation. And gets a terror shot. We're deciding not to chair just so we can pressure that gate more.
Yeah, you know, Opera Singer has enough speed. She can really drag herself back over to that gate and back to the Aeroplanist as quickly as possible.
Oh, but it does look like we get gate open here, but we do see Pollux get downed. And we're getting the chair here. Fortunately, not much you can do there with Perfumer. But it does look like Aeroplanist is getting himself back up.
You know, this really means that the Aeroplanist really has to either get that gate open or traverse his way over to the back gate and really try and get out through there.
Especially be difficult, especially against Opera Singer. We can see him making his way around factory here. Ling can't seem to spot him, so we're going back to chair, I assume.
You know, in a situation like this, it's either you sit on a hatch and you wait it out, or you really guard that final chair. It looks like our Aeroplanist is rotating around the backside of the map here. You know, really great tie condition here. I don't believe that we are going to see a rescue for this Gardener.
Unfortunately not, but it does look like we're making our way up to ruins here. Getting really close to that back gate, but we do not have any more jetpacks left. So that can be very hard, especially with no kiting abilities here. No broken windows, no flywheel. Ooh, we teleport to the gate though. And we're seeing Aeroplanist make it out and making it a tie.
We are going to be seeing that Aeroplanist make it out through the back gate here. You know, being able to really crawl along the backside of that wall here to escape Tinnitus is an extremely great move here. Especially when you have your hunter staying right in the center of the field. Tinnitus can go off anywhere.
Yeah, and it's very even if you're good at like kind of assuming where the survivor is, it's always never a guarantee. And especially a lot of players will give Tinnitus around chair, especially to make the hunter think they're going in for the rescue.
Unfortunately, that is a little bit of a hard thing to do. You know, when it's just you and one other player on the field, and you're a half here. You don't really want to pull off that Tinnitus, especially if you're trying to get your escape in here. You know, you really just want that clean, easy, fast escape.
Yeah, and we did have some very clean hits from Ling over here, especially with that terror shock on the Aeroplanist. Being able to hit just in time before the survivor threw a pallet down. That acrobat getting hit there definitely set in motion, like kind of just eventually a series of events that led to getting that tie.
Oh, for sure. You know, the opera singer plays super, super aggressively in the beginning, but just being able to miss that Aeroplanist right in the beginning really, unfortunately, lost her a lot of time.
Absolutely.
You know, she had to go right back to the factory to chase after that acrobat there. Even with how quickly she recovered from that, you just lose so much time, you lose cipher progress.
Yeah, especially not being able to pressure those ciphers, especially on a character like Opera Singer who doesn't have a lot of map pressure outside from her chase. It's very hard to prevent cipher progress.
For sure.
I definitely think that I don't think that picking Acrobat was the wrong move. I think it was just unfortunate things that led to one, like, especially that getting hit behind the pallet, just having to take that blink down, that failed bomb, it just kind of led to one thing and another. And I definitely think if Acrobat was able to pull that bomb off in Factory, that slow bomb definitely would have been more game changing, and we probably might have even seen a 3-man from
Mhm.
IV.
Oh, for sure. Very, very exciting to see just how we move into this second round here. Um, the second matchup of the first round. Um, I want to see just how Invicti's Hunter really comes in and tries to come back and go for a win here. Um,
Absolutely.
Starting off with a tie is not not a bad thing at all. It really, really shows just how well these two teams really put up a fight with each other.
Hmm. Definitely. I think being able to play more aggressive on Hunter is especially going to pressure the survivors a lot more. But being able to
Mhm.
play more aggressive on Survivor means you're going to be like you're not giving them the chance to at all like go near anyone else's cipher, like chase anyone else. Especially
Mhm.
Airplanist not taking a hit on that rescue with Acrobat. It really affected how, because if Airplanist had ended up getting hit, then we probably would have ended up seeing Acrobat kite a little bit longer, being able to get more distance. But unfortunately, it was just poor timing on the survivor side that
No, for
Acrobat got
sure.
on last effort there.
There sometimes it's just really hard to come back from that, and in a in a match on Arms Factory against an opera singer where this really is her playground.
Hmm.
Sometimes being able to come back from that is just not as easy. But we saw a really great endgame kite coming off of Polix here, being able to really buy both the aeroplanist and the perfumer a ton of time.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Being able to buy time for that, like being able to pull distance, especially away from the ciphers, was a good move on the Acrobat's part. Especially not much you can do on last effort there. Just being able to pull away from ciphers, create as much distance as you can for this other survivors to decode those ciphers as fast as they can. Definitely was a good decision on their end.
hmm we are slowly moving into our pick and ban selections here. Um, You know, I'm really, really guessing that we are probably gonna also see another opera singer first round here.
Definitely.
You know, really strong pick. She always usually gets banned just after the first round here. So you want to get that strong hunter out first
Yeah,
before.
definitely. So you can get as many points as you can.
hmm
Just a reminder, we are currently our last match was a tie, so currently the scores are even. And let's see just how this next match plays out. Seems we've moved into our band pick phase, and our first band survivors are Airplanist and Antiquarian. Honestly, good picks for bands on this map. I honestly agree with it myself. It's very hard to
hmm
counter, especially Airplanist, as we saw. It can be especially easy for him to pull distance, and Antiquarian is always just an annoying survivor to deal with. Looks like we're seeing Perfumer and Novelist come out. The Novelist could create an interesting play here for the team.
hmm like I said, this is the same thing with the perfumer. These will be our global bans for the rest of these matches here. Um, you know, it's so sad to see Vera Nair go so fast, but
Hmm.
she's really crawling her way up as a really great and strong counter to both hunters like the Shadow and the opera singer here.
Hmm.
Even though we're not gonna be seeing the Shadow in this tournament just because of how quickly and freely she was released, um, you know, she's really, really climbed up the tier of just being a C tier survivor to slowly dragging herself back up to her A tier position that she used to have.
Absolutely. And it looks like we're seeing our next band here being Merc. That's a actually very good band for Arms Factory because he can, again, just being able to pull distance from those fast chase hunters. It can be very strong. Ooh, our next pick is Dancer. I'm excited for this. Oh my gosh. Dancer and Arms Factory can be a very dangerous combo, especially with some of those slow boxes,
Mhm. You know,
especially
you
against
have
an
really
opera
great
singer.
positions. Oh, for sure. You have really, really great places for that female dancer to put down her slow boxes, especially in middle and towards the back shack area,
Absolutely.
where you have a lot of really great looping areas
Yeah,
here.
absolutely. That triple pallet area near Shack is going to be a very strong area if that dancer's
Mhm.
able to get a slow box down there.
We
And it
are
looks like
going
our
to be
last man
seeing.
is coordinator.
I am a full-hearted 6'9" coordinator truther. Um, you know, unfortunately, you lose that flare gun. If you lose that flare gun early on, you are essentially rock hiding, and you do not want to do that without just the extra help that will come with, broken windows or knee-jerk reflex here.
Mhm,
Um, so she is also just one of those characters you have to look out for because if you are not expecting the coordinator there, unfortunately she just shows up where you do not want her to be, and with that flare gun can get you such an easy rescue and or buy you a lot of time on that survivor
mhm.
side. As a hunter, you do not want that.
Yeah. We got our last pick here from CH4 Survivors, which is forward. Honestly, very good stunner. Could be a very good support for their team here, unless the hunter brings excitement. But I honestly, my
Even with
professional
excitement.
opinion, not professional. I do not bring excitement, especially with just a one stunner team.
hmm
I do not personally think excitement is worth it. But if you're playing against a very good forward, then you might need to bring excitement.
I am a wholehearted fan of Blink, and sometimes Blink works just as great as Excitement does,
Hmm.
because being able to blink out of that stun, especially if you're picking up
Oh,
someone out of
absolutely.
balloons, you know, I really do think hunters as a whole have really learned how to counter certain survivors like the forward and Antiquarian,
Yeah,
um, and even coordinator blinking behind a wall, really trying to get out of the stun area.
yeah. Especially with forward, especially with the length of his stuns. So when you use a lot of that football, like yeah, sure, like the forward is using a lot of his football, but that stun can last a very long time, which could be
Mhm.
very detrimental for the hunter.
For sure. And honestly, if you manage to get away from that stun, it's in a really great playing field for you. You have a forward who doesn't really have a lot of rugby ball left,
Hmm.
and you're pretty much walking away with it.
Absolutely, yeah. And I am actually hoping to see a good amount of counterplay with the forward and novelist here. Being able to swap places means being able to get an easier stun, maybe putting the hunter in a spot they're not expecting the forward to be. Definitely getting those unexpected plays here.
Really, really excited just to see how we go into this match. It looks like we are slowly getting our builds in here. My prediction is either we're gonna see that 3-9 perfumer or
Hmm.
I've seen again the past few days a lot of 6-9 plays on either the perfumer or gardeners.
Oh
We're
yeah.
not seeing a gardener in this match, but watching as it's become a really viable persona play here is really interesting because it means that we are slowly moving past the need of having borrowed time on certain characters, especially when you have a lot of trust in your team composition
Hmm.
and the people that you're playing with.
I think for Vera, I don't think a 6-9 play is actually that bad for Vera. I've seen plenty of it, like or even flywheel broken windows. If you're really going for that like raw kiting build, I think especially is good for perfumer, especially if you're trying to get that first chase there. Which in this team comp, perfumer would be the most ideal chase depending on who the hunter's deciding to play,
hmm
because
Yeah,
getting that presence in fast will really be good for that hunter.
and Varanair is really good at farming that.
Hmm. But
Being
if you're
able
playing like a raw kiting build for that perfumer, that could be that could affect how the hunter plays
For sure.
through the game.
Really, really excited. I wholeheartedly agree. I believe that first chase should really go to that perfumer here. Being able to get the novelist off of the playing field is really great. But sometimes just tunneling after a novelist when he can look back at you and really take your image to just swap places with you and mess with you. Um, I'd really advise not. And that female dancer, she can really set up good traps here. Especially with her slow boxes in between pallets. You get a good pallet stun, your slow box is under there, you're wasting a lot of time because the hunter will have to either break the pallet and then the slow box and then go after you, or the hunter will have to still sit in that slow cooldown and go around the ways to catch up to you.
Hmm.
Um, forward also could be considered a really, really great choice here for our first kite. Being able to pull for distance with that rugby ball. Uh, the forward, I personally believe, will probably try to hold on to that as much as possible.
Hmm.
That is his lifeline.
All right, and it looks like we have our builds dropping out here. We have forward on actually flywheel and borrowed time. We have perfumer on flywheel and tide. I believe that's tide. Yeah, that's tide. We have perfumer on flywheel and tide, so no borrowed time there. And our dancer here is on, I believe that's or not borrowed time, broken windows and tide.
Mm.
A novelist is on borrowed time and broken windows. So we are
Wow.
going to see two of those no borrowed times, which could honestly affect how this goes out. But again, with that perfumer being first chase, it's that borrowed, like those raw kiting abilities could be detrimental.
Yeah. Um, you have both the fort and the novelist here running three, which means you have both the dancer and the perfumer who are really, really betting on either kiting or the perfumer is betting on having to be the rescue very early on in game and then making a quick escape.
Hmm. It looks like our hunter is Anne. That's a good pick for arms factor, honestly. Again, being able to counter that flat ground, especially with those elevated surfaces, could counter that like Anne's cats very easily. And especially against this team, you're playing very against that perfumer and forward being able to lock that forward stun, lock that perfumer's perfume. So hopefully
Hmm.
we see some interesting plays for their team here.
Really great map for the disciple here. There's again no elevation, no high rise. Um, really have to avoid those cats.
Hmm.
Just by sheer sometimes it's just sheer luck. Being able to predict where those cats are going and how far that the disciple's going to send them out. Um, it really just super depends on how well you know the hunter you're going up against.
I'm honestly very interested to see how CH4 is going to plan on countering this, especially with Disciple being able to lock so many of their abilities. It's going to be really hard for them to figure out how exactly like how should we play this? Because Disciple's able to pressure ciphers even when she's still camping, being able to lock those ciphers
Mhm.
with her cats. And on a map like Arms Factor, you don't need much distance for those cats to reach anywhere. Especially on a smaller map, it's going to be very hard for the survivors to counter the sand.
No, I wholeheartedly agree. Unfortunately, you just don't have the survivors here that are really built for a disciple counter. I really wholeheartedly believe that they were either anticipating um perhaps another opera singer who's just like
Hmm.
me, or even I would even
Yeah.
say a naiad play here.
Oh, a
Um,
Naya play would have been interesting. But yeah, especially with
mhm,
those no hunter bands, it's really hard to tell if they're gonna play opera singer or not. And you just kind of
mhm,
most of the time you just gotta have your team comp based off of that opera singer pick. Because unfortunately, it's just hard. It's just hard for the survivors to predict who the hunter's gonna play.
mhm. You know, such an open field here. Super interesting just to see um, just how far we can push the limits of the survivors. Uh, Especially when you have a pick right off the bat like Disciple. It's a very hard play here, um, but I'm excited.
Right. Looks like we're just about to get started here. Again, quick recap on the builds. We got Novelist with Broken Windows and Borrowed Time, Dancer with Tide and Broken Windows, Perfumer with Flywheel and Tide, and that Forward with Flywheel and Borrowed Time. Ooh, Looks like we're starting out with this like sideways T kind of spawn here.
Mhm.
Definitely
Yep, it
Dancer
looks like
taking
we're
mid.
going. Oh, for sure.
That's going to be very hard for the hunter to counter because Dancer being able to quickly place those slow boxes down, basically making it way harder for the hunter to go through anywhere. Honestly,
It looks like we are going for that plus sign spawn position here. Um, really pushes that disciple to either have to chase either the novelist, the female dancer, or the perfumer. This really is just hoping that the female dancer has enough time to set herself up here.
absolutely. All right, and looks like we're starting in immediately throwing that cat sideways so we can get as much distance close as we can. That slow box you see
Oh,
immediately coming down.
this disciple does not seem to be playing around here. She's immediately breaking that palette and destroying that music box. You know, even if the female dancer used it to get as far away as possible, immediately throwing that cat out. You know,
To the
I was hearing
forward.
Bugs talk about it yesterday. Ooh,
First chase after the forward. Interesting choice.
great choice here.
Throws on
Honestly,
that pallet.
you really want your strongest rescuer in and out of the way.
Mm-hmm. Does look like we're changing targets here to that dancer who set up fast boxes all around here, which could be very hard for that end to counter, especially with dancer's spin that we see coming out. The vault there doesn't take the hit, barely misses.
Mm,
We're just kind of focusing on
you know,
pressuring ciphers early. Ford
yeah,
pulling a
for sure.
lot of
You
distance
know,
there.
we're really seeing
We're seeing the blink come
oh,
out.
Blink and first hit Blink. We're really seeing the control that this disciple has, especially with her cats here.
Lands the cat. This
You
could be
know,
bad for the forward who
mhm,
has but he has flywheel. Gets the
using
pallet
flywheel
down.
to get into the pallet. Unfortunately, you're just gonna get hit there.
Yeah.
Um,
Not much you can do there after
that
you throw that
stun is
pallet down.
so long.
We do see that Ford has actually does not have any more football. So unfortunately, we're not
Quickly,
going to be
we
seeing any stun rescues. But definitely getting that forward out
mhm.
there early is going to be very detrimental for the survivors because you have no harasser left.
We are still at three ciphers. We put a lot of pressure in to make sure that we did not get that the third cipher off. We saw here that this disciple has a lot of map control here, which is a very very difficult thing to maneuver, especially on a character like the disciple who
Hmm.
um doesn't have the
It's
same amount of pressure as certain hunters do.
Ooh, looks like we're going for the double rescue here. But we got Perfumer coming in here. This is going to be an after half rescue, unfortunately, so we're just stalling it for as much time as we can. Ooh, we do get the hit. And the Perfumer
Ooh,
actually manages to tank the hit for the
beautiful
forward.
body
That's
block.
good body block. When the Perfumer's
And,
blocking the way so the forward can't get through, takes both of the cats. So you can't send those cats to jump further anymore. Definitely
unfortunately, that
so much time
perfumer
for
will
this
be
forward to
going
pull this
down,
thing
but
through.
this is yeah, this is
Or being able to pull so
beautiful
much distance,
for
especially since he's dead on
this
chair.
forward.
That one cipher left for the survivors. Ciphers are going by insanely quickly.
We also have to make sure that that perfumer does go up. She does not have 3, so if that cipher gets popped,
Hmm. And we are seeing the
really
cat
great
land.
magician
Oh,
coming
and the
off here.
stun comes out. Cypher's not quite ready to be popped, so we are going to be seeing forward getting sent back to the manor here.
Yeah, but then, that perfumer picked herself up. They're healing in the corner here. Looks like that cipher is just getting started. So we really have to make sure
Oh, and we're seeing a
that we're
teleport
cutting
come
him off.
out.
Oh, beautiful
It's the
teleport trying to cut
novelist.
off that.
Oh, and we see the
Oh,
pallet
beautiful pallet
stun.
stun. This team of survivors is really putting up an insane fight here. Um,
Definitely, their teamwork is they're staying very coordinated and they're definitely communicating with each other. Oh,
whoa.
barely misses
Oh,
that pallet,
barely missing the
but
pallet.
gorgeous swap there manages to dodge the hit.
Being able to reset the cats here really shortens the cooldown. You're really, really pushing to try and cut off both decoding and your survivors here.
All right, and it
Beautiful
looks
swing.
that cipher is almost nearly done. I think we saw it at like about 75%. Hopefully, we're going to
Hopefully,
be
we'll
seeing that
see
prime
this
too.
disciple catch up.
Novelist trying to gather as much of his metaphor as he can before he goes down. We're seeing the jump and the stun. And the cipher is
And
popped.
Cypher
We have
is
a 3
prime.
people up.
We are gone. We have the female dancer at the gate already. She's just really pulling for time here off of this novelist, who is doing an amazing endgame kite here.
Ooh, barely misses the hit.
Really, really,
He has his
really.
metaphor ready again for that stun. Misses the cat. Oh. Oh, unfortunately
Oh,
does get hit by that
Fortunately,
cat
we're
though.
just gonna get
So we
hit
do
here.
have a tie coming out
Looks like
for
we
Siege.
are seeing a tie for this first round here from both teams.
All right. Scores are even. So we're gonna move on to round 2 here. Definitely some very impressive plays from both sides. That Perfumer being able to let that forward pull for time there was honestly such a big waste of time,
Mhm.
especially for IV
No,
here.
that perfumer wasting enough time just to get ciphers off. This is where my thought process is coming in of, do we really need to get that down on that perfumer, or should we just go the other way? You have a hunter like Anne, our hunter clearly knew just how to utilize those cats and really close off distance. Being able to catch up to that forward instead of prioritizing getting the down on the perfumer. Um,
Yeah,
he,
especially. And that, like, again, that Perfumer being able to body block and take both of those cats so the Disciple wasn't able to jump closer to the forward definitely wasted a lot of time for both ciphers to be done and for forward to be able to pull away to a better kiting area.
Mhm. I wholeheartedly agree.
We had that Novelist with that gorgeous palette stun, which also wasted some time getting some time to rotate. And the swap being able to give him time to get behind a pallet and rotate back definitely gave enough time for the survivors, to prime the cipher. Definitely rotating to stronger hiding areas, especially against Anne, is
Hmm.
very hard with her cats. And so being able to play off of that utility, it's honestly very impressive for a novelist to do that. Especially because
Yeah.
once he runs out of his book, it's very hard to play against an Anne that way.
No, I wholeheartedly agree. And we also saw a lot of really great moments here with that novelist, really being able to use metamorphosis and even try and drag the hunter back into the palette, you know, trying to waste enough time here so that the novelist can run off and try and make sure that that final cipher gets primed.
Hmm. Definitely wasting enough time for that final cipher to be primed was definitely hard for the novelist, but he managed to pull it off, thankfully. We did see some
Or
impressive plays from the we did see some impressive plays from the forward there, being able to honestly
mhm,
pulling as much distance as he did, being able to rotate away from the ciphers, just like that acrobat first half we
mhm.
had. Just being able to again, it's like that being able to pull that much distance from the ciphers, being able to kite that just that little bit, just enough for those survivors to decode it. It can really affect how the game's results turn out.
Yeah, for sure. The forward being able to drag the disciple away from the female dancer in the center there really early on into the match and fully take her attention is really great. Really great play coming up of that. You know, the forward really came in and was like, "You look at me," and really pulled everyone away and let the other players on the field decode.
Definitely.
Our universal bands, global bands here coming up, are our perfumer and gardener. So we will no longer be seeing both Emma Woods or Verner here. Being able
Unfortunately, yeah.
to see them get executed as much as they could be and their potential in the first round, with no bands up past obviously our hunter bands are it's really really great now.
Hmm. Definitely being able definitely being able to get that perfumer out of there is very it's going to be a lot harder for the hunter to get presence, especially when it comes to how much perfumer can actually get, like how much perfumer can give presence to the hunter. It's You're going to want to play more, like opera singer is going to be definitely more common if she's not banned, but unfortunately she's probably going to be banned here very quickly, either the first ban or we're going to be seeing like Dream Witch going to be banned, like Dream Witch or opera singer. We're definitely going to be
I
expecting to
would
see banned.
love to see a Dream Witch play here, though.
I would love to see a Dream Witch, but unfortunately, in the right hands, she can be extremely strong, and it's very hard to counter her.
For sure. Our score right now is 4-4. We are at a solid draw here. Both teams put up a really insane fight for
Hmm.
the first round. You had really great plays by both the survivor and hunter side.
Absolutely. And hopefully, we're gonna. I hope we see some interesting picks here. Honestly, being able to play, especially survivors or hunters that don't normally fit the meta, will can indeed like throw off some of the survivors or the hunter. Honestly, with like picks they don't see as commonly, it's hard to counter them because you just don't play against them enough.
Hmm.
Especially like
Yeah.
that's why a lot of people struggle with like Mad Eyes, because no one plays him. You don't know how to kite him. It's
Hmm.
very hard. It's very hard to learn, especially. But we are seeing like these professional teams who know what they're doing. So hopefully we see some interesting picks come out in second round here.
No, I totally agree. I'm really hoping when we get into this final matchup here, we're gonna start seeing more interesting picks. You have two hunters that play interesting characters, more diverse than
Yeah,
um the typical meta. We literally just saw a disciple play here who unfortunately in the past 2 years has kind of fallen off her throne. Um
yeah. She's definitely kept her place as almost guaranteed tie hunter most of the time because of just
mhm.
how she works. But unfortunately, that disciples endgame does lack a lot with that, with just being able to jump to her cats. It's very hard unless you have trump card and you're
Yeah.
bringing teleport there.
And then obviously we have Ling who plays X-Boy and a lot of non-typical hunters here.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm really pulling for an X-Boy play here coming out just because of I want to see a little bit of diversity here. And knowing both these teams, we have two teams who really make a team composition of just anything that they can, and it works so fluidly.
Absolutely. I, s- I think the unique picks are what makes these matches interesting. Being able to see these hunters that we don't often see come out. Like we don't get in, like especially in Koa. Obviously you see a lot of opera singer because she's just that strong. It's even after all her nerfs, but we get to see
Mhm.
these unique picks, which honestly switch things up a bit, change how both the survivor and hunter play.
Yeah, and I'm really excited. Like, I I don't know if, it's been said, but I believe we're gonna keep seeing LOL as a tournament here, and this means we're having lots of opportunities to slowly be able to see all these other survivors and hunters that we didn't see here
Hmm.
move on in the future. And we have characters like the Shadow or the Fireman coming out. uh,
Yeah,
we'll be able to see a lot of more diverse plays. It does look like we are going into our band pick selections. We are seeing Ever Sleeping as our map
a very
choice.
big map with multiple levels, and honestly, graveyard kiting area could be very strong for
Mhm.
some survivors. I, if anything, I'm expecting to see maybe a seer come out here.
Yes, I totally agree here with the Seer choice. We did see a ban on Moonlit River Park. Um, I also completely understand the ban choice there, taking one big map and swapping it for another. Still not as large and as vast as Moonlit, but Moonlit River
Hmm.
Park has a lot of its own benefits, especially when you're playing certain survivors.
Oh
Um,
yeah, absolutely. Especially like obviously like we'd be seeing if Moonlit was played being played right now, we'd be seeing that priestess ban immediately. It's just priestess on Moonlit. And there's a reason why she's banned so often. It's because of just how strong she can actually be.
mhm. Even on Ever Sleeping, that priestess is such a heavy choice. We are actually going to be seeing both a seer and priestess band
Oh
come
my gosh.
in. So unfortunately, we will not be seeing that seer like we had hoped. And of course, that priestess band coming in right here is very detrimental. It's not as well acknowledged how much the priestess on Ever Sleeping Town becomes a problem. There's a lot
Hmm.
of areas that you can hide your portals, especially if you're not if you're being discreet and not wearing anything flashy that could show it off. Being
Absolutely.
able to hide in the um, the archways of all the storefronts and everything on a map like Ever
Hmm.
Sleeping, you can really pull for distance here, and get you from one side of the map to the other. There's just a hard position
Absolutely.
for her to be in.
Honestly, for our hunter here, I have two in mind that I'm honestly hoping to see. I'm hoping to see a Naiad or a Axboy here, especially from Ling here. I'm not
Mhm.
sure if Ling plays Naiad, but I know that Ling plays a mean Axboy and gets super aggressive with his plays.
I'm just that Naya choice would be so great. I don't know how much everyone was here yesterday, but we saw some really insane Naiad plays coming in yesterday on Ever Sleeping. Especially being able to just use that vortex and
Hmm.
trap survivors in it, especially on a huge map like Ever Sleeping. Uh, it's sometimes so hard to get out of the waterfront.
Absolutely, especially on Ever Sleeping with how open it is. It like the way to counter Naiad is just rotational kiting, but how like just Ever Sleeping being so open, it's very hard to counter that. You don't have many pallets to play around. You don't have like walls to play around, it's very hard to play against a Naiad here. Especially with once she unlocks her first presence there with that dash, you're covering distance very quickly. Especially being able to catch up to that tram. Survivors are going to be taking that tram. It's going to be very hard for it's going to be very hard for them to be able to counter that Naiad if we do see her come out.
The tram here. Oh,
We all
I
know the we
love
all know
talking
the
about her sleeping, and I love talking about the tram because there have been moments where like my peers and I, some of my peers haven't been around for back when.
Mhm.
I don't
Oh,
know
the
if you
tram.
remember
Oh.
the Call of the Abyss tram kill count, and
Oh
there
my
were
gosh.
several moments back in the day where the tram itself would get play the game. Like, you see some insane moments. I just love the tram is my favorite hunter.
And it looks like we're seeing a hermit band come out,
You
shockingly.
know, very, very great band, you really, really want that decoding to come through, and the hermit just puts a lot of pressure on that.
Definitely. And looks like we got Ivy picking their survivors, and we're seeing a professor and airplanist come out. Again, with that airplanist being able to close distance, but professor is a unique pick we got here.
You
Definitely,
know,
depending on who
mhm,
the hunter plays, it's going to be very hard to counter that.
for sure. And you play Professor the same way that you play characters like the Perfumer.
Hmm.
Being able to perfectly time out those scales, you get the knockback and essentially a free hit from the hunter. You can easily get away here.
Hmm.
For bans, we are seeing the cheerleader and antiquarian. Like we were saying earlier, that cheerleader being able to really boost her teammates is it's a lot, especially when you're unable to counter it on certain maps. And of course, the antiquarian is just such a universal ban. We see it all the time. It's very, very rare that we see that the antiquarian is free from that position.
Definitely. We do have coordinator coming out, which honestly, I'm kind of down for the coordinator pick because honestly, she could provide some plays here, especially on Eversleeping. Meaning, like you have a way lower chance of missing your gun, especially on a big map like this.
Yep, and we're also going to see the acrobat come in. Lots of really great tight spaces for this acrobat to use his bombs to vault over, to really buy for distance. And we're seeing the opera singer lock in here, and you really just want the speed off of the acrobat here.
Oh my god, yeah, it definitely playing against opera singer here. It's a very open map with especially how speedy she is. It's gonna be very hard for the survivors to counter this. But Acrobat being able to jump over those rails quickly with his bomb definitely will help him waste more time for the hunter,
Hmm.
especially with that professor being able to counter that opera singer. Because honestly, the only hunters who counter professor are double hit hunters. So it looks like honestly we're seeing a hard counter here for the opera singer here with that professor.
Hmm. It looks like we did just get our persona webs in. Everyone is bringing borrowed time here. But you have the coordinator and the professor with broken windows, aeroplanist with tide, and the acrobat with flywheel. I mean, we've already seen the acrobat use and utilize flywheel earlier, extremely, extremely well. Um, you, coordinator with broken windows, not always my first pick, but if you're really going for a coordinator first kite, it would be very beneficial. She does have the longest hair time on this team composition.
Absolutely, especially trying to slow down that chair count. I forget what
Mhm.
the persona is called, but there is that persona that will slow
News,
down
my
snooze. Yep,
beloved.
snooze. Snooze, which actually will will be able to, like, we're just gonna try to elongate that chair time as long as possible, especially against an opera singer, just forcing her to camp that chair, not letting her pressure any ciphers.
I'm very, very excited to see just how well this team here really works to counter against the opera singer. As we're going into our map selection, it looks like we're completely staying clear of that graveyard.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That would be, when it comes to opera singer, graveyard is very hard to counter, especially with how many shadows are created by those gravestones, just how closed off that space is. It would be very hard to counter that opera singer there. So we're just trying to stay in large and open areas just so she can't get those dashes in.
You know, we had the opera singer spawning here at the back gate, really pushing for that plus sign formation. You have your main set of kiters, minus obviously the aeroplanist, right out in the open for her.
Definitely. And honestly, I'm assuming if we're not going for the professor, we're going for the aeroplanist first here, or the coordinator. But that coordinator spawning so far back is just a huge waste of time, which I think that's the reason they were all playing this formation for, because they're putting their strongest kiters in before their weaker kiters. Looks like we're gonna be heading towards that professor over here.
You know, really great choice here, especially with the professor who has a hard cooldown here.
Definitely, and looks like we're rotating into graveyard.
Graveyard is a perfect place for me. I am a little biased. This is one of my favorite places to spawn.
Ooh, gets the scale hit. Beautiful scale.
Hit.
Unfortunately, opera singer is able to close the distance
great.
really quickly.
Really great use of the reptilian scales coming off the professor here.
Fortunately, closing in distance quick here. We are going to see a hit on the professor. Manages to vault over out of graveyard. Oh, and we're seeing Blink come out, but it barely misses.
Just misses.
We're seeing the dash here, and we're seeing the professor get downed.
You know, we had a really strong beginning of this kite coming off of this professor. You know, amazing scale hit here. Just not being able to stay in that graveyard area long enough to really pull and buy enough time for some of these ciphers.
Absolutely, and the cheerleader band definitely hurt the team a lot, because you like that 75-second cooldown for his scale really hurts the team, especially not being able to. Ooh, gets a hit on the airplanist, who has tied. We're seeing
Looks like we are
Pollux
trying so closely to try and catch up to Pollux. Looks like we are just gonna.
Ooh, misses the scale, unfortunately.
Executing the scale just a little bit too quickly here. You know, that's the same thing that happens with a good perfumer. Even though you can fully anticipate one thing, unfortunately, sometimes you're just a little too early.
Unfortunate, yeah. And it looks like we're being taken to basement here, which means we are most likely not going to be able to get a rescue in.
Looks like we might honestly go for the cell here. We do have
giving tinnitus here.
Giving tinnitus looking in the area. You know, we have that cipher here, really trying to
They're definitely trying to sell that professor here, but we're just trying to give that coordinator so that opera singer isn't able to pressure any other ciphers. Just that fear of the survivor coming in to rescue. Now we see Ling spot the coordinator, but deciding not to go after her. Probably assuming we're going to be looking for that aeroplanist here.
You know, watching all the cipher progress, we're really able to try and deduce where that aeroplanist might have been. You know, he's really pulling for trying to finish out the cipher that he initially started, I'm sure. Just slowly missing out. The aeroplanist really going in the other direction here. So we're losing our tinnitus.
Getting tinnitus again, but not able to find out from where. We're heading back to that cipher where we see Or we might see the coordinator get chased here. Coordinator spotted, we're deciding to chase after her. Seeing that pallet broken because we just barely missed that shadow.
Yeah,
Watching out for
unfortunately,
those
we're just
ciphers.
getting a little lost here on a map as big as Ever Sleeping. There's a lot of really great crawl spaces to just hide in.
Yeah, especially giving that tinnitus, it's so easy to waste a hunter's time, especially when you don't know where that survivor is. We see Acrobat being chased here, throwing down a firebomb. Ooh, and gets the hit. Gets that hit, so she's not able to dash.
You know, this is really great communication coming off of the team here. Really being able to diverge and dilute the presence of the opera singer, especially on a hunter who is as strong as she is and can catch up as fast as she can.
Absolutely, and looks like we're chasing after this coordinator here. Doesn't look like we can't really tell, but we don't have, it looks like we don't have any cipher progress going on right now. Gonna be missing that first hit. Getting that, then immediately getting that hit. It looks like we're forcing the cipher over here. It's at about 80%. Looks like the opera singer's noticing this and she's gonna make her way back. We got Acrobat who forces the cipher pop. Acrobat trying to rotate to stronger kiting area. Ooh,
beautiful flywheel.
Beautiful flywheel. Unfortunately, goes down here. Not much you can do there. But we do still have that trump card.
It's beautiful. We're gonna see trump card probably soon. But you also still have the coordinator with her flare gun out in the field.
Definitely. We might be seeing the trump card save for excitement here, if anything. If not for a teleport. And it looks like we're gonna see coordinator actually not go for the rescue. We're gonna see her run to the gate. Unfortunately, opera singer notices this and she's getting as fast as she can.
Yeah, it looks like we're trying to go for the cutoff here, but
oh, gets the blink for the 3-man. Beautiful blink.
Goodness. This is a gorgeous blink coming off of the opera singer here, really cutting off, not giving that coordinator enough time to use her flare here.
Unfortunate. And that does secure the 3-man for CH4.
No, that was really great blink coming off of the opera singer here. You know, we had a lot of really great communication coming off of both the teams here as well. You know, that survivors being able to dilute the presence of the opera singer, get all of those ciphers
giving tinnitus as much as they did. Like, they definitely wanted to focus on pressuring that opera singer. She just couldn't pressure any ciphers because they spread out how many ciphers they worked on. They were just they just worked so well together, and the communication was insane.
You know, being able to, you're right, absolutely correct. Like, being able to use the tinnitus to their advantage here, really lurking around, wasted so much time of having the opera singer lurk and stay in the basement field, really stressed over whether or not like someone was gonna come in for that rescue.
Definitely, and especially just that giving tinnitus, especially around that basement there, was a huge, amazing play by that coordinator, because you're just scared of the. Sorry, my mic cut out.
You're okay.
Just giving that hunter fear of someone coming in for that rescue, just wasting time. It gives so much time for the survivors to decode ciphers, even if you have one less survivor decoding.
Very, very excited to see how the matches can proceed from here. I just feel like I'm on the edge of my seat right now watching both teams together. We had really great plays coming off of this opera singer, and then obviously great work and communication coming off of the Professor Cord, Aeroplanist, and the Acrobat here. Being able to see how Invictus and CH4 really work together here, um, and really tie everything in is phenomenal.
Absolutely. Especially with honestly, it was very easy for Ling to get lost in a map as big as Ever Sleeping, having to
Mhm.
change targets so many times, just for the fear that those ciphers getting decoded quickly.
So
Which
I
honestly, the yeah,
huge props to Ling, just being able to really cut off cipher progress in certain areas, and have the map presence that Opera Singer does kind of lack in certain areas here.
absolutely. Just when you're able to pressure those ciphers as opera singer, it's very hard for those survivors to decode those ciphers. Definitely applying that pressure to those ciphers, especially with opera singer who can get a survivor down quickly but doesn't have that much pressure. Being able to pressure those ciphers makes it very hard for the survivors unless they have good communication.
I wholeheartedly agree. We're slowly moving into our next round here, but I'm just super excited to see just like how well these teams really meld together. I'm very excited to just see all these diverse pace. I mean, we just saw a professor, and we're seeing a lot of aeroplanists right now. Martha really has come back from being she fluctuates every Call of the Abyss. I've noticed of just like how often she is very much utilized in a team composition.
Absolutely. Definitely being able to clutch that end game up at the gate for that 3-man there definitely is going to be making I is going to have to make IV pick up some interesting plays here, especially to get that as if they want to get to that next round, they got to get that 3-man at least. They can afford to get a 1-man or a tie.
Hmm.
All right. And definitely Ever Sleeping is very it's just in general, it's a very I wouldn't say it's a sided map at all, but it definitely can work in either the it's very it gets served it's sided depending on who's playing what, and definitely it can it changes depending on how everyone plays, because it can be survivor sided or it can be hunter sided, but it honestly just really depends on the players. I do think we did see a very even playing field here though, with
Hmm.
the opera singer and just all of these like different kiter uh survivors here.
No, for sure. I wholeheartedly agree. We had such a heavy work of communication here that you really thought like sitting on the edge of your seat, this is gonna be a tie round, this is gonna be a tie round, and being able to really take it at the end game and completely turn the tables on these survivors. Such great work here coming off of our opera singer. That utilization of trump card to blink at the end instead of using the teleport first trait um, here.
Hmm.
You really pulled it
Definitely.
all together.
I definitely agree that saving that blink, while most people might have, like, as soon as that cipher was popped, most people might switch to, like, teleport, anticipating having to go to the other gate. Saving that, Ling saving that blink there definitely proved to be, to show that when you, like, keeping that patience for that blink definitely like, it, it plays out in the end. And it sometimes can be good or it can be bad. It's just, you have to learn when to kind of gamble on it or not.
Hmm. It looks like we are slowly moving into our ban and pick selections as we're proceeding with this round here. We are going to be seeing CH4 surviving, and we are going to be seeing IV hunting here. So, really excited to see just what we bring to the table this time.
Absolutely. Again on Ever Sleeping with our bans being Perfumer and Gardener being our global bans. Fortunately, especially on Ever Sleeping, Gardener could prove useful, but unfortunately, it was just too early. It was just she was just gone too early.
You know, seeing these two in a universal ban here, um, it's it's so sad.
It
But
is
being able
unfortunately.
to utilize them to their max, in the beginning, uh, you know, I just love watching these two really, really show their worth in a play
Absolutely.
setting. It's not very often you see both the gardener and the perfumer out in the field.
At the same time, especially.
Hmm.
Or like just in teams in general, but Gardner and Perfumer have been making their way. Like pretty much Koa 5, we never saw either of those because they were just better survivor options. But now honestly with the current like meta we have, we are definitely seeing a lot more Gardner and Perfumer just because of how many single hit hunters we've been getting are the meta currently. And just it's hard it's they've been slowly but surely making their way back up on the meta.
I totally agree. I've seen both of their fall from grace here, and so I love an underdog, to be honest. For our bands, we are going to be seeing female dancer and priestess. Can
Definitely
never go
that
wrong with
dancer
a
being a
priestess
strong band.
band.
Definitely those are very strong bands. Having a dancer on Ever Sleeping could honestly ruin a hunter's match. Being
Mhm.
like again those good like those slow boxes can make it very hard for the hunter. If you set up a slow box in middle, you're just forcing the hunter to break it, and there's so many kiting areas around that middle area that breaking that box just lets the survivor pull too much distance, and it could be very hard for the hunter to catch up.
Mhm. You know, you also have that guaranteed speed boost that the dancer gets when she drops down from a two-story building. It sometimes doesn't seem like a lot, but when you're using broken windows, especially on the top story and trying to transition to the graveyard here, it it's really, really detrimental to a hunter's chase.
Definitely. Looks like we're seeing Clerk being banned. Definitely want to reduce that cipher progress. Being able to pressure so much of the map and just how many copies she can get. Being able to affect pallets, it can be very dangerous for the survivors.
And we're slowly, slowly getting our survivor picks, and we're gonna see a prospector and a mercenary here. Um, you know, we've seen in the past just how strong the mercenary is and how speedy he can be, utilizing those elbow pads to the best of his ability. And of course, we're gonna see Prospector, who gets that speed boost around lockers and around cipher machines. Um, Unfortunately, we have seen in the past, like, the Prospector did get a stun nerf, but even then, it's still just not as detrimental to his kit. Really, really allows a lot of wasted time here.
Absolutely. That delayed hit, even because we're assuming we're going to be seeing a Sangria here, so we're seeing that Acrobat played a lot here, especially on a strong map like Eversleeping. Looks like our second ban is going to be an airplanist here.
Really, really trying to cut off from um getting distance. The least of our concerns here. Um, Depending on who the hunter is, they really just don't want the speed that comes from the dancer and the aeroplanist.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Definitely want that. Just want that, like, map pressure, especially because we
Oh,
just,
yeah.
again, when you are getting, when you're playing on, like, when you're playing camp here, you can't pressure the ciphers unless you're playing a hunter who, like, doesn't have any map pressure, like Opera.
Hmm. Very excited to see just how well this team composition melds together, depending on who our last survivor pick is. Our last ban is going to be an embalmer ban.
Interesting
Um,
pick.
really interesting, really interesting pick for a ban here. But again, on a map like Ever Sleeping, being able to record faces and either put that coffin on the hatch or in the gate, you know, could really make or break endgame here.
Absolutely. And definitely being able to guarantee that. Oh, and we're seeing a seer come out. Definitely going to be strong with this team comp. Going to be
Hmm.
playing very tanky survivors here with that mercenary and seer coming in.
Very reminiscent of past tournaments that I've seen. You know, with a team composition like this, you're gonna have the mercenary, the prospector, acrobat, and the seer. You really don't want the seer to get as much rage accumulated. So my anticipation is that you are going to see the seer first chase here.
Definitely, especially with seer being first chase. Like, again, it's kind of like similar to perfumer, but a little bit different here. We got that extra presence from the owl. We just like it's just hard to give that like especially when you're giving that presence to the hunter. It can be
Hmm.
very hard once like especially with a fast chase. Once they get that hit off the owl, like she's gonna be closing distance fast.
Hmm.
So you need to use that owl like as well as you can to be able to move quickly.
Hmm. For sure. Also, the anticipation of this year first kite. Um, really hoping for that because if you don't, then you also have the extra support of the seer somewhere else on the playing field to help strengthen the first kite of anyone else here. Um,
Absolutely.
you're really gonna see my biggest three that I'm anticipating being first kite choices are the prospector, acrobat, and the seer. First chase mark is usually not always as viable as chasing characters who don't take as long to go
Hmm.
down.
Definitely, it's when especially if you decide to go after that like prospector verse, that could be very dangerous because either you get a good chase with prospector and that's their harasser down. You don't have like it's very hard to come back from that. But if you're going after that seer first, you're letting pretty much everyone else decode, and that seer able to tank more hits than normal. It's honestly not like none of these survivors except seer are a good first chase.
Hmm. I mean, even then, you could chase the acrobat, but
It's very hard to counter
again,
him on ever sleeping,
hmm
especially
it's
with that
just
firebomb being able to lock Hunter's abilities. Looks like we're slowly locking in our builds here, and we're hopefully seeing that Hunter come out soon.
hmm really excited to see who the hunter might be here. You know, again, I always go for unrealistic choices, but I
Unfortunately, we're just going to be seeing a lot of Opera these early rounds, but hopefully we see a unique pick here.
mhm.
We might,
I would
honestly, I'm
love
hoping for a
it.
Naiad.
A Naya choice would be great here. I'm still really holding out for a Bloody Queen one of these
Absolutely.
days.
This is actually very strong map for Bloody Queen, especially with those big open areas. It's very hard to counter. But with that Acrobat, it could be pretty hard because Acrobat is one of Bloody Queen's counters, so we probably are not expecting to see a Bloody Queen, unfortunately.
Hmm. Just slowly trying to get in our persona was here. My anticipation is obviously that Mercenary is going to be bringing six. I would expect nothing less from him, and if
Absolutely.
I see a 3/9 Merc, I'm going to chew on bugs. Um,
The opera singer coming out, very standard pick we got here on Ever Sleeping. Definitely playing to counter that seer. And honestly, I'm expecting the counterplay to honestly be on the Merc here as well. Because just how much she's able to close that distance between elbow pad and just her speed.
For sure, seeing Sangria, you're gonna see her a lot in these early games up until we get our second Hunter ban here.
Hmm.
Um, it, she's just has the map presence that she needs. And being able to quickly cut off ciphers and disrupt decoding is really, really big here.
Definitely. Especially like just with that opera singer, like it's on Ever Sleeping, just she has so many spots, but also so little spots depending on the area. That big open area until she gets that first presence is going to be harder to kite in, especially if they're like going out in the open. Merc could be harder to chase here, but I don't think we're going to be seeing that Merc being chased first.
No, I definitely agree.
And it slowly looks like we're getting into game here. Looks like we're in the winning lobby. All right. Just a quick recap on the builds here. We are seeing Prospector with Borrowed Time, Broken Windows, Mercenary with Borrowed Time and Tide, Acrobat with Borrowed Time and Broken Windows, and we're seeing Seer come out with assume Flywheel and Broken Windows, actually.
You know, 12-9 is pretty viable in certain situations, and I think on a character like Seer, who we are fully anticipating to get that first kite, is extremely great here.
Definitely.
Especially if the Seer is the one who is getting first kite, you don't need time turner,
Hmm.
borrowed time, um, if you're hoping to go down first.
Definitely. It looks like we're having that Merc spawn in mid here. Definitely a strong area. Prospector spawning far back, definitely. Out of everyone, he would probably be, aside from Seer, probably the second best chase here.
Hmm. Looks like we are going for pretty much the same spawn position as last match. Really trying to pull for getting your main kiters out of the way. It looks like we are putting the mercenary in the center here, and I think we're really benching on this prospector decoding the whole time.
Absolutely. All right, looks like we're starting in here. Immediately going towards mid here. So we're trying to pressure that Merc off
Yeah,
his Cypher. And then we're immediately
immediately
rotating
trying to
back,
get
looking for
Merc
that
off
steer, maybe.
of.
Oh, no, we're heading
Mm-hmm.
towards
Looks
Graveyard.
like we're looking for here, but looks like we're really in the field of that prospector. Um,
Heading back towards that Merc
really
here.
trying to get off that mercenary using an elbow pad, trying to get a quick escape here. Immediately using the shadow here and not missing beautiful elbow pad coming off there.
Definitely, we are seeing. And the pallet, oh, pallet is coming down. Oh, but we barely get that shadow being able to go through that pallet. Pallet's coming down again. Yeah, you just want to use those pallets as much as you can here, being able to get that ball. Misses the hit. Beautiful elbow pad. We're seeing Merc try to come here to Graveyard. Doesn't take the Terror Shock, takes a normal hit just so you don't have to take that second hit. We do have Blink ready up. We're seeing the Blink come out and the Mercenary is taking that delayed damage, going down in about 3 seconds here. He is running away to a far corner, so it's going to be harder for that offer to chair him. Definitely looking for that longer stall time. We do have Merc with the slower chair as well, by the way. So it's the opera singer is going to be having to play more careful here with that chair. trying to break those pallets, making sure that survivors can't use them.
It's a really
Getting
great time
tinnitus.
to really merge off of the mercenary. You really want to stall for cipher progress here. Chasing the mercenary first is definitely a hard place to be in. And just before half,
Ooh.
help? The trail?
The trail.
I got a little nervous there.
All right, and we're seeing that chase come back on here. Ooh, barely misses the hit. Gets terror shock. Beautiful
Terror shock.
Unfortunately, that means the mercenaries can
Wonderful
go
terror shock coming off the center here. Mercenaries go right back on the chair.
All right, it looks like instead of going for that, we're just going immediately for that seer here.
Looks like we are really trying to buy for getting these ciphers done.
Ooh, barely misses the pallet stun and gets hurt. Unfortunate. Managed to pull the rescue off, but that does mean the mercenary's gonna get hit immediately. Mercenary pulling away from the ciphers, just giving more time for that, for their teammates to decode. Definitely pulling away from that, pulling away from those chairs and ciphers, just letting everyone decode. We're on the last cipher, it's about halfway done. Ooh, and we switch to teleport to the injured prospector. Looks like we have Acrobat decoding a new cipher here. Opera Singer not getting a stun, but getting forced out of shadow. Gets stunned here, out of. We're gonna get the ball, and another terror shock. Beautiful terror shock. We're gonna see the Opera trying to chair close to the Acrobat cipher over here because we don't want to. She wants to pressure that cipher, but also can't. Oh, Seer was decoding it. Looks like Acrobat is trying to loop around to get that rescue on the prospector. Opera Singer's distracted with Seer over here. Oh, but Opera comes back, notices that Acrobat's coming in. Seer making his way over to Graveyard Cipher that was about halfway done. Prospector working on it. We're at 62% for that cipher. Seeing that it's gonna be an after half rescue here. It's the chair? Huh? Barely misses the hit on the Acrobat, throws the pallet down.
Oh, beautiful hit. Looks like we are slowly trying to really
Cypher is ready and it was primed.
Cypher is primed. Invictus does need a 3-man, unfortunately, just to proceed here. So we're really trying to throw out our strongest kiters.
Acrobat being this kite here, transitioning to an open air, gets the firebomb landed on the Opera Singer, so she's not able to dash.
Beautiful.
Doesn't get hit through the window, transitioning to Graveyard. Teleports to the gate where Prospector's working on it, about halfway done. We get that speed boost from Prospector. Looks like we're getting a magnet pulled off. It's gonna push away so he can create distance. Beautiful stun. Prospector's just trying to waste as much time for that Acrobat to decode gate on the other side. We do still have Seer have it with an Owl. He has not used it yet.
Just barely missing that pallet stun here.
Unfortunately for Opera Singer's hitbox, it is unfortunate. Seeing the Owl come out! In endgame here, we're...
Beautiful teamwork coming off.
We're seeing Dungeon here. If Seer is able to get out of gate. Oh, and we are seeing 2 escape, and that means that we are seeing the tie.
Oh, a tie coming in. You know, we had a really great endgame kite coming both off of the Acrobat and the Prospector.
All right. And it looks like we're seeing CH4 as the winners here with the with the lead here in points, just barely missing that draw to move on to the best of 3 round. Very well played by both teams, unfortunately.
Mm. You know, we had a really great communication here coming off of both the teams. You know, beautiful owl coming out of that seer. Um, Especially really helping the prospector's lifespan here. Unfortunately just barely missing the hatch time just because the sangria's cooldown on just a little too fast here.
Definitely. Unfortunate. It was just amazing teamwork coming out from that last match here. That Merc being able to pull so much distance, wasting as much time as he did for the survivors to pressure their cipher, like for the survivors to decode their ciphers. So unfortunately, they were not able to pull out the 3-man that they needed to draw for the next round.
Looks like we are all trying to rack in points here. You know, I really loved watching both these teams so far. They have really great communication and just being able to utilize both their hunters and their um their survivor side is really amazing. You know, I love great team composition and then being able
Definitely.
to see how well that these players work together and how much they communicate and just you can tell that they trust each other in certain aspects of this game.
Absolutely.
Being able to do the things that they do and pull it off smoothly.
Well, congratulations again to CH4. We're going to be going to a short intermission here while we're moving on to our next matchup, which is going to be
Mhm.
G3, C3 versus GNC. So we'll see you in a bit when we get those teams ready.
No one knows how far it goes, but we know the new hope we follow. Take us to the truth that lies behind the lies. No one knows how to be free, but you know it's more than ready. It's our destiny, down we never let go. Defense from our investigation. Difference nowadays a direction. In this game, let's break through the chains. Some lost memories, untold the shadows unfold. In this game, our true fate remains. The words collide. Before the endless night.
We're quickly coming back. Just miscalculation on our parts. We're actually moving on to round 3 because we messed up the points. So we are going to be seeing a round 3 come out here. So yes, to clear up the confusion for everyone, we are moving on to round 3 here. It was a miscalculation on our part. We are moving on. We are going to be moving on to round. We're going to be moving on here with the score being 1 win for CH4 and tie for both teams. So hopefully we're gonna be quickly making up for this. We're gonna be moving on to our band picks here soon. So we are going to be seeing, I believe we're going to be seeing, I believe IV Hunt first, if I'm not mistaken. Or no, I am mistaken. It's going to be Stage 4 hunting first. Alright, so we're going to be Siege 4 hunting first with IV switching back to Survivor for round 3 here. Definitely hoping to see some interesting picks here come out for that third round here. On a new map, we're going to see new bands, new global bands. Just honestly hoping to see, seeing what map we're going to be seeing like come out here is going to be very interesting because we might see some unique characters picked up, especially for this third round here. Feel free to guess who's going to be played here. We're going to maybe see some, again, like we've been hoping for, some BQ and some Naiad. Definitely some more, like maybe Lucino we might see come out. Everyone feel free to speculate who you think you're going to see next round. I'm seeing Opera, definitely a standard pick here. Bloody Queen, definitely hoping we're gonna see here. Geisha we have seen before, but I'm actually hoping for another Geisha here because that would be an interesting play here.
I love a good geisha match. Saw the most insane geisha match yesterday on Ever Sleeping, and I'm always really hoping forward to seeing her really get utilized by players here. I love when she plays. I love when people take her and they play so aggressively with her. The only way to play her, because if you play too lax, you're just gonna get out-ciphered.
Definitely. It looks like we're moving on to our Ben pick phase here. We're gonna be seeing CH4 Ben or IV banning a map here. Yep, moving into our band pick phase here. All right. Hopefully, we're gonna be seeing some more interesting characters come out here. We might be seeing. Oh, we might be seeing hoping for a Violetta here.
Oh, I do love a good spider.
Oh my gosh, I would be so interested in seeing a spider come out here. Violetta coming out here would definitely be a super interesting pick, especially because of the fact we do see her sometimes in Koa, very rarely, but like
Mhm.
she does sometimes appear in Koa for us.
Another one of those hunters that, really fell from her throne, but being able to utilize her in such a strong way, she is extremely hard counter in certain aspects.
Definitely. She like if a Violetta is able to land those shots on her web, it's just very hard. It's very hard for the survivors because that's also easy. It makes it so the hunter can see where the survivor is.
For sure.
Definitely being able to also slow down those survivors in their interaction speed. You would definitely see a lot of counterplay there.
Would also really love to see a violinist here.
Ooh, absolutely.
I've seen some really insane and aggressive violinist plays in the past, and
Absolutely.
you know, the slow down that he gets, and of course being able to hit with the strings is very, very vital.
Definitely. All right, and it looks like we're going to be seeing some of our global bands come in here soon. Hopefully we can see what those are soon. All right, and it looks like we have Novelist, Gardener, Prospector, and Merc being banned, so that Perfumer is opened back up for us.
Would love to
Definitely,
see more perfumer gameplay coming in here. Um,
definitely,
I just love watching how other people utilize her. Not even just for getting her hits reduced, but for being able to stall time and support her kite. Those perfumes are just not always for getting hit here.
definitely. Seeing also some Dream Witch hoping to be played. That would be very interesting. I would love to see a Dream Witch come out here.
Do love good Dream Much gameplay. Um, you know, especially with the release of Miss Tomie, you see her
Definitely,
so much nowadays.
definitely. And it's always an interesting match to see Dream Witch come out. Just have how much she can both like pressure the ciphers and just how much of the map she can cover. It looks like we're getting our hunter bands coming in here soon. We got opera and clerk being banned here. Definitely opera singer being banned here is a super super vital ban here because honestly that opera singer is definitely going to be a hard counter for them, for those survivors. Oh, and we're seeing Red Church as our map coming out. Definitely good pick to ban that seer and priestess on. That priestess being able to create portals, especially the long ones in church. That would have been extremely vital for the survivors. So that's a huge ban for our hunter here.
I am a huge Red Church fan. Um, Lots of really great kiting areas and a lot of really great looping areas for the survivors here. Um, Really, really love watching just how well versed, like, and how utilized certain aspects of this map are, especially when you have that graveyard area with all the pallets and then the transition to the back breakable corner. Um, there's just a lot of really great playing fields here.
All right, and it looks like our survivors are going to be picking out who they're going to be playing here. Hopefully, we're going to see some more unique picks. We're going to be seeing. Looks like hopefully we're going to be seeing some interesting survivors come out, especially on Red Church, where honestly it could go either the hunter or survivors way. Very excited to see. Very excited to see how exactly they're going to be playing this out.
Genuine, Genuinely agree here. This is a very fair, balanced map here. Looks like we are swapping some things around. We will not be seeing Perfumer. We did get our global bans a little confused here. But we will be seeing a Gardener play here.
Along with Dancer, that could be
Besides,
a
it's
very
Dancer.
lethal combo. Especially with that bubble and slow boxes, being able to break chairs, all that kind of stuff. It's gonna be very hard for the hunter with those, with just as much with these survivors, they're just trying to slow down the hunter as much as they can.
Looks like we are going to be seeing another Embalmer ban. You know, late game, that Embalmer's coffin can really, really change the tide.
Definitely. That on especially on Red Church, it's that those coffins, especially if the hunter isn't someone like a Wu Chang who can just immediately go to that coffin, it's gonna be very hard. Especially with how many walls and corners there are in Red Church, just the amount of kiting area they get. Especially with that bubble, since you can't break the Embalmer's coffin bubble, and that small amount of tide they get. Looks like we're going to be seeing Forward come out for the survivors here. Definitely Forward is a dangerous character on Red Church. Again, playing for that kind of slowing, that play style that's down for slowing the hunter. We're going to be seeing a lot of stalling potential here.
Mm-hmm. You know, we have a lot of walled spaces here for that Forward coming in. Really great position for this team to get those stuns in here.
Definitely. We have, and it looks like we're going to be seeing our last bans and picks coming in here. Looks like our last ban is Acrobat, a good pick for Red Church. There's so many places you could vault around here, and it's very hard to counter that. So we're seeing the Acrobat being banned here, as we've seen him every other round.
Definitely don't want to deal with an Acrobat on a map like Red Church, where you have those window spaces where he can quickly throw his bomb and just easily get away.
Definitely, especially with the bombs being able to slow down interaction speed. There's a lot of interactable areas on this map that the hunter has to go through, and just honestly, it wouldn't be worth it to have to deal with that Acrobat who can just pull distance so easily.
All right, and we are slowly getting our last survivor pick in. With a team composition like this, I'm really curious to see who our hunter will be. You know, I would love to see a Wu Ching here.
Wu Chang would be a very interesting pick here.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'm also thinking a Disciple here, honestly.
Ooh, you're so correct. I would very much enjoy seeing either one, and we are gonna see a psychologist pick, Miss Ada Mesmer, one of my favorite survivors, to put out on the field. Even without the patient by her side, she is extremely useful in a team composition. Being able to use her empathy and get a free hit with her stress.
Absolutely.
You know, empathy, being able to use her whistle and heal her teammates from far away. If timed correctly, you can pull off a lot of really great endgame moves with this.
Absolutely. They're just playing a very, they're just falling into that very tanky, very stalling team comp. Just probably getting, with that Opera Singer band, they're just trying to get as much time they can as to decode. So we should be seeing that Hunter pick come out here soon. On Red Church, honestly, you could see anyone come out of this map. You could see, again, Mary, honestly, very strong in this map. You could see Wu Chang, who honestly, depending on who he chases first, could be very hard, unless he brings Insolence, which is very actually common to bring on Wu Chang, surprisingly.
Mm-hmm.
We also might see a Naiad definitely close off those strong kiting areas. And it looks like we're seeing a Sculptor come out.
I love Galate gameplay. You know, you see a good Galatea, you already know that the match is pretty much set from the beginning, depending on how the first two ciphers go for her, and how much presence she accumulates. Those statues, they lock on and they just hit so hard, if you're unable to dodge them. And it really makes sense that we're gonna see, why we chose the Acrobat ban here.
Definitely, that sculptor can't afford to have those abilities locked because that would be detrimental for her. If those statues had been locked, the firebomb will actually also prevents not only locking the abilities, but also prevents them from charging while they are locked. So if you don't have those statues charging at all time, that could be very bad for the sculptor. Definitely want to play against that with as much chip damage as you can, especially against a tanky team like this. Being able to quickly get that stress down for the psychologist and that Gardner's bubble down immediately.
For sure. You know, being able to use the statues, getting rid of Emma's guardian here, you know, really really counters that bubble that the Gardner gets, if you nail a good statue here. So you're really anticipating this, the sculptor using a lot of pressure on these survivors, especially on a map like Red Church where there are a lot of tight spaces for statues to just weasel their way in and really pin you. You have to definitely be on your toes here.
Definitely. Definitely, hopefully we're going to be seeing some counterplay with that forward to that sculptor. Definitely being able, especially with as weak as a chase that sculptor has without her statues, it's going to be very hard for that. It's going to be very hard for that sculptor to counter the forward.
Mm-hmm. Very interested to see how this match goes and just how well, this team tries to work around the presence of a sculptor on a map like Red Church here. It does seem like we are seeing the Gardner bringing broken. No, I believe that is Flywheel and Tie Turner.
Oh, no borrowed time for the Gardner. Interesting choice.
You know, really betting on that Gardner being able to rescue here. Just you really want to waste as much time as possible.
Definitely. We have our psychologist here on borrowed time and broken windows. Our dancer on the same, and our forward on borrowed time and tied. So we have our Gardner the only one with no borrowed time. Kind of go for like a formation here with the sculptor spawning in top right there.
You know, this really is a great position for the sculptor to be in with all the survivors here just within her grasp. Really makes it easier for her to get those statues in that she wants.
Locking those breakable ciphers definitely are going to be forcing them to rotate early. They can't, because they're just going to be wasting too much time. Gets the statue hit and the normal hit. Oh,
beautiful hit on that psychologist.
Immediately that stress going down, we're going to be seeing, after her stress goes down, we're going to be seeing her at a chip already.
We're going to see that psychologist really get that chip hit and the stress going down here. You know, really great move here to get the psychologist's stress out of the way. Makes her less of a problem in late game situations.
Absolutely, and it looks like our sculptor is bringing insolence, trying to get that final presence as fast as she can. Definitely going to be hard for the survivors once she gets that final presence, especially with the new insolence buff, being able to reach second presence.
The dancer setting up slow boxes right in the center field here. You know, really buys the psychologist a lot of time here.
And gets normal hit down.
Hit. You know, just not being able to really pass the curve of that sculptor's hitbox here. You have the dancer right in the vicinity, picking up that.
Ooh, gets
Ooh.
the chip hit. And now we're at final presence for that sculptor.
You know, this makes the sculptor a little bit of a headache to work with here.
Oh, the stun coming in from forward and the slow box.
Forward and the slow box. Beautiful communication coming off of this team here.
Psychologist taking a chip here, but they're pulling so much distance because that slow box.
The slow box really, really helping in with the.
Misses the chip.
Beautiful chip.
Ooh.
Woo!
Gets chipped on the window, unfortunately, for the psychologist.
Lots of discipline coming from this sculptor here. Not really using all of her statues at once, being very patient with how she is utilizing them. Throwing at the graveyard and catching that forward here.
Definitely. Keeping that blink up for probably... Gets a chip hit on the forward. See, we might see the gardener coming in to save... Oh, or not. We might be... No, everyone's just going to keep decoding. They need to get those ciphers done because they are at 3 ciphers and they can't afford to rescue here.
Unfortunately, we are going to see that psychologist go back to the manor.
Oh, misses the... Just barely misses that gardener. Gets sight on Dancer here. Who gets chipped is now at half
beautiful
health.
Chip. This Galatea's discipline is insane. When you're really thinking about throwing at that graveyard, a lot of the time you really want to go for as many hits as you can with the statues, but this sculptor is throwing out a lot of discipline here.
Ford barely missing that statue, just trying to not take that chip hit. Using football to pull distance. Again, setting sights on the Dancer here. Was a slow and fast box set down, so she's going to be having a strong. She has a strong kiting area here.
Really great use.
Does have blink ready. We're seeing the blink come out and gets the Dancer down.
Really great discipline coming off of that forward as well. You know, really managing his time well to avoid those statues, and also using that his rugby ball to get away as fast as he could.
Unfortunately, it does look like Sculptor is trying to cheer close to forward cipher, but we are at 1 cipher left. But that forward is in a dangerous spot as he is a chip hit away from... Oh, and he takes the chip behind the tree.
Beautiful.
Gardner's working on that last cipher that Dancer was at. Leaves the chair so she can pressure that cipher.
Really wanting to put all the pressure on the cipher that she can. This is going to be...
Oh, forward gets double chipped and down. We see the gardener coming in. Fortunately, no statues set up for reservation here. We see the...
We are going to see that guardian go off.
We have Tide active. We have... Alright, she's on last effort now. Breaking the chair.
Looks like we are going to chase down that gardener here.
Takes a normal hit.
Really, really do not want her to finish the cipher. Veteran's Boost really coming in handy here. We are going to see her try and get away from this area as fast as possible because the Dancer unfortunately is down, but the forward is up again.
But it does look like that Dancer did pull enough distance away, and now the Sculptor doesn't know where she is. We see the flywheel coming out of Gardner here. Barely missing the chip hit. We have the bubble coming back up. Waiting for statues to recharge on the Sculptor's end.
Really good discipline coming off the Sculptor. You really do not want to hit.
The Gardner goes down, vaulting the pallet. Looks like Dancer and Forward are healing themselves up right now. They want to get that rescue off on the Gardner because she doesn't have borrowed time.
Really, in that last match, you don't have the time here to really waste. You want to quickly eliminate the survivors as fast as possible and really buy time for the surviving side of your own team, and the Galatea is doing just exactly that.
Exactly. You need so much discipline when it comes to Galatea. It's very hard to... Oh my gosh.
Being able to get down that female Dancer one more time, you know, unfortunately she is dead on chair here, so she will be sent back to the manor.
Forward's working on that cipher again, but the Galatea won't give up on pressuring it. trying to put as much pressure as she can on the Cypher. The music boxes with Dancer dead unfortunately disappear.
That graveyard field coming off of this sculpture, is just such a really strong feature of her kit. So being able to see how well it is being utilized here is very, very good.
Misses the chip, but does take a normal hit. We see Gardner making her way back up to breakable here, trying to get that wall down so they have a better kiting area. Forward taking another chip here. Managed to pull more distance with his rugby ball. Fortunately, we don't have any statues left for pressuring right now, but we are going to be seeing that blink ready. 82% on the Cypher.
Really thinking that we're going to be saving the blink for as much as we can. We are going to get that
before we
final
get down by the
chip.
Unfortunately,
really-
not much the Gardner can do here. She doesn't have borrowed time or, honestly, really much to do. She's half health.
This is unfortunately the unfortunate downside of not running borrowed time here. Typically you don't believe that you're going to be the last survivor on the field. And sometimes when you are, it's just a bit hard to work around.
Definitely.
Beautiful
Gardner goes down
blink
here
into
for
the Gardner.
four-man.
Beautiful prediction.
All right, Ivy with the 4-man on Sculptor here. We're moving on to round 3, second half, where we see CH4 hunting. Honestly, a beautiful match from that Sculptor with her discipline, just being able to hold on to those statues and blink long enough to really use it to its most effective state.
We saw a lot of really great teamwork coming off of these survivors. Being able to communicate just how much you can get away with decoding certain ciphers. Unfortunately, just falling back into that last cipher right there was a bit of a downfall, just because there was the utilization of the female dancers' boxes that they really, really wanted to push for.
Definitely. That Dancer did apply as much pressure as she could, but unfortunately, just with the amount of cipher control that Sculptor had, it was just so hard to get that last cipher done for the survivors. Again, with that statue discipline there, it's like being able to have statues both for chase and for pressuring that cipher. It's difficult for the survivors, honestly.
Unfortunately, I do agree. It takes a lot of discipline for the sculpture here to really be able to anticipate the moves that survivors will have and predict them, which means you get a lot of really great statue hits here.
Yeah, and we're moving on to second half here with CH4 hunting. We're going to be obviously keeping those global bands of Perfumer and Gardner up. Unfortunate, but Gardner has already proved her strength in, honestly, all these rounds so far. We're seeing Professor and Aeroplanist come out with the global bands. Definitely good picks for those. Just with how much they're able to help the team out. Being the Professor can help his team by giving scales. The Airplanist is able to pull as much distance as he is able to, especially on Red Church.
For sure. I definitely agree here. Um, you know, we've been saying for for the past few hours here that these are some really strong survivors that you really don't want to mess with late game, especially when your list of hunters that you can play goes down. Being able to counter both the Perfumer and the Gardener here is definitely the one thing you want to do. And obviously we are losing the Professor and Aeroplanist, and we saw just how well the Aeroplanist can be utilized here. Looks like our first bans are going to be the Seer and Antiquarian. Really do not want to mess with the stuns there or the owls coming off of the seer.
Definitely. It looks like we're gonna be that. Yeah, that antiquarian being like permanently banned is definitely important for the hunters because just of how much utility she's able to provide for the team. Especially on Red Church, it's just the seer and antiquarian are such a powerful combo. Depending on who you're playing, it's very hard to play. It's very hard to play against.
Mhm. It looks like we are going to be seeing our first survivor logins, and our second one is coming up too. I really am hoping to see a barmaid come into play sometime here.
Definitely,
Um, I am a huge fan of how the barmaid maneuvers. She's pretty much just like the psychologist, but can do it at the same pace.
definitely. We have embalmer and psychologist coming out playing super tanky already. Definitely that coffin being able to on Red Church being able to stall for a lot of time, and again that psychologist with the stress. Especially depending on if we have a strong kiter for our other survivors here.
You I love seeing Embalmer plays. He is, in terms of kiting, a strong raw kiter. But that coffin late game, as long as he stays right out of the line of sight of the hunter, can really, really make or break the end.
Absolutely. Honestly, I'm hoping I'm definitely again I'm hoping we see a barmaid come out here, and it looks like our hunter bins are gonna be Hermit and Opera Singer. Definitely expected those. The Opera Singer is so strong in Red Church, and Hermit being
hmm
able to slow down Cipher progress as much as he can.
When you're really trying to push for a one man here, you really don't want to mess around with cipher progress. So getting that hermit out of the way, um, you know, really vital choice here.
Definitely. Hopefully, we're seeing our next survivor pick come out here soon. Next survivor pick and next survivor ban, actually. I'm assuming that Acrobat's gonna be banned again, especially again on Red Church being able to lock so many areas. We might even see another dancer ban, honestly.
Seeing an acrobat ban, especially on a map like Red Church, there's a lot of really great corner spaces for the acrobat to weasel his way into just to get out of the line of sight of the hunter. You have that oblique wall just outside of the church there, with the chair connecting there. You can easily throw a bomb through there and quickly just maneuver your way out.
Yeah, definitely. Should be getting our next survivor ban here soon.
All right. Looks like our third survivor band is coming in. It is going to be that mercenary. Really good pick here. It looks like from my anticipation here, we are not going to be seeing a chip hunter. Usually, if you're playing a chip based hunter, you don't really need to see the mercenary band because
Yeah,
you get a few
because Merc
chips
is not
in,
usually
easy
a
down.
yeah Merc is not usually a problem for characters that play off chips, especially like Galatea, who can close distance
Mhm.
with that chisel of hers.
For sure. With my anticipation here and who I know is probably on the playing field, I'm extremely hoping to either see an Axeboy finally get played here.
Definitely, we might actually be seeing Ling play Axeboy here for their last round.
Mhm. Um, and I still would love to see a violinist somewhere out in the field here. I know we
Definitely.
have a few more matches, you and me together, so there's a lot of anticipation here. Um, just very excited to see what we might see Ling play here.
Definitely.
Looks like we are going to be seeing an entomologist for our
Oh,
third
entomologist for a
pick.
third pick, definitely trying to play against that Axe Boy. Playing off those bands, they're definitely assuming that Ling is going to be playing Axe Boy here. Wants to prevent that soul snipe on the entomologist, especially.
All right, and we are getting our last ban in here. Super excited, but I totally agree. Looks like we are really trying to counter an axe boy here. Using the entomologist with her bees. You can easily deflect the soul snipe and make them eat that hit. Just lots of possibilities here. Um, And it does look like our final ban here is the journalist.
Definitely.
Another
Absolutely.
great choice here.
Strong band, especially when we're considering Axe Boy. And we're getting a Gravekeeper. We're playing tanky for that Axe Boy. Definitely assuming that they were gonna play Axe Boy here. Especially with how Ling plays. This is a very strong team counter
For
to
sure. We're gonna look so silly if it's not X-Boy, by
it
the
is. But like
way. Ew,
this
I'm
is
really
looking like an Axe
hoping.
Boy team. It's looking like an Axe Boy team though. Looks like we have our hunter pick coming in here soon.
But yes, in terms of countering the X-Boy here, we do have a lot of really great players on the field. You have the Gravekeeper who can eat a lot of those extra hits and can take those soul snipes in a heartbeat with his shovel. A Psychologist is also a great counter here with her stress, being able to take 3 hits here. So if she accidentally takes a soul snipe, she can just keep running and go with it.
Absolutely.
You primarily just want to hope that you're just getting hit with your base M1. Of course, Embalmer is your straight rock hider, but that
Definitely
coffin
gonna see to
again.
see a flywheel on him. Or might seem a lot of flywheel in this match actually. Just to counter
Mhm,
that soul snipe. They're really trying to play against that Axe Boy here.
for sure. Really anticipating a lot of flywheel plays here. My guess here, and this is just how I've seen certain people play it, is you might see a 6-9 Embalmer play here. Just because of endgame. Um, you don't really need 3 if you're kiting when you have a coffin still on the field, and that's fully
Mhm.
anticipating that you do not get chased so early on. Um,
Definitely.
so really, really anticipating just how much we see out of these survivors and how well they communicate with each other.
Definitely. Be getting our last few picks in here soon. Hopefully we see some more of those hunters we've been anticipating to see, honestly. I'm excited to see something interesting come out. Like maybe that Naiad, especially Naiad on Red Church, is gonna be super interesting. But again, we might be also playing for that Axe Boy here.
So it looks like we are slowly getting in our picks here. We are watching our hunter log in, and it's looking really great for me.
Oh,
um, so I'm very excited to see how this match goes and how we slowly move into this. Still just waiting to see their builds and everything. We're just trying to figure out timing and scheduling here. We did go a little into overtime here, unfortunately. So we're hopefully anticipating
Hopefully.
how well we can work through this.
Definitely. All right, and we're gonna be seeing them lock into the waiting room. You can see that hunter pick. Fortunately, we don't know just yet, but you guys will see. Definitely hoping to see an interesting new hunter come out, especially with that hermit and opera singer ban.
For sure. We're slowly moving in. We still
We're
are
seeing a Mary pick.
anticipating. Like I said, this is great news for me. I do love great Bloody Queen play here. I thoroughly do enjoy um seeing her and seeing how well utilized she is.
Definitely, especially
Um,
against this team, she can be very strong.
mhm.
That Mary pick could definitely affect how the game is played out. Especially because
Here.
they have that, just the distance that Embalmer creates is enough pressure on that Mary already.
Mhm.
Looks like we're spawning
Really.
with Entomologist in middle. Trying to heat that strong kite. Gravekeeper spawning in red carpet. We have Embalmer spawning in shack. Strong kiting areas for all these characters. Alright, and it looks like we're spawning in here. Let's see how this. Let's see who our first chase is going to be. Making our way towards Shack here, actually trying to go for that Embalmer. Spots the coffin, but we're deciding that going after that maybe a psychologist. Nope. Going back to Embalmer here. Trying to decide on who to chase. Mirror coming out. We're going after psychologist first here. First hit goes on the psychologist. That stress is going to go down immediately.
Getting that first hit with the mirror is such a really, really great thing for this Mary here. You always anticipate really wanting to utilize your abilities to the fullest potential. And they always say, like, if you're base hitting without using your mirror, unfortunately it's just
The mirror coming
a
up
little
here.
hard.
Unfortunately, might not hit that psychologist just because of positioning. Unfortunately, it's a bad area for that BQ, unfortunately.
Just in too many walls in the area here.
Flywheel comes
beautiful
out.
flywheel.
Blink comes
Beautiful
out
blink.
and we get the hit. Trading our traits here. We got the blink coming out for the flywheel. Mirror's just about off cooldown. Yeah, and we're seeing that quick mirror come down here with the psychologist getting down. Ciphers are we have 2 ciphers about 75% done.
Looks like we are just playing around a little bit here. Really messing with the time. Mary doesn't have a lot of great cipher pressure like she used to, but being able to get that psychologist down, we are being knocked down to 4 ciphers. It's really up until this Mary to be able to disrupt as much as possible.
We have Gravekeeper coming in here for the rescue. Unfortunately, Mary won't be able to really counter that. Just because of how many hits he can actually tank as Gravekeeper.
Really wasting the time here with this Gravekeeper.
Comes out, gets hit, takes a normal hit, but that was before half. Mirror's almost up. Oh, barely misses the hit.
Mirror just by the skin of our teeth hitting these mirrors. You know, with Mary you have to play a little bit aggressively just the same way as you do the geisha. Oh, we are getting the coffin on the psychologist.
Just in
you
time.
know, we have just a little bit of a cooldown here on that mirror.
The mirror will be ready by the time that psychologist is out of coffin. We have Embalmer here taking a hit. Unfortunately for psychologist, that bubble is not going to last long enough for Flywheel to come back up. Takes the hit and she's going to go
unfortunately,
down
we
here.
are going to see that last effort go into play. You know, being able to chair that psychologist, we do need a tie here. We're watching all of them run out of the way. You don't want to be in the same vicinity as the Bloody Queen when she's throwing down that mirror. Being able to anticipate where survivors are. You're going to see the entomologist set her bees up right in that window area, but she's going for that embalmer for sure.
For the Embalmer here, he has no coffin, so he's basically no utility. Blink is back up. We're going to see that Blink come out here.
Beautiful Blink.
No chance for the Embalmer to Flywheel. Gonna immediately see that chair, just trying to chair as fast as they can. That entomologist decoding a cipher, but unfortunately gets spotted by the BQ. Unfortunately, super far away from Embalmer's chair here, so there's unfortunately not a chance for the rescue if she gets hit. Ooh, and we're going over. Unfortunately, there's no one close by, so the Gravekeeper is just gonna keep decoding here.
Really looking to cut off this entomologist here, and we are catching up so fast. Oh, just swinging into the pallet. The entomologist just missing that pallet stun that could have been grass there, buying a little bit more time. Unfortunately, we are going to see the entomologist hit the chair as well. It's entirely up to the Gravekeeper to try and rescue, but I believe...
Ooh. Last minute mirror setting down the entomologist for the rescue. Gravekeeper unfortunately not able to make it in time.
Yeah, it looks like we were just going right to cut off that Gravekeeper. Unfortunately, we are securing that tie here with the Embalmer going back to the manor shortly.
The goal for CH4 here for Ling is to get that 4-man. Getting the 4-man means that, like, just so basically Ivy just needs to get that dungeon. Entomologist picks herself up. Unfortunately, 2 ciphers are left, so it's going to be really hard. Huge shovel from the Gravekeeper, misses the mirror. Able to tank a hit here. Running around to breakable.
Really great.
Ling has teleport here, so no more Blink.
Being able to comfortably switch to teleport last second here, you know, it really shows that Ling is very comfortable where he's at, playing Bloody Queen right now.
Definitely. Gets the mirror down on Gravekeeper, but does not know where Entomologist is currently at the moment. Leaving that Gravekeeper down. Entomologist is on dungeon.
The viable solution to this is, you know, unfortunately we're going to ping off Tinnitus, which means we are going to be seeing the
immediately goes down, but Gravekeeper is back up.
Beautiful mirror.
No ciphers over there to teleport to.
Unfortunately, the entomologist has already picked herself up, so we really just need to see this Gravekeeper last as long as he can to either wrap his way around the map or to heal the entomologist or buy enough time for him.
Huge mirror.
Ooh, huge mirror. Beautiful mirror.
It's the Gravekeeper, unfortunately, who does not have any utility left. Spots the blood trail. And it looks like they're just going to play this patiently until either Mirror comes back or just gets the down here.
So, unfortunately, Bloody Queen is one of those hunters that does not have the strongest chase. But with that mirror, she can really close off distance as much as possible.
Swing, but mirror immediately comes out. Oh! Huge for that grave. Unfortunately gets hit behind the
Get
pallet.
hit through the pallet. You know,
Unfortunately, it looks like they're
really, really great discipline here.
All right. And with that, we have finished round 3. And it looks like since they tied that last round, CH4 is the winner.
We are going to be seeing CH4 move on here. But we had a lot of really, really great plays coming off
Definitely.
of both teams today. You know, we had a lot of really insane moments, lots of chair shocks, really great end games here. Invictus puts up such a great fight, and their survivor team is so well organized, and their communication with each other is superb.
Definitely. Good job to both teams. Everyone did their best. Love to see all these matches just won by barely 1 point though.
Literally at the skin of our teeth. You know, we had such a really great matchup here.
Definitely. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see Axeboy come out, but that was definitely just because they were
We'll
playing
see
a
him in
very...
the future.
We will see him eventually, hopefully. But very well played for both Ivy and CH4. Congrats again to CH4 for winning.
No one knows how far it goes, but we know the new we follow. Take us to the truth that lies behind the lies. No one knows how to be free, but you know it's more than ready. It's our destiny, down we never let go. Even through our investigation, difference nowadays a direction. In these caves, break through the chains, so lost memories untone the shadows unfold. In this game, our true fate remains. The words collide. We know the endless night. Place at its finest. In July they came, and met in August. For flowers they were named. They stayed and dwelt in September, bathing in the sun. Oh, sway, she let down her guard. Grow, lurking datura, feeding up Rosemary, who couldn't let go of the scars. Night and night stood aloof from the light. Down and down fell into addictions and took to light. Time and time behind the curtain he hid till that came into sight. Place at its finest, bellow stain, where passionate vines often chase the butterflies. A place with fragrance since bellow stain, and now to dust the flower has returned.
What happened on the island?
Let's go and see. No flowers last forever. I take pleasure in watching them wither. Calamus, turning hope to despair. Datura, severing love with grasping snare. Rosemary, indulging in past memories. Tuberose, falling off the edge of jeopardy. All of them are now withered. And more gorgeous than ever.
Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Leaving behind what I have done, future's already begun. Can somebody save me from the past and take the lead? I'm ready to lead, time to stand up and be free. There were times I didn't know what to believe. Now I found a reason to fulfill my destiny. I'll carry on the journey. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. No one knows how far it goes, but we know the new hope we follow. Take us to the truth that lies behind the lies. No one knows how to be free, but you know it's more than you and me. It's our destiny, down we never let go. Even through our investigation, difference nowadays a direction. In this game, let's break through the chains. Some lost memories, some told the shadows unfold. In this game, our true fate remains. The words collide. Before the endless night.
Place at its finest. In July they came.
All right, everybody, welcome back. So, after our intermission there, hopefully everyone got some water, something to eat. We're gonna be now going for C3 versus GNC. So behind the scenes, we've already been getting ready. So hopefully, we're gonna have those band picks come up soon here. Hope everyone's break was good. Just we still have a little bit of time before we start. So if you haven't already, get some water, get something to eat.
Sure, you're taking care.
Definitely interesting teams we got here. I'm excited to see what C3 and GNC bring to the table.
I totally agree. You know, I have seen C3 in the past, but I don't think I've ever seen GNC before.
I've seen a bit of GNC, but I I I don't think I've seen that much of C3.
No, C3 in the past, I've seen how they played. I've commentated for them before. You know, they're very, very well put together. I believe we have
Definitely.
seen them hit Koa stage in the past as well.
Yes, they have
Um,
actually.
hmm Um, so, it's really nice being able to see some old faces here.
Definitely. Definitely excited to see GNC as well. I think we've also seen them at least near Koa. I believe we've seen them. I believe almost reach Koa actually.
Mhm.
So it looks like first off we're gonna be having GNC is going to be playing Survivor, and we have C3 hunting.
Mhm. We have a lot of really, really strong survivors here in our playing field. It looks like we are getting our first bands in. I believe that is female dancer and priestess.
Ooh, interesting. It depends on what map they're on, but they are very priestess and dancer will be very strong. Definitely priestess being able to offer huge support for their team. Honestly, it's honestly very standard bands. We've seen how dancer performs in the past.
Hmm
And definitely, we haven't seen priestess yet, but she's just such a strong survivor that it's very hard to tell. It
All
looks
right,
like
we
we
are
have
going to
ever
see
sleeping.
Ever Sleeping. Like we were saying earlier, very versatile bands here on Ever Sleeping Town. You don't really want to deal with the we don't really want to deal with the priestess going from one end to the other so fast, and then obviously dealing with that female dancer with her speed boost when she falls from high places, and of course her slow boxes
Definitely,
make for a tricky set.
definitely. It looks like our first survivor picks are coming in at coordinator and gardener. Definitely interesting picks for ever sleeping. We're gonna get to see that gardener come out again. And coordinator, as we saw before on in the last game, coordinator was definitely able to really pull her weight and just like being there, just having that fear of the flare gun
Mhm.
available to the hunter.
And you have a really, really great setup here already with the gardener being able to really versatilely use each other's items here if one of them does prematurely get sent back to the manor or need to pick up a whole separate item. Um,
Definitely.
you can
Oh, and
really
it looks
aid
like we're
each
seeing
other.
cheerleader come out. First cheerleader of the tournament. That's exciting to see. As we know, cheerleader has
Mhm.
crazy support for her team.
Yes, for sure. I love watching Lily gameplay. Mostly not even when she's kiting on her own. She is a great kiter, but her whole entire kit is based on the support of her other team.
Absolutely. Definitely. And we do have a first officer band, a very strong rescuer band. Obviously makes sense for that hunter. We don't want to see that first officer because he just has such a good he has such a good rescue potential for that team. Looks like for our final band, we are seeing Mercenary come in. Again, very strong rescuer. We want to. I think most of this is just us trying to prevent those easy rescues. As at least want to guarantee those. Want to guarantee those hits after the chair. Ooh, and interestingly enough, for our last survivor, we have Weeping Clown coming out. Weeping Clown is definitely a very strong pick on a map like Eversleeping with how open it is.
Mhm.
Less of a chance
You
for his rockets to crash into things.
Not very often that you get to see a baby clown in action. But I will say we have a lot more open opportunity to see some interesting plays coming from GNC here, especially as a team that I don't think we've really seen on the playing field as much as we have seen C3 here.
Definitely.
So new surprises around every corner, for sure.
Definitely bringing up the new team comps. GNC definitely has something planned here. Cheerleader will that Weeping Clown is going to be able to pull a ton of distance. He's able to stun, basically act as both a harasser and a kiter for that team. That
Mhm.
Cheerleader being able to reset his cooldown and all that. Definitely a very kiting based team. You want to be able to kite as long as you can.
Yeah, we're just waiting for our bills to come through, but I'm fully anticipating. I believe that our rescuer, if it's not the coordinator, will be the weeping clown on this team.
Definitely. That stun being having such a huge range, and also being able, even if it doesn't stun, it slows the hunter down. And Weeping Clown being able
Hmm.
to take survivors on his rocket, it's very very team focused, and you just know that with this team comp, they trust each other very much.
Very much so. Um, for a hunter, you're gonna end up seeing maybe an excitement first trait, but I'm not too keen on seeing that. As we were talking about earlier, I prefer Blink more so over anything, just because you can use the walls to your advantage very much with both the Weeping Clown and the coordinator.
Definitely. They're just going to be able to pull so much distance here. We might see an opera singer, but then again, this this team is just based on pulling distance and being able to kite. And honestly, there's on Eversleeping, you're able to rotate to good kiting areas so easily. Especially with that cheerleader being able to,
Mhm.
even if that coordinator uses her gun, she'll still be with that cheerleader. She'll still be able to have a good kite,
For
being
sure.
able to look through chests.
My anticipation was seeing how C3 is playing. We do have a lot of strong contenders for either a Violetta, a Bane, or an Anne here.
Definitely,
We have been seeing that Gamekeeper make his way up into the meta here a lot as of late. Being able to really keep up with the opera singer in
definitely,
anticipation of if she gets banned or not.
definitely. We're definitely gonna have to be seeing. We're definitely gonna be assuming that it's very. I agree with the Anne pick, honestly. And Anne would be very strong against this team comp, being able to stun a lot of the characters and countering
Mhm.
what kiting they do have. So hopefully, what for our hunter pick, we see some unique pick.
Mhm. Even still anticipating a lot of a lot of diverse choices here. I mean, we're already seeing from this team composition that we are not afraid to pick outside of the meta. Um,
Mm.
and it looks like we are going to be seeing a gamekeeper as our hunter for
First
this first
gamekeeper of
round.
today. First gamekeeper of today coming out. Very interesting. Especially a good counter to this team comp being able to take that Weeping Clown off his rocket.
All right, it does look like we are going to be seeing our builds come in. Everyone except for the cheerleader are running 3. Our cheerleader is actually running 9-12. Really anticipating that cheerleader support and um her kiting here for the most part.
Definitely.
We are going to be seeing the gardener and the coordinator with 39, and our waving clown does have 36, as I had anticipated. You know, nowadays it's very, very rare to see a coordinator run anything that isn't either 3-9 or 6-9. You don't really
Definitely.
see them bring 6 as much as they used to.
Definitely. I think with the sheer amount of kiting we do have, I believe that Tide has definitely lost its place in some comps, especially this one, where you have more of kiting characters. But I do imagine that a lot of um a lot of kiting abilities definitely come out, especially with this Bane here, because Tide doesn't really counter this like Bane in general, honestly.
Kite Turner is one of those things that it's a little difficult depending on who the hunter is. It works perfectly if you're going to waste time, but after a certain point, how viable is it to your team composition if you're going for survivability rate?
Definitely, because even if you were to pull distance away, the game I've seen this plenty of times. People on last effort, if they're trying to pull away from ciphers, the gamekeeper just hooks them back,
Hmm.
and especially with that slow, it's just more time that they have to waste.
For sure.
Definitely, with the way his traps work, it can work super uniquely with how with how the with how GNC will have to play.
Hmm. You're definitely going to see a lot of interesting plays coming off of this team. I'm really betting on the cheerleader first kite here. If not cheerleader, then it definitely would be Miss Emma Woods here. Um,
Definitely,
you really want your stronger kiters in the playing field first before you see your kiters like coordinator or
hmm
even your weeping cloud who doesn't have the same grasp of being able to use the windows and palettes like the others.
definitely. Especially with how Bane's hook actually destroys the gardener's bubble
Hmm.
as soon as like it doesn't even matter what presence he's at. The hook will just destroy the gardener's bubble.
Yep, that hook will eat it immediately.
Coordinator has a fairly good chance if she's not first chase here. But again, that gamekeeper is surprisingly able to close distance fairly well, with his hook being able to pull in places. Early game, it could be better, but like you only have 2 hooks.
Mhm.
But once you reach that final presence, it becomes infinitely harder for the survivors, because
For
his
sure.
movement is increased by so much. All right, looks like we have cheerleaders spawning in mid here.
Really avoiding that graveyard area. It really is depending on who you are playing. Usually not the most viable position to spawn in. Certain characters do prosper better there. I would say Perfumer, Enchantress, characters that are based on how long they can survive in a more dense area. Um,
Definitely,
but this is not a cast of characters or survivors that you really want to see.
yeah, absolutely. looks like we're gonna be starting out. Gamekeeper's gonna be making his way towards mid here, towards that cheerleader.
Immediately dragging yourself in. You really want to you really want to catch up to the survivor as much as possible. Looks like we are chasing, I believe that is our cheerleader first.
Ooh, good hook.
Great hook here.
Oh, unfortunately the hook does miss. We're gonna have to
Just
be waiting for that
slightly.
stram, which gives that cheerleader time to recover from her pom-pom. Breaking that pallet, just trying to close distance.
Using that 9 to the best of her abilities. She's really trying her best to loop herself away.
Ooh,
Oh,
gets hooked.
beautiful hook.
From the gamekeeper. Unfortunately, is going to be slowed here, but does manage to make that vault. We have blink up here in 1 second. Could be bad for the cheerleader. Oh, misses the hook, but we might see blink come out here. We see blink. Oh, and the
just
flywheel
missing
comes
the
out.
blink. The beautiful flywheel coming from
Oh,
this
but gets
cheerleader.
hit
Unfortunately,
through
we're
the
gonna
pallet.
hit through the pallet here.
Unfortunately,
You
the
know,
beautiful flywheel.
we had a really great starting kite coming off this cheerleader here. We have a lot of really great progress on our ciphers.
Definitely. Gardner just finishing up her cipher here. We have coordinator coming in. Oh, wait, no, we might have Weeping Clown coming in here for the rescue. Trying to give off that tinnitus just to waste more time. Weeping Clown coming in. Doesn't want to use his rocket this early, but that Gamekeeper's just trying to waste for time before half. Misses the rocket, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, we're getting hit right off chair. But using her motivate here, she's gonna try and get as much distance as she can. But unfortunately, with the character just like the Gamekeeper, distance isn't really much of a problem.
However, we are gonna see. Oh, again with that
beautiful hook.
Again with that hook. Just try. You can't. It's hard to close distance, especially with that tie turner. We do see a trap near the window of Graveyard.
Setting up a lot of good traps here. Really trying to make sure that we're blocking off any access points that we have to this cheerleader.
Looks like we're just trying to stall for time. If that coordinator
This Gamekeeper is really anticipating using that flare there.
There we go. Nice flare gun. Just rescues before the chair is over. We're just going to be ignoring that coordinator because she is stuck at a chip health. Beautiful dodge. Oh, unfortunately.
Oh, that hook.
Ooh, the flywheel.
Woo! Beautiful flywheel. This
Beautiful flywheel manages to get
coming
the
off
pallet.
of. Oh,
Okay,
and
unfortunately, the
a
cheerleader goes down, but we do have, I believe we do have the Weeping Clown over here trying to harass.
Weeping Clown is in the vicinity.
Oh, and he looks like he's gonna go down here.
Also have to remember that the cheerleader also does not have 3, so the 1 cipher remaining here is a little bit of a problem, even if she were to be able to get up and make it to the last cipher. Oh, looks like we are just barely missing that trap here. That coordinator is in a tough spot.
Coordinator unfortunately could not dodge all those hooks.
And as soon as the coordinator goes down, the Weeping Clown gets back up.
See, Gardner's working on a new cipher here. We're gonna see that Weeping Clown wrap around that graveyard here. Ooh, trying to get some progress on that cipher. The Gamekeeper changes targets off chair.
Weeping Clown is in the vicinity.
Use the rocket, cancels the rocket.
Oh, barely missing that hook.
Unfortunate. Gets the hit down on the Weeping Clown, but that did give enough time for the Gardner to go in to rescue the coordinator. However, the Gardner did drop her toolbox for a decoy. Ooh, we're gonna
using
see
the
the
teleport. Just
Coordinator
trying
getting
to
spotted. Oh,
really cut off the decoding here. The coordinator is in a little bit of a tough spot here.
Coordinator trying her best, dodges the hook. That is the best spot you could play against that gamekeeper right there. You just can't counter that. Gotta move on there. Places a trap so the coordinator can't vault, but the coordinator vaults anyways.
Beautiful, beautiful trap placement and beautiful hook. You know, it's a
Looks
really
like we're gonna
great
be
place for
Cypher
the
in
coordinator to hide. Looks like we are going to be trying to put a little bit of pressure on that Cypher here. This is forcing the Gardner to come out.
Ooh, misses the hook. Trying to wait for that bubble to go down, trying to hit the coordinator. Hits the coordinator, but Cypher is primed.
Cypher is primed. Beautiful, beautiful teamwork coming off of these survivors
Misses the hook
here.
just barely.
These hooks are really, really great. You know, putting a trap by the gate really forces them to have to take that trap down and really have to focus on getting.
Decoy comes out.
Oh, beautiful.
Ooh, but unfortunately, it's not going to be able to do anything there. You're leaving the Gardner down. Teleport's ready in 4 seconds here. Coordinator's kind of out of luck here. There's not much she can do. Unfortunately, this is a pretty good spot actually to play against Bane. Unfortunately, the coordinator. Coordinator barely gets. Barely
Really
misses the hit.
Just by the nick of her teeth here, she's
Gets
barely
hit, but Gardner
getting.
is back up.
There's a really great block and evade from from the coordinator
the gate
here.
Isn't quite open. The gate is not quite open. They're leaving the gate because they know he has teleport.
They're going to the other side of the map here.
Gardner's almost at the other gate. Weeping Clown is giving off tinnitus. Detention has 30 seconds left on the clock.
The Gardner does have her Guardian back up, so she does have the opportunity to wrap around and head straight towards the dungeon. Looks like she is going right back to the gate, though.
Weeping Clown just has to last as long as he can. Unfortunately, gets hooked.
Oh, hooked right out of his rocket here.
Unfortunate. Which means that we are most likely going to be getting one person out unless CCC is able to get to the other gate in time. It looks like the Gardner is guaranteeing her spot out. All right.
We are going to see a one-man. You know, that was really insane gameplay coming from this gamekeeper here. You know, phenomenal teamwork coming off of GNC and their survivors here. They had a lot of really great communication, and overall, for how diverse that these survivor picks were, they worked really, really well together.
Yes, they did work really well together. Even though they only got one person out, it just really shows how well they were able to play together and work with each other's abilities. It's just unfortunate couple times where it didn't work out in their favor. But right now we're moving on to second half with GNC is going to be hunting and D3 is going to be on Survivor.
Very excited to see what GNC brings to the table on their hunter side here. You know, I've seen C3 before in the past. We do know that like there's just a lot of diversity with both teams, even just by seeing the first matchup here.
Definitely. We're going to be seeing our Survivor bands soon here, hopefully. Just again, in like good trap placement, especially on that coordinator before the Cypher's prime. Not much she could really do there, unfortunately. She either had to vault or she had to vault or take that and take that trap, or just had to take that hook. Unfortunately, neither was a good option, and she just didn't have anything to help her out in that situation.
You had a lot of really great work coming off of that coordinator there. You know, especially at the end there, her being able to miss that Bane's hit, just by calculating or seeing his hitbox up close. With how wide his hitbox is, it's not very much an easy feat. But she pulled it off super well here. Buying
Absolutely.
just a little bit of time for the clown to get back up.
Absolutely. Letting that Weeping Clown get up was a huge part of their team because that allowed them to prime the Cypher and let the Gardener go into rescue.
It does look like our first bans are going to be Coordinator and Gardener, um, on GNC side, which is, I would say these are very fair choices. Having to see how we have to deal with, how even they play Coordinator, you don't really want to see how, other teams can utilize her just as well. And of
Definitely.
course, Emma
Very
is
strong picks.
strong here as well.
Looks like we're going to be getting our first Survivor picks being Antiquarian for the first time and Novelist. Finally seeing Antiquarian make an appearance. Honestly, Antiquarian on a map is like Eversleeping is a very good pick, being able to stun the hunter, slow her,
Mhm.
slow him down. Just the amount of utility she provides. Looks like our
All
next
right.
turn here.
Yeah, looks
Ooh,
like our next band is the Aeroplanist. You know, another great survivor that we've seen get banned pretty often now. Just because of how much distance he can get, and he offers a lot of support to his teammates.
first officer come making an appearance. Very strong rescuer. Definitely worth the pick with his also with his decoding buff. Ooh, and our last survivor band is going to be Patient. Very good kiter, especially on Eversleeping, with as many walls as there are.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna be seeing that first officer come in, really great support, really heavy rescue support, but also, after using all those pocket watches, being able to help with a decoding buff at the end there is very vital to his team. We're also going to be seeing a patient ban. This really makes me think that we're going to be seeing a hunter who doesn't have the same kind of chase that a lot of other hunters do. Um, Perhaps we might be seeing a disciple play here.
Definitely. Definitely being able to counter that antiquarian and first officer at least a little bit. Maybe even the novelist. A disciple pick would actually be very good for GNC here.
Mhm.
We're just locking in our builds here. We're gonna see that hunter pick here soon.
Mhm. I really do think my favorite thing about being able to really help out and commentate for a tournament is like genuinely being able to see how diverse each team plays and being able to also make predictions along with everyone else. Seeing team compositions that aren't always the typical meta that you see after a peak tier is it's really refreshing.
Definitely. A lot in rank, especially the high tier meta gets especially stale,
Mhm.
especially with like when you see the same team comps over and over. Looks like we are going to be seeing Sangria come out for the hunter on GNC.
Just waiting for everyone's persona builds to come in, but yes, we are going to be seeing that opera singer in here. You know, you have a lot of really great characters here that really will help with the distance and breaking that between you and the opera singer. You really want, especially the acrobat, to be first kite here because he really
Definitely.
could prove just how far he can take this.
Absolutely. I Novelist is definitely going to be GNC's best bet for first kite here. Antiquarian
Mhm.
early game, especially with Sangria, uh, being a single hit hunter, is very difficult with Antiquarian. And again, with the smaller hitbox, it's very hard to hit the first officer while he's invisible.
Mhm. I definitely wholeheartedly agree.
And as we've seen before, that Acrobat being able to lock out the dash, it's like basically negating chase for at least a couple seconds here, is a huge waste of time for the hunter.
Mhm. Yeah, very excited to see just how far we can really push this team composition in. And overall, very excited to see just how utilized this antiquarian is. We really
Definitely.
do not see her as often um as we used to, or even then, she is definitely a force to be reckoned with here.
Definitely. Seeing that antiquarian definitely like it's very interesting because we don't get to see her that often. She's banned so often that we haven't really gotten to see much antiquarian gameplay and how she plays out with characters like Opera. So hopefully we get some interesting spawns here. I'm gonna I'm gonna do the assumption first officer is gonna be spawning in mid.
Hmm.
Definitely first officer is probably most likely gonna be in mid here. Gonna probably be seeing that antiquarian maybe near bottom. Yeah, that novelist is probably trying to spawn closer to either the cipher or attempt to rotate to graveyard early.
Hmm. This is definitely one of those positions where you definitely really want certain survivors in the positions that will work best. Um, Graveyard is one of those places where spawning there is just, it can lead to a bit of a struggle if you're not playing certain survivor that fits best there. There are certain survivors that I just feel work much better.
Definitely.
Looks like we are going to be restarting just because we did not get persona builds in. Um, and we're just gonna do a nice clean rerun. I'm very excited to see how the matches go on. From here on forth, I am just letting everyone know that after this match I will be hopping off, but Mima will be taking my place. But I hope to enjoy this match with you guys.
Hopefully we get an interesting last match with you here.
I would enjoy.
See some unique and interesting plays. And it looks like we are all set to go back. We're going to be picking the same spawns as before.
Yep, same spawn placements, same everything. Again, I love Eversleeping for what it is, and it is one of my favorite maps to play on, especially when I get the opportunity to really be able to play Priestess, and I hope that soon we'll be able to see Priestess to her full extent soon.
Definitely. We
You
haven't
know,
gotten to see a lot of priest. We haven't gotten to see
mm-mm.
pretty much any priestess this game, but hopefully we do get to see some more soon. Looks like we've loaded in, same spawn point. Looks like we're heading immediately towards that middle section there. Quick dashes here from GNC, immediately catching up with that first officer here.
Really being able to take that first officer out of the playing field is
Ooh, pocket watch
definitely
comes
what
out.
you want best. Getting a little lost in the hypnosis of the first officer here. Looks like the opera singer is just trying her best to really catch on to a different survivor here.
Definitely. It looks like we're going to be going after that acrobat in graveyard here. Oh, and we do notice that our Sangria here does have excitement, probably preparing for that Antiquarian to harass.
You know, the Antiquarian has a lot of really great harassment capabilities here, despite past just being able to support herself with her jump and the small speed boost that she even gets.
Ooh, beautiful hit
on that first officer.
Quickly catching up here. First officer does have one more pocket watch that's going to be used right now.
Using these pocket watches, especially so early on in the game here.
Oh, just barely gets hit by that second pocket watch.
Especially super early.
Oh, gets the hit on the first
beautiful
officer.
Hit. Really beautiful prediction coming off of the Sangria here.
We do,
really...
however, have two ciphers done though, but their rescuer is down. Their strongest rescuer.
Their strongest rescuer is down. Unfortunately, this does leave the Sangria to really have to buy for time here and sit on this first officer as much as she can, but also at the same time delay decoding as much as possible, which is a fair thing because I believe.
Oh, first officer's rescued behind Opera Singer's back. Barely misses that fire bomb. Gets hit through the pallet.
Beautiful hit through that pallet. Looks like that novelist is still just decoding out there.
Yeah, that novelist giving tinnitus, distracting the opera singer, definitely helped out with that rescue, but unfortunately, just against an opera singer, it's hard to create as much distance. We do see Acrobat coming in here, probably trying to run away from the chair. Novelist jumping down, Acrobat taking a hit. Missed the novelist going into graveyard. Oh, nope, we're going back. But however, our first officer is successfully rescued. Heading immediately over to where they are. Just barely misses the pallet stun on the novelist. Unfortunately, first officer is going to go down here. The ciphers are being worked
Really
on.
great fight being done by this first officer here. Unfortunately, we are going to see him get sent back to the manor, and the antiquarian decoding right here in the Sangria's face. You know, we're going to be utilizing this graveyard as much as possible.
Definitely, we're gonna be seeing Antiquarian get hit here. Hasn't seen the blink, so hopefully we see Antiquarian assuming that the hunter has excitement. Going back at that novelist here, getting swapped. Taking the hit
Beautiful
though, unfortunately.
hit. Did have a little bit of a rough start to the beginning of this match, but you know, we are
Jumping back.
seeing a really great comeback coming off of this Sangria here.
Definitely. After that weak early game, we had a very strong end game here.
Still right in the middle here, but working on the last two ciphers, trying to really put a lot of pressure here.
Cypher going after. Oh, the cipher pops. We do have Antiquarian kiting and graveyard. Teleport's back. We do have trump card ready though, in case we have a teleport coming up. Looks like Sangria is making her way over to Novelist. Gets hit through
Beautiful
the pallet,
hit through that pallet. We are just seeing so slowly the speed that the opera singer has.
If we see a teleport over here, ooh, we're seeing a teleport, but the Antiquarian is the one at gate right now. We're seeing her stun.
Oh.
10-second stun gives enough time to. Ooh, and the Sangria teleports back, hoping to catch the acrobat off guard, who's trying to go into the rescue.
Really pushing here to cut these survivors off as much as possible. You know, that stun is just so detrimental here. Especially at a time like this, we are gonna see the acrobat try and go in for a rescue. The Sangria is just so fast, she's just gonna cut him off right here.
Unfortunately, not much acrobat can do right here. Manages to dodge the hit, she can't dash anymore.
Ooh, another beautiful hit through that pallet. You know, that takes a lot of discipline coming off of the Sangria here. She is still trying to get that gate open. She is right in that gate, which means this is going to be a one-man escape.
So first round is going to be a tie here.
E3.
All right. Both teams, we have both gotten three men have been sent back to the manor. So it looks like we're gonna be tied for our first round.
We had a really great matchup today with this team here. You know, overall, really enjoyed the communication that you could clearly see coming off of the side of C3. You know, this is a team that's been rooted for a good few years now, which means they have a lot of built-in trust with each other, and being able to communicate with each other the exact position of where they are and how well they want to execute things. It shows. It really shows.
Definitely. No, they especially against the Sangria, there's you have to do a lot to play against her. And so there were some unfortunate moments, like the first officer getting hit out of his pocket watch there, but it was just mostly unlucky. But we did have some great support from the novelist and acrobat coming out.
We had a lot of really great discipline coming off of this opera singer. You know, heading through pallets and missing pallet stuns is sometimes can be a little tricky. So, especially at the end game here where we had been pinching for time, it really paid off.
Definitely. All right, looks like we're going to be heading into round 2 here soon.
Well, I'm really glad I got to experience that. I'm going to be taking my leave, but thank you guys so much for having me. I'll see you guys next weekend.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Have a great day.
I'm all alone. All right, and looks like we got Mima here. Hi, Mima.
Hello. Hi, Trickster. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me, and thank you so much for Mian's hard work. It was really great to be on the audience, and I'm really happy to hop right in. Um, that was such a fun first round.
I agree. Seeing as much teamwork as they did have, it was very interesting, especially because we got to see our first antiquarian here.
Absolutely. It's a little bit unfortunate that she's going to end up as a global ban, but it was nice to see her in the first round, especially on a map like Ever Sleeping. I feel like it's a fun map to utilize her.
Definitely. Unfortunately, the hunter did bring excitement, which does suck for the antiquarian, meaning she didn't get to use her stick that often. But
For sure. I
fortunately,
think
they played it off very well.
agreed. I'm really glad to see how well they were able to utilize not just their character capabilities but their game sense as well. I was really captivated and on the edge of my seat when I saw that last cipher pop.
Definitely.
I was at first thinking that the opera singer was dropping down early to get that acrobat in case that they were going to take the vault, but
Mhm.
seeing them make the mad dash for the antiquarian and that antiquarian just knowing when to pop really made
Definitely.
for an intense situation at our end game there.
Absolutely. I do think that it was a very stressful game, and both teams did super well. So seeing a tie the first round already, it's very impressive from both sides being able to get 3 people from each. Especially as fast as Opera Singer was. It was very hard to pressure both gates at once like she did.
Yeah, I 100% agree. It does look like we're going into round two here. We're going to be in the first half. I'm really excited to see how these team compositions are going to be looking like, especially with our map pick. Let me squint
Looks like we're
here.
gonna be doing that. Looks like we're gonna be at Chinatown.
Ooh, another really fun and open map. I feel like it's good for both survivors and hunter in the sense that there's some really strong areas, but there's also a lot of open space that you'll end up having to pass through when you're transitioning.
Yeah, especially those huge open areas when you want to get to good kiting areas. It's very important.
Yeah, agreed. And speaking of these good kiting areas, they can definitely diminish in their value once those window vaults get broken.
Definitely. And I know a lot of hunters are gonna be like when they get someone chaired, if it's one near one of those vaulting spots, they're gonna be vaulting over that to try to get that out of the way as soon as they can.
Oh, absolutely. That's a fun little trick. We'll see how it goes. I definitely am looking forward to seeing maybe some more sneaky plays. We saw a little bit of that in our last match too, when the tinnitus baiting was able to get a backdoor rescue there. So we'll see if it works in the survivor's favor here.
Definitely. Looks like we're gonna be seeing a seer and priestess band, very standard bands, especially for a map like Chinatown. Priest is super strong on this map, especially
Oh,
with
absolutely.
how large the buildings can get and how many like different angles you can get.
Yeah, and considering that these teams have been communicating really well with each other, it would be no surprise for a priestess to utilize their portals and help the survivors transition instead of going out into the open. The seer ban is again pretty standard, but it does take some hunters out of the possibility pool in
Definitely.
terms of, yeah.
All right, and it looks like we're getting our first survivor picks up here soon. Hopefully, we're seeing some new characters and maybe a couple we haven't seen before. And it looks like we're gonna be getting a patient and a forward in.
Oh, these are
Definitely
some
good
really solid
factors.
picks. Yeah, definitely. And considering the terrain, I feel like there's a lot of more opportunities for them to utilize both their hooks and their rugby ball, less terrain to accidentally crash into or get stuck on.
Definitely, and that patient, especially going to be strong at 2-story, being able to hook himself up onto those stairs.
Yeah,
It's
I
gonna be extremely strong.
agreed, and we can definitely anticipate a more optimal spawn selection in terms of the patient.
Definitely.
So we are going to be moving into the bands next. I would hope for a toy merchant, considering she makes a pretty good priestess alternative, and her catapults are really strong in terms of making it past open space. But it does look like she's going to be taken off the table here.
Fortunately, she is very strong in Ever Sleeping, being able to glide from a lot of places on the map.
That's
Mostly,
right.
her catapults have offer very good support. Again, basically doing the same thing as the patient hook. It's you either have to ban one or the other, and Toy Merchant being able to support the same way patient can kite, it's very difficult.
Absolutely. And with a lot of um, aim as well, a lot of those catapults could be utilized to get from the regular ground up onto the second stories. I know there's some pretty cool catapult spots that you can take for the bridges, for example, the little overpasses.
Definitely. Right. Looks like we have our next survivor pick in, which is Lawyer, a very good pick on this map with how big these buildings are. You're able to the hunter won't be able to mind game you as well. You basically can see the hunter. You're able to rotate super easily based on how the hunter is playing.
Agreed, and it's really going to help out in terms of communicating with your teammates. Sawyer is a really solid pick in general, and it's really going to help out the team if this lawyer especially doesn't get found first thing.
Definitely. And we should be getting our fourth survivor ban here soon. I'm definitely expecting. Who would we expect? Fourth for fourth ban, honestly here. Maybe a harasser would be a good ban, but it looks like our fourth ban is going to be. All right.
They might opt for a rescuer instead, in case this forward doesn't want to bring Tide.
Definitely.
I do see Patience bringing Tide as well, though. A kiting build definitely helps him out, especially if he utilizes the hooks early on. Um,
We are seeing the psychologist get banned though.
mhm. It does look like our final lock-in is going to be Barmaid.
Ooh, interesting. I don't think we've seen a barmaid yet, have we?
Not yet. I'm really excited to see how they
I'm super
utilize
excited to see
Stamina.
this.
If she ends up getting the first kite, then she'll be able to utilize that Dovlin to hopefully heal herself. But if not, it's going to be really fun to see her assist the team.
Definitely. Especially if they know how to do the rescue drink trick when the survivor gets right off chair, that could be super helpful for that team, especially with how strong these kiters are.
Agreed. I absolutely love that trick. It's nice being able to see barmaids pull it off. Um, and it really helps out when you, even if you don't have Tide, it's worth taking that rescue and trying to utilize that drink to have you up at full health, hopefully, if you can rebound.
Definitely. That speed drink definitely will help her be able to rotate to better spots.
And gain distance from the hunter as well. So we are going to get our builds locked in here. I guess considering that they don't have a rescue, we could anticipate that forward with Tide. Though I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't end up getting that.
Oh my god, we're seeing a clerk come out on Chinatown.
Oh, this is going to be a
Oh, I'm so
really...
excited.
Me too. It's always a pleasure to see clerk matches. It could go on for longer, but that's all the more fun to watch. I definitely think this is going to be a pretty intense matchup. I know we discussed it earlier, but considering the abilities of Clerk, they're going to have to be even more extra careful when it comes to vaulting things and getting recorded, because it's going to be a
Definitely.
lot more easier for Keegan to take down those possible vaults.
Absolutely. And the survivors just, especially with that Demi, she's going to have to watch out so the other survivors don't have, so she doesn't have any pilot recordings because that could really mess with the Demi healing or kiting.
Agreed. I'm hoping to see a little bit more of the hit recordings from the clerk as well. I know they have the
Definitely.
barmaid to help out with chip damage, but it's always so fun to see those tricky plays, especially when it comes to chair camps as well, getting in that extra hit.
Definitely. And it looks like we're going to be starting with our spawns here. We're going to see Lawyer start around to the right side of the map. Oh, on second,
Okay.
second story.
Okay, so we're gonna opt a little bit away from there. I wonder if this clerk is. Oh, so we're not going to spawn over at the blue lights area. Clerk is going to spawn right next to the patient. All right, so we are going into the first half of round 2 with our C3 survivors up against our GNC Hunter. Good luck to both teams. Now we're going to see the clerk commit to this patient over here, and patient is doing a really good job of creeping and getting rid of that trail. Clerk is actually going to rotate over towards the middle and double check on that cipher, but we aren't going to see clerk move over to the lawyer cipher. We're instead going to see clerk move over to the middle where forward is out and about, and we're going into the restaurant area.
Definitely, and it looks like we're going to be sticking with that forward chase, getting that harasser out as soon as you can.
Yeah, and if we can utilize this rugby ball early on.
Gets the pallet recording.
Right, and we've used about a quarter of our rugby ball, and we are going to get a beautiful recording of that pallet drop. Yes.
Good timing on that clerk.
Luckily, we aren't going to be having basement here, but it does seem that forward is our tidebringer, so we're not going to see broken windows or anything get utilized here. We do have a little bit more of rugby ball, but Blink is online at this point. Oh, excellent usage of the vault recording.
Preventing that forward from going in. Does use the pallet recording, saving the delay. Gets a terror shock on the. Oh my god.
Amazing Blink to terror shock the forward. Now at this point in the game, we have utilized all of the rugby ball from forward's end. So we're going to see forward get shared right outside of the restaurant. This is a tough situation.
Just even having that circle around the cipher is enough to scare the survivors off of it, even if you don't have any scrolls. We did see Clerk get one recording of her fault as she was going to pick up forward. So we do have one in reserve.
It does look like we have patient moving in, giving that tinnitus, though we're not quite close to have a rescue just yet. Forward is going to get pushed a little half over here, but barmaid and lawyer do have pretty good progress on their ciphers.
Seems the lawyer has switched over to a different cipher, probably just to avoid that clerk, leaving a cipher almost decoded. That looks like that barmaid's about to finish her cipher up.
Yeah, this clerk is doing a really good job of keeping an eye on that lawyer, especially considering that he is the decoder of their team.
It seems we're selling the forward just so we can get as much decoding as we can. That clerk being able to pressure those ciphers, it's very hard. Patient tried his best giving tinnitus, but unfortunately it just was not enough.
And now, without that tinnitus triggered, we are going to have clerk move around and find their next target. Patient has done a really good job to keep themselves out of line of sight for this clerk, but of course, since we've been keeping a close eye on this lawyer, they're going to be the next target.
Definitely, and it looks like the lawyer's cipher was about halfway done, so if one of his teammates are able to make their way back, gets that recording on the patient being able to lock the cipher.
Oh my goodness. Ooh, excellent usage of the pallet dropping to pick up that pallet. We are going to have lawyer take a hit here.
Again, spectating that cipher, just not letting them decode.
And now that lawyer is utilizing this blue lights area, it does take these ciphers off the table for the moment. We really need to be careful of the basement over here in case he ends up getting chaired.
Breaking the pallet with her recording gets that pallet out of the way super fast. Blink is up in a second here. We're not going to see it come out just yet, but we are going to see Lawyer down here. Again, his Cypher being locked there.
Yeah. Good on making distance from these other possible chairs, though again, this this chair is pretty close to some older ciphers, and with the cipher on the opposite side of the map being closely watched by this clerk, it does really slow down their decoding.
Definitely. And I assume we have a couple of recording copies at this moment. Looks like we have Barmaid gonna heal herself. However, Blink is gonna be ready. Might take her out with the charge attack here. Oh,
And
the
we
charge
are!
attack reaches.
Unfortunately, Barmaid is going to get stuffed at the chair. Patient is now on the move, but at this point, Lawyer is pretty close to getting sent back to the manor on this first chair.
Unfortunately, most likely won't make it in time to get that Lawyer. The patient is giving tinnitus here. Gets spotted by the clerk. Probably trying to distract so the barmaid is able to heal up. Give her enough time to mix the drink. We're gonna see patient being first cut this guy here.
Excellent
Just
usage
in
of the
time to dodge
hook.
the hit.
Oh,
Blocks the
excellent
window.
usage of that recording to block the patient. Oh, we are gonna see a flywheel.
Trying to fade out the pallet.
Good patience on
Gets
the patient.
recording.
We are gonna see a hit here.
Barmaid's healing herself up. See, patient getting ready to use another hook here, trying to create more distance.
Oh, unfortunately, we
but
aren't
it's
going
the
to
hook.
get that hook. Yeah, like Trickster said, it did end up canceling that second hook, so we are only going to have one left. We do still have pickup on the patient, but Barmaid at this moment is in the chest. Oh, unfortunately, we are going to pull a syringe after healing ourselves from those last goblins.
Yeah, unfortunately, not much you can do unless you're playing Doctor. With a syringe, there's not much you can do as another survivor with that syringe. It takes far too long to heal, and you're just gonna probably end up taking another hit right after you do finish.
That's right, and our hunter is keeping a really close eye on this middle cipher. And we're gonna see a charge hit here on the barmaid. And she's gonna take the speed boost to go up the... Oh, we're not going to go up to the second story, but instead... Oh, get pallet baited here, unfortunately. Now, Barmaid has expended the self-pickup, so we are just going to see a switch to teleport here. And now Patient is going to utilize the last hook
Ooh,
over here.
Gorgeous hook. Another vault recording here.
We are going to see Patient go up the hotel stairs. We don't have too much to work with considering the pallets here have already been utilized and broken. Flywheel is almost online for this patient. Oh, excellent usage of the recording to pick up that pallet.
Unfortunately, Fly was a little too early to get the patient down. Securing the foreman for GNC.
Yeah, really well played on GNC's end. This is a really intense match, as of course, there was a lot of pressure on both the survivors decoding as well as the survivor who was first chased as well. We saw the forward expend a lot of their items, and as well as the barmaid, the patient. We're not going to see quite a surrender yet, but it's up to the clerk to figure out where this barmaid has dropped and crawled
Barely
over
missed
to.
the barmaid. Barmaid crawling away. Unfortunately, might be spotted. Yep, is spotted right here.
Yes, unfortunately, we aren't going to get that dungeon crawl escape, so we are going to be securing that 4-man elimination. This puts GNC in a good spot with a 5 points off of this matchup.
Alright, and it looks like we're moving on to round 2, second half, where we are going to have C3 hunting and GNC surviving.
I'm definitely looking forward to the next match. They'll really have to um, put in their all to match this four-man elimination.
Definitely, and I'm looking forward to seeing how C3 is gonna have to play with this because they are gonna need the four-man to tie the score.
Agreed. So we are going to be moving on to the ban and pick selection. I do believe that our global bans are going to be for coordinator and gardener. I definitely think this is one of those maps that Gardner is good on. So it's a shame we won't be seeing her. Maybe I'm just biased, but I do appreciate how a lot of these chairs end up a little bit clumped together, so it's easier to dismantle them and harass the hunter, even if it's just out of inconvenience.
Definitely.
Of course, for our next survivor bans, we can definitely anticipate Priestess taken off the table once again, considering this is a really great map for her to utilize those portals and assist teammates, but we'll be waiting on A3 for those bans. I'm also curious to see if they're going to opt for taking out their round one hunter in terms of banning, or take the opportunity to ban a different hunter that they might not want to see.
Chinatown is a strong map for Gamekeeper, but I honestly don't think we will be seeing him again. I with the team comp we just had, I saw like as we saw, Clerk is very strong for this map, and you want
Mhm.
a lot of map pressure for a map like Chinatown.
Agreed. So it looks like we are going to be taking Priestess off the table as well as Aeroplanist.
Yeah, Airplane is being able to take as much distance as he can. It's going to be, especially in Chinatown, it's very hard for that hunter to catch up with someone like that.
Absolutely, and getting to utilize that hover, if the hunter gets a little too close for comfort, is also going to help them out as would help them out as well. So it's smart to take him off the table as well. I'm manifesting the toy merchant again. Excuse my bias, but she definitely makes for a really good alternative
Definitely.
to both of these survivors.
Definitely a toy merchant. Toy merchant is a very strong pick on this map, so we might see that for one of the first picks, so they can get her as soon as they can before she's banned.
Agreed. At this point, it would probably be better to, if they wish to utilize the toy merchant, to utilize that toy merchant before she gets banned. And of course, even if she does get global banned, she makes for a really helpful alternative.
Definitely looking forward to that, because Toy Merchant has such insane support on this map, and honestly, would be a huge pick for GNC if they're able to use her.
That's right.
So hopefully we see our picks here soon.
Yeah, we're cutting a little close to our time limit in terms of ban and picks, but I believe they're going to be banning a hunter first thing. And it does look like
Keeper.
we are going to be opting for that Gamekeeper ban. Like you said, Trickster, it is a pretty solid map for Gamekeeper.
Definitely, it's a very, especially with some of the trap locations you can get, you can lock off areas like the stairs at hotel, or honestly like just pretty much any of those drops off of the bridge. There's very narrow locations on this map, and it's very hard to deal with that when you're playing against a Bane.
Agreed.
especially how we saw C3 play, especially how we saw C3 play Gamekeeper in round 1.
Yeah, that
Definitely
was
know
a
that the
really
Gamekeeper is a very strong pick.
yeah, it was a really intense match. Even though they were doing their best to avoid these hooks, um, they were really able to utilize the hook not only to chip those survivors, but to cancel out their abilities. And we are going to be seeing Antiquarian and Toy Merchant. Very happy
Very
to see
strong
them
picks.
both.
Very strong picks for GNC.
That's right. I mean, we've gone over the strengths of Toy Merchant, especially in a map like Chinatown. But another strong pick for this map is Antiquarian. There's a lot that you can do, even just in terms of kiting. So if we do end up with another situation where the hunter ends up bringing excitement, there's still a lot you can do in terms of getting that speed boost, or just even taking the jump over a vault.
Definitely. And it looks like our third survivor pick is going to be a mercenary. Definitely a very strong survivor, especially with how much kiting they have on this team available to them.
Agreed. And we did end up taking Female Dancer and Embalmer off of the table, who I do believe were some pretty solid choices as well. There's a lot of ciphers and palettes close enough for Female Dancer to really optimize where we're gonna put those boxes. And considering that Cypher Rush was a little bit of an issue in the last match, it would be helpful to not really have a decoder, but a pseudo decoder like Dancer in terms of the fast boxes. And of course, Embalmer is pretty strong. We have not one, but two stories to utilize the coffin at. But we are going to be seeing Lawyer as our fourth and final pick.
Also, very good pick. As we saw, he's able to rotate super easily and play off of basically his map, being able to see where the hunter is.
Yeah, agreed. And I mean, even if we do end up seeing the hunter take that spawn by the lawyer, it's really going to help the lawyer out to be able to rotate as quickly as possible.
Definitely.
For whichever area we do end up having to go. I'm curious to see which hunter we're going to be seeing next.
Yep, we're just currently locking in builds for GNC right now, and hopefully we see our hunter, who our hunter is after that. I'm hoping for maybe a Naiad pick, honestly.
I definitely think this is a really great map for Naiad as well. Sorry for pulling out of VC. I accidentally joined on my laptop.
You okay? We might see another clerk here, or we might see definitely a faster chase hunter, especially to deal with that antiquarian and toy merchant.
Mm-hmm. I hope we see a hunter that we haven't quite seen in this tournament yet so far. I mean, we are on day 3. Oh, we're going to be seeing.
Oh my god!
Wizard! Where's Bones?
I was literally talking about this. Oh my god! I am so happy. I was hoping for this. I needed. Oh my god, Lucino. I was literally hoping for this earlier. Oh my god.
Oh, I'm so hyped. I definitely think that this is another really great map for the evil reptilian. And they're really going to be have to be careful with the vaults that they're going to be taking and which areas they're going to use up, especially considering that lethal crash.
Definitely, especially with his buff being able to, it targets everyone in that area, being able to, and that infinite jump is going to be super hard for that other team to counter. Even Toy Merchant, like countering that Toy Merchant, like basically doing the same thing that Toy Merchant does, being able to jump like that.
Mm-hmm. Even if they do maximize distance in terms of the Toy Merchant catapults, getting to rotate fast enough, the evil reptilian choice is really going to pose a threat to this team composition. Oh, I'm so excited already. I hope we just get right into it here. So it does look like we're going to see a no borrowed time Annie here. We're going to set up in the blue lights middle area for this Annie. And we're going to see Lawyer and Ezukarin take the opposite ends, the opposite gate, and of course our rescuer
Definitely.
down the middle.
We're going to be trying to lock that cipher in your top left. They're definitely a strong cipher to lock, especially taking that hotel area is going to be especially important because that means no time for the lawyer to rotate their toy merchant to set up her catapults to help support.
Exactly. I'm wondering who we're going to take as our first target because Lawyer is still able to go the other way if we don't chase him first, but it does allow Toy Merchant to set up here. So we are going to be moving into the second half of round 2. Oh my gosh, good luck to both teams. This is a really good spawn. So we are going to see Toy Merchant as our first target here. We aren't going to be able to set up at all.
Immediately rotating towards that middle here, spawning 2 survivors.
So we are going to...
Toy Merchant.
Yeah, we're going to catch up to Toy Merchant pretty fast, who does run into the lawyer, but it seems like we're going to commit to this Toy Merchant. Now, we haven't quite utilized our glider quite yet, but we are going to see Toy Merchant avoid those stairs. Really good anticipation on this Toy Merchant from avoiding the lizard so far. And we're not going to see a hit connect over at this pallet here quite yet. All right.
Toy Merchant being able to pull a good distance here. Playing with that Lucina on the pallet.
Oh, excellent pallet stun.
We're not going to break that pallet.
Oh, we're going to see a catapult utilized. Oh, really excellent jump here.
Amazing catapult. Pulls out the blink for that first hit there.
Are we going to break this catapult? Oh, we're going to commit to this chase. So we're going to anticipate. Oh, unfortunately. Right, and Toy Merchant is on those stairs. Going to end up. Oh, we're going to cut off the.
Jump, unfortunately.
These two are like constantly like one step ahead of each other. This is like a really huge mind game here. The cipher progress is looking great. Oh my goodness! Unfortunately,
but it canceled. It did not put his jump on cooldown.
Oh.
We are gonna see Toy Merchant jump back down, pushing out the flywheel so she can vault that. We have 2 ciphers remaining. The last 2 ciphers are already being worked on.
Oh my goodness. If we do see Toy Merchant to continue extending this kite, they'll have to be mindful that she's the only... Actually, she's not the only member bringing no borrowed time on this team. But we are going to see Toy Merchant go down here. They do have really great cipher progress here, and we do have a mercenary all ready to go with full elbow pads. And we... Oh my goodness. Oh, so we are going to get a pause on this deduction. No worries while we wait for things to sort out. That was still a really intense match to witness so far.
Oh, it looks like our Toy Merchant has crashed, so we're just going to be waiting for a minute for them to reconnect.
No! IDV said no. No more rights. You did enough. You did your part.
It looks like we're going to be starting back up here soon. Hopefully not too much of not too bad for the survivor.
That's right. Honestly, I've never really seen Lizard do those jumps there, so I was surprised to see how it was going to go when we saw those jumps around the staircase, including the one on the inside. All right, we're going to continue with this matchup, and we're going to continue to have Toy Merchant get basemented and get put in the very last chair.
In the very back, that could be difficult, but we do have the mercenary who's very strong when it comes to rescuing from the basement with those elbow pads. Immediately going to take that opportunity. This is a very short area to jump in, unfortunately not landing that lethal crash.
Ooh, real
gorgeous
clean.
Elbow pad.
And we are going to have the last cipher primed.
seeing that lethal crash and going on last effort, unfortunately, which means the toy merchant does not have borrowed time.
They might push for a second rescue in this case. Just as long as we can get away from basement right here.
Ooh,
We are gonna see the
doesn't break
catapult.
pallet.
Oh,
The
oh!
catapult oh, misses the jump.
We're going to see the last cipher get popped, and we are going to unfortunately see this toy merchant go down, but we do have some solid progress on both gates.
Exit gates are already being decoded as that last cipher was popped. Lawyer's gate is almost open.
And the mercenary is not too far behind. We still have that full health. Are we gonna get in through? Yes, we are. Oh. All right, and we do.
And we have a 3-man from GNC.
Wow, really great play. And really great response to the last match. It was really fun to see not the decoder get chased for not both of these matches. We ended up seeing the lawyer get to peacefully decode, and we did have some actual kiters get utilized to their fullest potential. I really do think that it was good for Toy Merchant to take that spawn, and although that we saw that catapult later on into the game, there was just a lot of anticipation in terms of how the hunter was going to play. And same for the hunter as well. I definitely think that they were trying to guesstimate what the other person was going to do, and they played around a lot on the stairs and the double story, and it made for a really intense matchup all around.
Definitely. I'm surprised we didn't actually see Toy Merchant pull out her glider earlier.
Same.
She's definitely very patient with that, especially with the longer cooldown than the catapult. You do definitely have to wait longer with that glider being pulled out.
Yeah, that's right. And not breaking the catapult earlier on allowed for the toy merchant to utilize it not once, but 3 times, I believe, because we did see a little endgame catapult there.
Definitely.
So it does look like we are going to be pushing for a round 3 in that case. I'm definitely eager to see a round 3 considering how well both of these teams played. This matchup is pretty neck and neck, and I feel like that goes for all of the teams competing in this tournament so far.
All right. Yep, we're moving on to round 3 here. Score is currently 12-5 with that 3-man elimination on GNC's side. Or yeah, the full team wipe on GNC's side and 3-man escape puts them in the lead by quite a bit.
Yeah, definitely. They're really gonna go all out for round 3, which is gonna be a little bit tough considering we've got a lot of survivors taken off in terms of global ban as well as just like regular bans. I'm hoping to see some more surprise pick, especially since we saw picks like Evil Reptilian that we haven't quite seen yet in this tournament.
Definitely.
I'm hoping that we see an even bigger map get utilized for round 3. I know we had Ever Sleeping Town, we had Chinatown just in the previous match. But I would love to see something like Moonlit River Park or perhaps
Definitely.
Lakeside Village. I guess
We have not.
Leo's
I don't think
could.
we've seen either. Leo's definitely an interesting map to pick, but it is a very survivor-sided map with that factory loop there.
Agreed. All right. So, okay. That makes sense in terms of points. I feel like this is the toughest part of tournaments, actually keeping score, but we have lovely staff keeping tabs on this. We're proceeding into round 3 because of the tie in the round 1. And it's in GNC's lead as of right now. So C3 is going to have to catch up 4 points for this round 3.
Definitely. All right, and let's see. We have the teams discussing on what map they want to ban.
Yeah, considering it's going to be C3 choosing the map, since they're the ones with the more pressure in terms of having to catch up in points, I wonder if they're going to opt for something that's more in favor of their survivor or their hunter. I know it really depends on the team and the players you've got.
I'm feeling they're going to be playing more for their hunter. And definitely, if Gamekeeper isn't banned, I definitely think Moonlit will be a very strong map. Because we, like, first round, we saw how strong their Gamekeeper can be.
Absolutely, and I
Gamekeeper's very strong on Moonlit.
agreed. And there are just so many areas where you can set those traps out that it's honestly really hard to keep track. That even if you witness the gamekeeper setting down these traps, it's totally possible for anyone to just completely misstep and end up there anyways.
Definitely.
Now it does look like we are going to be taking Red Church off the table. But
Ooh, and it looks like we're playing Leos.
yes, we were just talking about this trickster. I definitely think that this is a really fun map to go against. I know it's not everyone's favorite, but considering how much terrain there is and how many strong kiting areas there are,
Definitely.
not just the factory loot, but I am a Moongate Ruins fan over by the shack.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like even though it's not the greatest to be in corners, each corner has its own little strengths that you can utilize.
Very strong pick on this map again if she's not banned. However, as we saw last time, they had a very good toy merchant.
Agreed. So it does look like we are going to be having GNC starting off with survivors again. Unfortunately, Toy Merchant is going to be taken off the table due to getting globally banned and locked in the previous. This also takes Antiquarian, Gardener, and Coordinator off the table. If somehow Priestess doesn't get banned first thing, I definitely think that would be a pretty strong choice, but I don't anticipate that they won't. How do I say this? English. We aren't going to be seeing Priestess because it is another one of those maps that really she can help out a lot. Not just for the factory loop, but just the global portal in general. It's such a huge map that making the distance is really important. Sometimes the ciphers are just so spread out, or depending on spawn or how the survivors have rotated, there's often times where maybe half of the map, the ciphers will be decoded, and you really need someone to take the last cipher or so, and it's just on the complete opposite side. And same goes for like rescues and stuff. Sometimes we end up with people. Sometimes we don't end up with people chaired near anybody, as a matter of fact.
Airplane is just.
So we're gonna see Aeroplanist and Mercenary taken off the table, and so we are going to be seeing Aeroplanist and Mercenary taken off the table, but it does make room for the possible Priestess pick. Welcome back. And it does look like we are going to be seeing Gamekeeper banned as well as Fool's Gold. I'm literally clenching my teeth right now. Sorry, personal bias aside. We are not going to see either of these hunters, which, fair enough. I do feel like Leo's Memory is a pretty solid choice for Fool's Gold. There's a lot of terrain that you can get that pickaxe on, as well as when you set up the magnetic rock. You really have to watch out for that. So taking him off the table is a lot more of a safer choice. And we are going to be seeing Perfumer and Lawyer as our first survivor lock-ins.
Honestly, very strong picks, especially for a map like Leo's. Perfumer being able to perfume on that second story in Factory, it's just super strong. And that Lawyer being able to, like, again, Factory is just a super strong area for all the survivors.
And
Pretty
we
much
are going
wide
to
open.
be we're going to be taking Embalmer off the table as well. I do think that this is one of his best maps, especially with how big it is. And if we were to have that factory spawn, it would be strong to place your coffin there, not just for yourself, but potentially your other teammates.
Definitely.
Ooh, so our next survivor picks are going to be Cheerleader and Weeping Clown. A first officer was unfortunately taken off the table, but it seems like GNC is not going to be opting for a designated rescuer for this team composition.
Interesting choice, but honestly, the kiters they have 3 super solid kiters, and with that recent Lawyer buff, it's going to be very hard to catch up with these survivors.
Agreed. And if we have the support of either Cheerleader or Weeping Clown, it could really make to extend a kite.
Definitely, and with that cooldown reset on Cheerleader, that Perfumer is going to be kiting for a long time.
Oh, agreed. Especially if she ends up with the first kite. We've been lucky enough to see Lawyers not take the first kite. So I'm curious to see what builds they're going to end up with. But I just distinctly remember I had a Leo's memory match yesterday with a Weeping Clown. And I was about to get basemented, but he saved me with a rocket just before the hunter dropped down. And I'm anticipating some really fun rocket plays. I didn't really expect it at all, but I'm always amazed with what Weeping Clown players are able to pull off when they're able to land their rockets. So
Definitely.
here's to hoping that we see a lot of that.
And as soon as they finish locking in their survivor builds, we should be getting our hunter here soon.
That's right. I'm hoping that we end up with another hunter that we haven't seen so far. It's been really fun to not see our standard. Oh, we are going to be seeing an opera singer.
Definitely a very standard counter to this team, being able to catch up with that Cheerleader and Weeping Clown. And that Perfumer, it's going to be very, very hard for the survivors, but they have a lot of utility they can use to play against this. Opera singer.
Agreed. And despite the large size of Leo's memory, it's a pretty good opera singer map in terms of making that distance. Not just to catch up with these survivors who can make a lot of it, but just in general. We have like a lot of spaced out ciphers and whatnot that they're really gonna have to stay on top of things.
Definitely.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what builds that we are going to end up with. Bones mentioned it in the chat. This is the bans are quite rescuer phobic, so I'm curious to see who is going to end up being our tiebringer, if at all.
My bet is going to be on maybe the Weeping Clown.
Hmm.
And honestly, I've seen a couple Lawyer tied builds, honestly.
Yeah, same here. I have been seeing a lot of cheerleaders bring Tide in the Koa group stage. I know that recently wrapped up, but that's always an option. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't end up bringing Tide, considering GNC does have a lead in points here. It's no wonder that we're going to be seeing an opera singer pick to maximize the potential of our hunter here and try and reap the best results to catch up.
Definitely.
Oh, so it does look like we're going to be bringing a double tide, and this perfumer is not going to be bringing borrowed time. We're gonna go for a tide turner broken windows build instead.
Looks like that Weeping Clown's gonna be spawning in Shack. Lawyer in mid.
Interesting.
Ooh. They're guessing heavily that they're gonna rely heavily on this opportunity. Oh, and it paid off.
Yeah, it definitely paid off. Oh my goodness. It would have been a nightmare to see that opera singer complete a plus formation, but this toll formation definitely worked out, and it does seem like we're going to have either Weeping Clown or Perfumer as our neighbors in terms of this opera singer
Definitely.
spawn
I think that
selection.
Perfumer is definitely most likely gonna be our first chase here, if the opera doesn't go for Lawyer.
And despite the tide, it's a good thing that she's going to be bringing broken windows. Hopefully, she'll be able to utilize it. So we are moving into the first half of round 3 with our GNC survivors up against our C3 hunter. Good luck to both teams.
Oh, heading immediately towards that Weeping Clown.
All right, and it does look like Weeping Clown is going to hang out in this shack area. We're going to drop the pallet, and Opera Singer is going to opt to break it while we transition over to the Moongate Ruins.
Definitely a good map for Opera Singer, being with how many shadows, like how many objects there are. The amount of trees. Definitely.
We are going to see Weeping Clown utilize the rocket to transition over towards the Moongate. We are going to go to the corner of the factory over here. Oh, and it does seem that Cheerleader utilized the Inspire to reset the cooldown for this Weeping Clown.
Definitely, again, that Cheerleader being huge, such a huge support for characters like Weeping Clown and Perfumer on this team.
And it looks like it paid off because we're going to see Weeping Clown utilize another one of the rockets to transition away from that area. Honestly, good on the Weeping Clown for keeping this opera singer on their toes. We're not going to see a hit through the pallet right here, but we are going to see Weeping Clown get hit through the pallet now. That was a little bit of a mind game, but it is a pretty strong start. We're going back and forth in this area, especially after utilizing the pallets.
Looks like that third rocket is coming out, but we do have Blink ready on Opera Singer's side.
And we, considering that a lot of these pallets were used. Oh!
The Blink
That rocket
misses, unfortunately, because that
Yes, that rocket definitely paid off. And we did see a little bit of a cheer for this Weeping Clown, but I'm really impressed. We aren't going to be seeing them go down quite yet. And Cheerleader is still in the area. Are we going to get a hit here? No, we're going to use a Motivate to make some distance on this opera singer.
Ooh, going back to get the Weeping Clown off guard. Unfortunately, this is just a really strong looping area, and those shadows just don't work out right for the hunter here.
Agreed. Now we're going to see Weeping Clown move over to the logs area where Perfumer is close by. We're going to see a little bit of... Oh, we're going to have Perfumer support the kite here. We're going to see a Perfume, but Opera Singer is very committed to this Weeping Clown, who is going to go down at the logs here.
Thankfully, that was a very long kite, and they managed to get basically almost 3 ciphers done, I believe. Yeah, the Cheerleader's finishing up her cipher right about now. We know that Perfumer is nearby, might be going in for the rescue.
Oh my goodness!
Oh no, not the lag again.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate to see. You could definitely tell something was up, especially because she's still crouching right there and crawling. Although it is a little bit difficult when you get pincered or you're just up against something. I find that it's a really prime moment to end up with the cannot use item now when it comes to perfumes. We're gonna opt to pause just to make sure that everything can continue to go smoother. But yeah, so I'm curious to see what they'll end up doing in regards to this situation. It still was a pretty solid kite, but Perfumer and Weeping Clown are the Tidebringers. We still have the Cheerleader close by who could help out in terms of rescue, but
Alright, we're back in the match. Oh, but misses the.
Oh,
Oh!
incredible mind game right there with that perfume. Oh, but we are going to see a shadow switch, and we're not going to get the hit
Oh,
through.
gets the rescue on Weeping Clown while. Oh! Cheerleader made her way over to Weeping Clown's chair. Pulled it back to the perfumer. Fortunately,
Yeah.
Weeping Clown is in quite a bad area.
We don't have Blink quite online yet, but we are going to see the shadow. Oh my goodness. Really great hit. Oh, that speed boost is going to help out, but unfortunately, Weeping Clown is going to get hit through the pallet right here.
Constantly pushes through that pallet. It seems Perfumer is decoding the last cipher. Just started it.
Yeah, good to keep her out of the area considering she is not carrying borrowed time. But we are going to be having Cheerleader move in. It's a little tough because we do have that wanted order, but she's doing a really great job of keeping her distance. We are having the Lawyer move in. Oh, and it appears that Lawyer is doing the switcheroo with the map and the rugby ball. We're going to do a little bit of a passover over here since we don't have an item.
Trying to get the rugby ball. Ooh. And he managed to grab the rugby ball. That's going to be huge for pulling distance, especially with that Perfumer working on the last cipher.
Oh my goodness. This is a huge little spaghetti of all of our survivor, but yeah, we're able to get the Lawyer hit right here. And Lawyer is going to go down.
Blink is up, however, and we...
Oh my gosh, I don't know if we're going to utilize the Blink right here because of the...
Weeping Clown might go in for the rescue here because he does have borrowed time.
Oh, watch out for the... Oh my goodness, okay.
Has to take the long way around to avoid that pallet stun.
That would have been detrimental. We're going to have a little bit more of cheering over here with the Weeping Clown and Cheerleader.
However, can't have to have... Ooh,
Oh,
yes,
we're going to use
also
that rugby
distance
ball
with
to get to the
rugby ball.
chair.
Gets a little dizzy here. Managed to get the rescue. Misses the Cheerleader.
Oh, okay, so it does seem like Weeping Clown is out of range for enough stacks to pick up, but of course this last cipher is going to be primed. We're going to commit to the Lawyer over here, and...
Ooh, unfortunate hit. But we do see the cipher pop.
Luckily for Lawyer, he isn't able to get Terror Shock, so he's still going to be up here, despite getting hit while vaulting. But Opera Singer is going to commit to go to the Moon Gate, where Perfumer is currently decoding.
Oh! Barely missed that Perfumer the first time, but managed to go back over. Are we gonna...
Oh no!
Oh,
A
no.
really unfortunate shadow over here. We've moved too far back.
Unfortunate here. Perfumer gets down, but they're already working on the gate at the other side of the map. Just gonna leave that
We're
Perfumer
gonna
down.
see switch over from Blink to Teleport, and Lawyer does have quite a bit of stacks. We're going to cheer for him a little bit more. We're still gonna commit to this Lawyer, but he will be able to pick himself up due to the cheering right here. Oh, we're gonna commit to the Cheerleader now because we know that Lawyer...
Pom-poms being able to run away.
She does utilize both motivates to switch back, but now we're gonna go to the Lawyer, who is going to try and decode the gate here, and he has lost his stack.
Good thinking on C3's part, getting that Cheerleader away from the Lawyer so she doesn't have stack. Ooh, gets the hit on the Lawyer. However, Perfumer does get back up.
That's right, and we did have a little bit of progress left on that gate. We're gonna be healing up the Perfumer? No, they're gonna leave and take the three-man escape.
3-man.
Yeah, congratulations to GNC for the 3-man escape. Well done on C3's end. That was a really, really intense matchup.
All right. And with those point discrepancies, we are unfortunately not going to be moving on to second half. So good job to both C3 and GNC again. Both of you did really well. So we're just we're gonna be moving on to the next matches.
Congratulations to both teams. We are going to be seeing GNC proceed in this tournament, but really great job to C3, or let me address them by their full names. Thank you so much to Kaka Colony for a formidable fight. It was so amazing to see both teams go ahead against each other. And of course, congratulations to Goodnight Call for doing a really stellar job. I think both teams did really amazing, and I'm excited to see more of both in the future.
All right, we are going to be heading to intermission. I'm going to be heading out after this one, so thank you guys for having me. I'm so happy to be here. We're going to be on intermission now, so goodbye.
Yeah, thank you, Trickster.
No one knows how far it goes, but we know the new hope we follow take us to the truth that lies behind the lies. No one knows how to be free, but you know it's more than you and me. It's our destiny, down we never let go. Even through our investigation, difference nowadays a direction. In these caves, break through the chains. Some lost memories, untold the shadows unfold. In this game, our true fate remains. The words collide. We put it in this night.
Place at its finest. In July they came, and met in August. For flowers they were named. They stayed and dwelt in September, bathing in the sun. Oh, sway, she let down her guard. Grow, lurking datura, feeding up Rosemary, who couldn't let go of the scars. Night and night stood aloof from the light. Down and down fell into addictions and took to light. Time and time behind the curtain he hid till that came into sight. Place at its finest, bellow stain, where passionate vines often chase the butterflies. A place with fragrances, bellow stain, and now to dust the flower has returned.
What happened on the island?
Let's go and see. No flowers last forever. I take pleasure in watching them wither. Calamus, turning hope to despair. Datura, severing love with grasping snare. Rosemary, indulging in past memories. Tuberose, falling off the edge of jeopardy. All of them are now withered. And more gorgeous than ever.
from the past and take the lead. I'm ready to lead. Time to stand up and be free. There were times I didn't know what to believe. Now I found a reason to fulfill my destiny. I'll carry on the journey. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn.
All right, everyone, welcome into our third and final matchup of the day. This is going to be against Fusion versus vice versa. I'm Mima once again, and I'm joined here with Bones.
Yeah, super excited to be back here today. And I am just so excited for the matches that we're going to get started with. These are just such powerhouse teams today. And yeah, I mean, we have just so much in store for us. We're going to be seeing kind of just next level matches coming into this. And yeah, getting right into things, it looks like we do have our lineup all set and ready to go. So yeah, let's start that off. We're gonna be on Ever Sleeping Town today, and yeah.
Yeah, this is honestly a pretty solid team composition, although we aren't going to be able to see Coordinator and Gardener utilized later due to them being locked in first. They're definitely pretty good for our round one, especially up against our Hunter Opera Singer.
Yeah, having this comp against an opera singer, I feel like while, obviously we do see that the first officer was banned, a little bit unfortunate on that front. We do still have the mercenary, we do still have acrobat, gardener and coordinator as well. Very, very traditional first round opera singer picks. They are a coordinator, I would say a little bit more versatile here, but Gardner especially has just come in handy over and over again against the opera singer. She does have the rechargeable bubble. She starts off with a shield as well, so it makes her an even more difficult first chase. And yeah, it's really going to work here for vice versa. Just going with just a very traditional setup here against the opera singer. I feel like, setting themselves up for success. I'm interested in that Weeping Clown band though. I feel like that one has a story.
That one's personal, perhaps. I, I mean, I don't blame them. I don't think I'd want to see a Weeping Clown, much less on Ever Sleeping. It seems like a pretty good map for him, especially with those rockets. We saw it utilized just in the last match between GNC and C3. And speaking of, well, not really speaking, I'm moving on. We do have our persona webs for our survivors as well. So we're going to be having borrowed time except for coordinator, who's going to opt for Tide Turner and Broken Windows. Mercenary is also going to be bringing Tide Turner, and Gardener and Acrobat are going to opt for Broken Windows.
Yeah, very, unsurprising, but always fun to see that coordinator bringing no borrowed time, full, going for the kiting build. And also as a secondary support here, having a double tide turner is very common against an opera singer. You want to waste as much time as possible. You want to make sure that she has to stay focused on the kite. And being able to, waste tide turner is about, yeah, it's 20 seconds. Um, so yeah, that's an extra 20 seconds that you've bought for your team. You can catch up on decoding. This is a very pretty balanced team in terms of not having a lot of decoding debuffs. Coordinator, though, obviously does have a decoding debuff when survivors are on chair. Mercenary as well, working with a decoding debuff as a rescuer character. But Gardener and Acrobat can definitely carry the Cypher decoding progress, as well as Coordinator when somebody's not being chaired. So the more time that these survivors spend off of the chair and in containment or just, not in the way of the hunter, that's going to be just very, very valuable for them. Of course, we are also on Ever Sleeping. Opera Singer does have a lot of map control on Ever Sleeping. So it's really up to I'm you know what? I think I'm most interested coming into this match is gonna be the spawn picks because that can really, really make or break the strategy going into this.
Absolutely. And with a map like Ever Sleeping, the layout of the spawn selections is a little bit unique in terms of literally every other map. We have that graveyard sticking out. And honestly, there are just some areas that make it so if you were to select it, you really easily get cornered. But some areas are surprisingly really great in terms of transitioning over to better areas.
Yeah, I feel like they could opt to I feel like maybe Gardner in center here would be a pretty good option because she's not an easy first chase. She does have that bubble to contend with. Of course, that does also feed presence, but it wastes time. She has that bubble for 50 seconds. A lot of the time, hunters either can't wait out the bubble, they need to get presence, or they wait out the bubble. That's a free 50-second first chase without getting hit. So, it's a lot. I would say if vice versa is able to kind of maneuver and force Opera Singer to chase the maybe not Coordinator first. You do only have that gun, but Coordinator does have broken windows here. So yeah, it's very, I feel like this is something that's just going to continue happening through the duration of this match, just over and over. It's either or. They're checkmating each other. Just right out the gate. So yeah, getting into the spawn picks here, it looks like we are going to have Mercenaries spawn in center here, kind of looking for that plus formation. We've got Acrobat spawning near the exit gate. And all right, yeah, we are going to complete that plus formation here.
Yeah, we're gonna have Mushin having these 3 survivors to choose from, none of which are easy targets, but it does allow for some variety in either direction you end up going.
Yeah, I honestly would be interested in seeing Mercenary take this first chase. It's a little bit of a risk, but there's not a lot that a Mercenary can do. I'm a big advocate of chasing a Rescuer first when you're able to, because it can knock, a Tide Turner off of the team. It does mean that the team can get a lot of Cypher Rush in, but without further ado here, heading into the match, Fusion hunting, vice versa surviving, and very good luck to both teams. I am Bones, this is Mima, and let's get right into this first chase.
Alright, so we are going to have Opera Singer go straight down the middle, but it does seem like we are closest to Coordinator here. We aren't going to catch sight of anyone quite yet. And it looks like Gardener has started up a Cypher.
Yeah, taking a bit of a way around here, but it looks like we are catching Coordinator a little off guard. Looking to rotate into that area, but changing targets once again. It looks like we might be seeking out that Mercenary. Or at least trying to force him away from this Cypher. We're changing targets quite a bit here. Oh, not quite able to dodge the gun. That was so close.
That was, oh my goodness, it did buy a lot of time for this Coordinator to get ahead, but we are going to be seeing Opera Singer, of course, catch up pretty quickly. That was a really great gun, though, even though we saw a little bit of a dodge right there with the chair.
Yeah, I feel like the dodge also did kind of set Opera Singer back a little bit, but getting our first hit in here right through that pallet, just utilizing the full extent of that Opera Singer hitbox. Very, very fast, but it's wide at that one particular area, but not in that area, unfortunately. Going to miss the Terror Shock, but with a blink, that is going to be our first down. It looks like Cyphers are coming along fairly healthily, although Mercenary did have to transition out of where he spawned in that center area, so that did kind of put a damper on things. But first 2 Cyphers coming along well, and Mercenary is going to just come right in for this rescue.
Alright, so it does look like we are going to be having Mercenary move in. This pallet is broken over at this little shack area, but Mercenary is moving in, and we're going to see... we're going to see Mercenary get hit here, and it does buy some time for Coordinator to move over to the corner over here.
Yeah, Coordinator really putting that Speed Demon username to use here with that broken windows. Oh, and it looks like Opera Singer actually getting a little bit stuck there. Accidentally dashing into the same shadow does send the cooldown into effect. And that is, unfortunately, Coordinator not quite able to get as far out of the area as possible. But, that was a pretty important trip there. And we are going to be able to get that pallet down in time. Coordinator doing such a great job just keeping distance away from this Opera Singer.
Yeah, that was a quite literally tight situation with the tram, but Coordinator's vault speed has really gone to show how reliable she is with getting these vaults through. We are going to see Coordinator go down, and we do have one last chair for this Coordinator. Cypher progress isn't looking too bad, although it does appear that Coordinator is going to get put in the same chair, which Mercenary is unfortunately decoding at.
Yeah, Mercenary this match keeps getting forced off those Cyphers, which is, it's just a little bit unfortunate, that Coordinator wasn't able to get fully out of that area. But, keeping an eye on these Cyphers is hugely important for Opera Singer. So, yeah, you do want to chair closer to a Cypher that's being decoded. One Cypher remaining here, though, and it looks like Acrobat's going to come in for the rescue. No Tide Turner in effect, though. Coordinator was the other Tide on the team. But... looks like moving out to try and bait the rescue. And that is going to go off.
Oh, we aren't quite going to get that walkway blockage or that red bomb, but Coordinator is moving over, and so is Gardener.
Gardner trying to come in for the support here, trying to help Coordinator survive to the Cypher Pop. The more survivors they have alive at the Cypher Pop, the higher their chances of getting more escapes. But Opera Singer knows this, doubling back towards the Cypher that Mercenary is decoding here. We do still have 3 elbow pads, so Merc can keep a pretty good distance away. But, of course, Mercenary on the last Cypher here, you know, do you want to stay chasing the Mercenary? Or, you know, these survivors are going to be healing up, but they can also just go ahead and start another Cypher on the map.
Yeah, absolutely. With this sort of pressure, I definitely see why they opted for a healing party. And excellent elbow pad away from that hit. But we are going to see Mercenary eat one over at the corner house and go down shortly.
Yeah, unfortunately not quite able to get that last elbow pad in. However, very good on Mercenary for turning those elbow pads off the moment it became clear that Opera Singer was too close. Also unfortunate that Basement is here, but we do have a Coordinator with Tide, obviously without a gun. But with that Tide turner, we might actually be able to make it out of Basement here. Coordinator is just going to have to be very careful not to get double hit, considering that she doesn't have...
Teleport. I was wondering if they would let that Coordinator go, considering she's dead on chair. But with this sort of intense pressure, we're going to see Opera Singer move in towards the middle area. Coordinator, it's going to be Gardner going for the rescue, but Coordinator is potentially our next target for the Opera Singer here.
Yeah, Vice Versa survivors are just doing such a good job of keeping this Opera Singer occupied. You know, the strategy against an Opera Singer is to just force her to overextend, and we're watching Mushin just have to go back and forth across the map over and over again. We're going to see the Shadow Dance go into cooldown there, unfortunately not quite teleporting back as far as Mushin may have hoped, but heading back onto the Mercenary, we're going to see Acrobat is busy decoding that final Cypher.
Oh, and we did use the final elbow pad that this Mercenary had as well. We're going to commit to this chase right here, but Terror Shock!
Nicely done there. Mercenary just not quite able to vault in time. This is going to be, this is going to be his second chair. Yes, I believe he was rescued before half unless.
We're going to chair right beside the Cypher. I believe that the chair that Mercenary fell upon was broken, but of course it is a pretty aggressive move to chair right beside the last Cypher. We're going to see that last rescue go in, and Gardner is not quite going to block here, but we're going to see a pop.
Nicely done there. We're going to have a 4-man endgame here for Vice Versa survivors. Of course, we are very, very close to the gate. Coordinator, unfortunately, getting a little bit caught out here. She has a syringe, but, you know, obviously that is not quite enough to chase with. And wow, nicely timed there on that Terror Shock. It looks like we do have survivors at the opposite gate, though. Yeah, Mercenary decoding the opposite gate.
If a teleport.
Yeah, we are going to see that teleport come in. Gate not quite open just yet. Mercenary.
It's unfortunate because both the Coordinator and the Mercenary are dead on chair. So, unfortunately, we are going to get Terror Shocked here.
Yeah, just a little bit unfortunate there for the Mercenary getting caught injured here. He could take a detention hit if he had been at full health, but unfortunately that's not going to be the case. We do have the remaining 2 survivors, Acrobat and Gardner, over at the other exit gate. Only at 40%.
That's the weakness of the Acrobat. It's unfortunate because getting off the gate, the Gardner can use the recall. It does look like we're going to attempt. Oh my goodness, we are going to see that recall, but Acrobat is going to get hit.
Just in time there on that ball. That is so unfortunate here. If Acrobat had been able to get that vault in play, are we having ping issues there? Or, okay, well, I guess it's not going to, I guess that's fine. But, wow, what an end game there.
No, that was a huge comeback on Mushin's end. Congratulations to both teams. That was a really tough call. You know, even having just like all 4 survivors up at the end game, it didn't negate the fact that 2 of them were at risk of getting eliminated and sent back to the manor. And of course, the gate situation. It's always so tough when it's both the Acrobat and Gardner. She can definitely help out in terms of the recall, especially with having the other person decode, but when the other person is the Acrobat with a gate decoding debuff, it's not so much as possible.
Yeah, that was just a series of unfortunate events there in that end game for vice versa. But the amount of coordination that they had in the early game, that was definitely something to speak for. However, when you have that good of coordination in the early game, you need to keep it through the remainder of the match. And yeah, all of the survivors kind of being clustered at each gate, just it didn't work out. Teleport was up and Mushin did take full advantage of that. So yeah, I mean, it really goes to show, you can never call a match until it's over. Having a four-man endgame get reduced to a three-man elimination is, just very, very impressive there. And I mean, I guess the power of detention as well.
Yeah, and I think that is the beauty of this game in general. I definitely agree with you, Bones, in the sense that we can't just call the shots or end all be all, because it's such a fast-paced game, and it's really intense when we get to see people catch up from the other faction. Even when odds are in favor of one or the other, it's nice to be able to still be at the edge of your seat and be unsure of the outcome or be surprised by the outcome, because there's just so much that can happen in such a small amount of time.
Yeah, just so impressive there. I do, I want to see a little. Oh, actually, we're gonna get into match, so I will put a pin in that topic and get right into the band picks here. Yeah, we'll plenty of filler to talk about eventually, but getting into things, looks like our first two bands are going to be Coordinator as well as Priestess. So Priestess, you do not want to see a Priestess in Ever Sleeping Town. It's a little bit of a playground for her. But Coordinator, I'm a little bit interested by. I mean, she does have, obviously, as we just saw, she has a lot of kiting potential. But,
Mhm.
when all you have is the gun, all you have is the gun. So I'm interested to see that Coordinator ban.
Same. But it does look like we are going to be seeing the Gardener and Novelist as our first two Survivor lock-ins. I'm definitely eager to see some Novelist gameplay, um, especially with his rework. He's become such a fun character to play and also watch. I'm hoping to
Yeah.
see some intense mind games like we have prior. Same with Gardener here. I'm hoping to see some more recall action. We saw a little bit of that in the previous match, but if she ends up being our first kite, there is still a lot of wiggle room, especially since you spawn in with that recall bubble.
Yeah, I am so excited to see that novelist coming out here. I'm actually remembering, way back to an old tournament that I commentated for. Fusion was one of the very first teams to want to play the novelist. And it was in round one. It was in round one against an opera singer. So I'm looking at this and I'm getting flashbacks and I'm scared of that novelist because we have seen, in Call of the Abyss this year, we have seen so many just insane novelist kites. He has essentially just a rechargeable 1 second stun plus a speed boost. So like his kit seems very, very simple, but he is such a versatile kiter. I'm very excited to see, especially with okay, yeah, we are gonna have the first officer ban as well as the wildling lock. So they are looking for that as their rescuer. But the kiting potential of this team and the potential to waste time, because once again, the greatest asset against an opera singer is the ability to waste time. And already, it's very difficult to have a first chase with a gardener. Novelist has a ton of kiting potential, and Wildling Boar.
Bore. Enough
Wildling
said.
Boar.
End of story.
Yeah.
It's definitely going to be such a pain. I anticipate seeing some drop downs in terms of having survivors ballooned, not just the wildling, but the gardener as well. If we stay on top of dismantling these chairs on a map like Ever Sleeping, there's so many areas where the chairs are a bit clumped together, and not just chairs, but ciphers. If you are keeping track of your cipher progress as well as balancing that out when it comes to dismantling chairs, it can really close off areas or force the hunter into a bit of an inconvenience when it comes to repairing them. And it does also affect the chair to cooldown as well.
That's true. I always forget about that little add-on. It's 10 or 15% added to the chair time, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But it's it's small, but it's definitely a significant amount. I would really like to see more gardener chair breaking. I feel like it's kind of an underrated part of her kit. She is like primarily used for the bubble, but I want to see more chair
Mhm.
breaking because you know you're very very right. That can really affect a game, especially if the survivors kind of play into that, bring max struggle speed or at least some points in struggle speed. That can be absolutely huge for the trajectory of a game.
Absolutely. So for our fourth and final bans and picks, we are going to be taking Antiquarian off the table. But in exchange for that, we are going to be locking in with Psychologist.
Yeah, psychologist here as well. Again, we're locking in these characters that are just, maybe, with psychologist, she doesn't have much addition to her kiting potential. She does take 3 hits though, and that's exactly where, that time wasting potential comes in automatically with psychologist. Unless you're able to get a terror shock off, you have to take 3 hits, and even then, if she's terror shocked while the shield is still up, she automatically heals the moment she's taken off chair, as long as she's rescued without tide turner. So it is a little bit situational in that sense. But you know, all of these characters are set to waste time, and if we are going to be looking at an opera singer, which wow, I am beautifully on cue with that one. Um, yeah, if now that we are looking at an opera singer, I should say wasting time here is absolutely the name of the game, and these survivors are coming equipped to do that.
Absolutely. And honestly, with a team composition like this, if I was the opera singer, I wouldn't know who to chase first. You have a lot of characters, like you have Gardener and Novelist who start off with the bubble and then being able to do a whole switch of rail. We have the Wildling and his boar, of course, and of course the Psychologist has that stress bubble, able to take more damage than the rest of the team. Well, she and Gardener, they can definitely eat a few more hits.
Hmm. Yeah, Wildling as well, in a sense. I mean, he can take hits on the boar. Obviously, it
That's true.
doesn't invoke attack recovery, but he does serve as, at the very least, he can body block with the boar, which is still incredibly valuable here. I think best first chase would be, even with the multiple hit taking potential, I would say Gardener and Psychologist, because at the very least you're not getting run in circles by a novelist.
Oh, that's true. And you get more presence out of those extra hits as well.
Yep. Yeah, getting presence here is definitely important. Opera Singer's not necessarily a presence-based hunter, but she gains a lot more movement potential with her additional presence. She gains more kind of time on the shadow clones, I guess.
Mhm.
The shadows, I suppose. She also unlocks the ability to throw her cape and gain more areas to dash through. It's less so her damage potential as much as her mobility that becomes unlocked with presence, which is absolutely huge. When it comes to just maneuvering the opera singer is a game unto itself. So yeah, very excited to see kind of
Ooh.
how these teams lock against each other.
Yeah, and speaking of these teams, it does look like we are seeing our persona webs. We're going to have both the Wildling and Gardener bring Tide, but Gardener is not going to be opting for Borrowed Time. We're going to instead opt for Broken Windows, much like the Psychologist, who is also going to bring Borrowed Time, Broken Windows, and our Novelist here is going to be bringing Borrowed Time and Flywheel Effect.
Yeah, very excited to see the flywheel coming through on that novelist. Novelist is one of those characters who does play very, very close to the hunter, does enjoy having that flywheel on his side in order to, just stay right out of the way, but still in close enough range to make eye contact with the hunter and just gather more of those books. So yeah, getting into spawn points here, it looks like we're going to have Wildling spawning in the center, Psychologist in the center house. We're going to have Gardener spawning at Fake Gate and Novelist spawning over near the graveyard at that dungeon spawn. And yeah, it does actually look like we're in good position to go for either Gardener or Psychologist here for the first chase. Maybe a little bit more difficult to get to Psychologist, especially since you will be spawning in prime position to loop that center house. But, looping against an opera singer, you do have the shadow dance to kind of work around. So it'll really be a battle of mind games coming into this match, but I am very excited to see how it turns out.
Same here, and we're moving in fast into the second half of round 1 with our Fusion survivors up against the Vice Versa Hunter. Good luck to both teams.
Yeah, I'm loading in here. Looks like, yeah, it looks like we are going to head for the center of the map here towards a little bit, actually towards the wildling. It looks like we might be trying to force out that boar early on, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Opera Singer just changing directions immediately and heading towards Novelist. Feels like a trap here set by Fusion that Opera Singer has just dashed right into. And already we're going to see that swap go through. Gorgeous! Beautiful pallet stone on that. That's exact. I was, right on the money with that swap. Just beautiful work there from the Novelist. And already you can see we're charging that second swap here.
Yeah, we're nearly there. We're moving over to the corner house. Oh, watch out here. We're going to see another switcheroo, but Novelist is going to double back over to the gate area. We're going to take one hit here, but we're going to go back to the corner house.
Yeah, it looks like we are looking to loop the corner house here, not wanting to get caught.
Oh my goodness! We are not going to get a blink through these barrels over here. We did end up having to break the pallet, and our Novelist is gaining another one of those books. Cypher progress is
book
looking
is
good.
almost up.
Oh,
Wow.
excellent flywheel and switch.
Yeah,
I
and
feel
this
like we
really
both
is
switched
the
back and
game.
forth. Oh.
Yeah, the game of the Novelist here is just staying out of the way as fast as possible. Novelist, unfortunately, is going to go down. I don't think I saw... Yeah, Basement is not here, unfortunately. Well, fortunately for Novelist, less fortunately for our Opera Singer here. But just such an amazing first containment there. That, yeah, I mean... The trick with Novelist is just staying that much out of the way of the Hunter, and with Opera Singer's hitbox, that becomes even easier to do. So it's really not a surprise that Novelist has kind of emerged as his Opera Singer counter, but Wildling coming in for the rescue here is going to take 2 hits on that boar, so Opera Singer will be reaching full presence here with a hit, unfortunately, on the Novelist. Wildling unable to body block for that rescue.
That was a bit of a tricky moment. Although we were able to get the rescue after half. On the bright side, it does set up Wildling for another possible rescue. Especially with these 2 ciphers remaining, I do believe that the Gardener has tied. But if we have them commit to... Oh, it does look like we're going to see Gardener dismantling the chair outside the corner house here. Of course, there is still another one, that previous chair that Novelist was put in. But it's nice to see some Gardener dismantling action.
Yeah, it was a little bit stressful there with Opera Singer getting stuck for a moment. Novelist, fortunately, not struggling free. That would have been absolutely detrimental there. But yeah, I am very excited to see if that broken chair ends up playing a part in this endgame. Looks like Gardner trying to come in for this rescue, but waiting. I think we're going to be waiting for at least this Cypher to be mostly primed. Yeah, it looks like we're at 1 Cypher remaining now. Wasting as much time on this rescue as we can. Coming in with the Tide Turner, and Gardner getting hit by the train, able to body block.
Oh my goodness.
Just absolutely incredible series of plays here. Novelist flywheeling through that hit and getting another pallet stun.
Are we gonna see a pop? Not quite. Oh.
Yeah, Cypher at 48%, it looks like. Wildling on the Cypher here is going to take quite a bit of time, but with Gardner here to body block, they do have that time to waste. Gardner is just going to go ahead and take the hit. Psychologist coming in for support as well, trying to block the Opera Singer in.
Oh my goodness, this Gardener needs to watch out because oh, excellent hit with the recall. Oh my goodness. Again, like Green has to be really careful because he doesn't have borrowed time, but it does look like we're gonna get a teleport in on the Wildling. Oh, and we're gonna switch back. Oh my goodness, the Novelist is gonna go down here.
Yeah, they're going to, looks like, just try to play around this pallet, force Opera Singer to hit all of them. Trying to go for the force heal here is risky, but Wildling with that Cypher at 90+%. We've got the Terror Shock here, but the Cypher pop!
Excellent situation to be in. We are at a 4-man up. Oh goodness! Oh my goodness! Another switcheroo into the pallet stun by the Novelist here.
Wow, just absolutely insane knowledge of both the Novelist and the amount of space that the Opera Singer needs to be in that pallet to get the pallet stun. So just beautiful, just finessed work there. Looks like, unfortunately, Novelist is going to be seeing that chair here, but with the exit gates nearly open, yeah, teleport is not up here, and that is going to be a 3-man escape here for Fusion. With, yeah, that is going to be a pretty decisive victory for Fusion on the first round.
Yes,
Just
congratulations to
wow.
Fusion. That was really, really well played by both Fusion and vice versa. Um I'm still on the edge of my seat. That was such an intense match. It goes for the both of the teams as well, both halves of this round one. I'm so glad that we can close this round one with such intense matchups. I know we often see the opera singer, but um the absolute variety in this gameplay and how everything panned out was just such a fun watch.
Yeah, and I mean that really is just the power of the novelist. And I mean, I feel guilty almost for manifesting that, saying, the novelist is a trap, and then opera singer just, falling right into it. He is unassuming though, and that is the thing. You sit there, you look at the novelist, you go, all he has is his book. What's he going to do?
Pallet's done apparently.
Pellets. Yeah. But like
I
even then, it's so difficult to actually catch an opera singer in that palette. Her legs are very, very skinny. She has a weird palette hitbox. A lot of the times you'll drop a palette, it looks like she's in it, she's not there. So just knowing exactly where to swap in order to get the opera singer inside that palette, just knowledge of the character here is really what's showing through. And yeah, just an incredible match to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. It definitely sets us up for even more excitement for this round two. I'm really eager to see everyone's picks, even right down to the map. I know Ever Sleeping Town is a pretty solid, pretty standard round one pick. But honestly, I'm hoping to see something more on the bigger end, especially considering some of the picks. I'm trying to like not outright say what I want in fear of jinxing it, but
Yeah, I mean, bigger maps are a lot of fun to watch, especially, coming out of a smaller map like this. I feel like in terms of the picks here, or in terms of the map picks here, I feel like, or it depends on who's picking the map, because, if we're picking the map from Fusion's side, that they could do something crazy. They could go ahead and pick Sacred Heart Hospital, try and favor their survivors coming into this round, and, work towards closing it out that fast. Because Sacred Heart Hospital, I would say, it's a risky map to go on. It's a very, very risky map to pick because it's very weak for hunters. It's very disproportionately strong for the survivor side.
Mhm.
But taking a risk like that, it can really, really pay off.
Can I say something?
Yeah. Can you say
They
something?
could definitely go Sacred. I feel like it's a good match. If we're gonna take Opera Singer off the table, it makes room for picks like Fool's Gold. I feel like
Ah,
even though it is a stronger map for survivors, considering how much terrain there is, there's a lot of things that you can do with that unstable ground and your magnetic rocks. And the ciphers are quite close together in the sense that you can pressure the decoder, but everyone decoding.
yeah.
But
Okay,
of
I
course,
did
that's
get
just an option.
confirmation. I did get confirmation that Fusion is picking the map. Now, if Fusion picks Sacred Heart Hospital, Mushin does play Fool's Gold. So I
Yep.
feel like, even if you won't jinx it, I will go ahead and jinx it so that we can all blame me at the end if this doesn't pan out the way we think it will. But you know
Oh
what
my
that
god,
is? I
that is
think I think we might be onto something here. That is Sacred Heart Hospital. Fusion is going to go ahead and take that risk, but with Fool's Gold on the table, is it that much of a risk?
I'm waiting with bated breath, like, "Please don't take this away from me." Like, I hate to be pathetic, but
I really In this situation, I really wouldn't be surprised if Vice Versa Survivors decide to go ahead and ban Fool's Gold. But yeah, first two, oh no, those are the global bans. Yeah, global
Mhm.
bans are going to be Coordinator and Gardener. I feel like for our first two bans here, oh,
No opera singer ban. Oh my goodness. Things are going my way. Sorry, I know I'm, like, totally setting us up for a jinx, but it does look like we're going to be having our survivors locked in once we have those bans going through.
Yeah, tentative.
I believe it was the um if it's okay for me to say it, it's going to be the
There we go.
there we go. Okay, Antiquarian and the Priestess. Definitely some solid choices to take off the table. Sacred Heart Hospital is an infamous Priestess playground.
And antiquarian as well, especially if we are working with a fool's gold here, you want to be able to go close to the walls without immediately getting smacked into them and losing your ability to attack. So, yeah, antiquarian here, obviously a very multi-purpose strong character, but on a map that has so many walls and possibly playing a hunter that needs those walls to maneuver around, Antiquarian's a really, really valuable ban in this situation. And for our third pick here, we are going to see that first officer.
Yes.
Definitely a very, very strong pick. If I feel like maybe we are putting a little bit too much money on this fool's gold pick, but just in general here, first officer is a very good rescuer, especially against chip damage hunters in general.
Mhm.
So, even in the event that we don't have a fool's gold pick, first officer, always a very good rescuer. He does kind of, take that delayed damage very, very well. So, yeah, excited to see the first officer pick coming through. And Explorer is going to be our final ban. Really not wanting to see kind of that late game Cypher Rush come into play. And for our final pick, we are going to see the Cheerleader.
Yeah, really great stuff. I definitely think that this is a really fun team composition to work with. And considering the map, it's a really fun map to be able to utilize both cheerleader and acrobat, especially. And of course, having lawyer into play does make for some pretty good rotation opportunities to set them off good early game.
Yeah, with the rotation here, I feel like they can very much take advantage of that. Because once again, we are looking at a map that is deeply, deeply survivor sided. So having these survivors that have such good chase potential, less so on the first officer, but he does waste quite a bit of time with those pocket watches. We have cheerleader as well with the dashes. Cheerleader can also reset the skills. Can she reset acrobat bombs?
It
She
depends
can.
on it. I think it depends on if you have them.
That's
Like I
true.
know we have a
Yeah.
couple, but
So if you have another bomb queued up, she could reset the cooldown on that.
mhm.
That makes sense. Yeah. But she can reset first officer's pocket watches. So, if we do end up going for first officer for a chase, even if just to, mess with their minds a little bit, first
For sure.
officer can just waste so much time, infinite pocket watch there with the cheerleader support. So, yeah. And it looks like we did, in fact, put a little bit too much money on that Fool's Gold pick. We are going to see Geisha come out.
Okay. It's fine. I
I'm
mean,
very
I
sorry.
am no, it's okay. Well, Mushin is very, very well known for his geisha. It's a really, really formidable hunter for him. And we did see some geisha in play yesterday as well. And honestly, even though the map is Sacred Heart Hospital, it does make for a pretty good map choice for her as well. Knowing Mushin, we're probably going to be seeing some unexpected dashes even through the walls.
Yeah, I feel like in that same sense, though, Sacred Heart with Geisha is a little bit of a risk now. That does
Mhm.
kind of contend on the survivors staying within their kiting areas, not being forced out of them. And I mean, Geisha can definitely throw butterflies in order to loop some of those areas, but if the survivors are able to go ahead and lock her in with the ruins, lock her in the shack, there's a lot of areas and a lot of transitional kiting potential with these characters that can really, really just hinder the geisha because she thrives in open areas and she thrives when survivors are not, you know, a good distance away from her. All of these survivors, even Acrobat, he plays very close, similarly to Novelist, but as long as you're just an inch away, that's about the size of Geisha's hitbox. So you can really, really kind of play with fire there, especially on a map that is working in your advantage. So yeah, once again, playing chess with these sort of ban picks, map picks, everything. Variables are all coming together.
That's right. And let's have a look at these persona webs here. It looks like Lawyer is going to be opting for 912. That's going to be Flywheel as well as Broken Windows. Acrobat is going to opt for Borrowed Time and Flywheel. Everyone else is going to be bringing Borrowed Time, save for the Lawyer, and Cheerleader will opt for Broken Windows. And of course, First Officer bringing our Tide.
Yeah, very very traditional persona web picks here. I'm excited to see that Lawyer here. Yeah, vice versa, really taking into consideration that the Lawyer is probably the most vulnerable character on this team. You know, kind of outfitting him, you know, get the speed boost off the window. He's already fast with his map speed boost as well, or using the map speed boost, I should say, not the map itself. So, yeah, Lawyer, you know, definitely being given a lot of safety here as well with that center spawn. We're going to see Mushin spawn near the First Officer. Now, once again, we could see First Officer take this first chase. It's going to be a bit of a time waster. First Officer also has a much longer chair time. I would say the strategy here is going to be to try and bait out First Officer's pocket watch, make him waste the item, and then change to another target. Change to Acrobat, change to Lawyer, you know, try to find somebody else that's a little bit easier to kite. But getting into this round 2 first half here, Fusion is hunting, vice versa is surviving, and once again, good luck to both teams.
All right, so it does look like Mission is moving over towards the birdcage area. We are, maybe, possibly. No, we're not. We're not going to go for the First Officer here.
Yeah, changing away from the First Officer, not wanting to commit too hard because these survivors are already rotating into position. It looks like we're actually going to head for Cheerleader here. Now, Cheerleader is in the ruins here. Very strong kiting area potential. But is she going to be able to take advantage of it? We will see. Now, a beautiful dash there. And unfortunately, Cheerleader not able to get out of the way in time is going to take a very early hit there. Now, she does have, looks like both dashes are queued up, so she can break a lot of distance out of this area. And yep, we are going to see that first dash come into play.
We are going to see a pallet drop here, and Cheerleader is going to utilize the last of her Motivate to get that speed boost and get through to this pallet right here. But Mushin is going to be able to Terror Shock. Ooh.
The precision on these butterflies just to get around the pallet is just incredible there. You know, Geisha is kind of famous for her ability to get stuck in pallets. So, you know, kind of being conscious of that is very, very kind of essential to this match. But we are going to go ahead and camp this chair. It looks like we have a rescuer approaching. And that looks like, that is Acrobat, actually. That is not First Officer. So First Officer is going to stay on the Cypher. Acrobat coming in for this rescue. Does not have Tide Turner. Oh, we're going to miss the blink there.
Unfortunately, Cheerleader is going to get farmed off the chair, but Acrobat is able to get out of the area before sustaining any damage.
Yeah, no damage rescue here is going to be very crucial, especially heading into endgame. You do want to kind of not have as much damage as possible. So yeah, very good on Acrobat for not taking that second hit there. Cheerleader can just kind of sit on chair here for a minute. It looks like they might be considering not going for this rescue, which honestly, keeping Geisha at the chair here is, you know, they need that to recover their Cypher Rush in this situation. So looks like,
yeah, just as Bones said, we're unfortunately going to see Cheerleader get sent back to the manor. But Mushin, wasting no time, is going to look for his next target.
Yeah, heading on to around where Lawyer is, but it looks like we have, in fact, caught sight of him. Yeah, unfortunately, Lawyer in that white shirt, not quite able to hide for as long as he may have hoped.
Nice
fly with right through the pallet, though.
Oh,
what?
Very interesting to see that pallet not quite connect for a stun. We are going to see Lawyer get downed right here after getting hit through that, unfortunately, not pallet stun.
Yeah, that was, you know, I spent so much time talking about how finicky pallet stuns can be last match that I feel like that was almost inevitable here to see that kind of happen again. Geisha just being a little bit too skinny to fit in that pallet box. First Officer, though, does have both pocket watches and still has Tide Turner to waste a lot of time here, but Acrobat's gonna be the only one left decoding in this situation, and we still have 3 ciphers remaining, so there's a lot of
Oh.
actually, no, Acrobat coming in for a backdoor rescue is gonna take the hit, but no one's decoding right now, so they really need to kind of reset, regroup, get back to those ciphers if we're gonna see an endgame here.
That's right, and it looks like our acrobat is going to be our next target. They really need to watch out for this dash here, but unfortunately we're going to get downed.
Yeah, the timing here on those bombs is just so crucial. And it's kind of deceptive as well. You know, you do kind of tend to see that with acrobats. It's not the same timing as a flywheel. So it's very finicky, you know, whether or not you will get hit out of that bomb. Unfortunately, acrobat just falling victim to that. First officer, though, does still have Tide Turner, but we're going to see a teleport here, so that Tide Turner is not going to go to use. Even without that Terror Shock of the Lawyer, we are still going to get that hit through. And yeah, it's just the fact that Tide Turner here isn't even going to be able to come in handy.
No, but we're getting chaired right beside this old cipher here. Lucian, again, wasting no time to get back into the area that the acrobat and first officer in. First officer is also right on duty going in for our next chair rescue. We're utilizing that last pocket watch here.
Yup, and that's okay. Apparently, if Geisha is above the pocket watch, it does not, in fact, delay the image. That's something that I learned today. But beautiful once again on that flywheel from the Lawyer. Unfortunately, is gonna get caught on that vault here. So yeah, I mean, just great work here from Geisha, keeping these survivors on their toes.
Yeah, that's right. Unfortunately, Cheerleader did
trail behind.
Oh. Great dash through.
Yeah, going right through that wall there. Acrobat staying on the other side. Oh, unfortunately, Geisha not able to take the opportunity for that hit.
Oh.
A beautiful flywheel there.
Oh, unfortunately, we're gonna go down here. But yeah, that was a really fun utilization of the flywheel as well as the red bomb.
Yeah, first officer kind of heading out into the open a little bit. We're going to see if Geisha's able to catch sight, but looking for the ciphers here. Yeah, we do have 2 ciphers remaining. Now, it is going to be very difficult to decode those last 2 ciphers, but it's still important to monitor them, make sure that the survivors aren't going to be trying to sneak in any decoding. And on a map like Sacred Heart Hospital, when you get to this end game, you know, it is a very survivor-sided map. There are a lot of very strong kiting areas, but it's a relatively small map. It's almost a deceptively small map. There's very, you know, you can take this loop around the hospital, monitor all of the ciphers at once, and that is exactly what we're seeing here in this end game. And with the movement versatility of the Geisha, Mushin just taking full advantage of that to patrol the entire map.
That's right. Oh, we're gonna check the very far corner here. Oh, and we're gonna offer a teleport over at the T corner, just where dungeon is as well.
Yeah,
right,
first
so we're
officer.
gonna see a decoy utilized by the first officer here.
Yeah, nicely done waiting out that decoy as well. That is kind of the advantage of the Geisha. You don't have to go ahead and try and chase the decoy user first. You can just wait it out and then dash to catch up. That's exactly what we're going to do here. Looking for a dash into Birdcage, it looks like, but are we?
Oh, we're gonna see
this off. Nicely
incredible
done.
dash into like surpassing the pallet and getting onto those stairs right there makes a huge difference in gaining back that distance. We are going to be at 1 cipher remaining. Yero is able to pop the cipher over at the Shack Ruins here, but it does look like he's still in the area and Mushin is going to commit to chasing him once again.
Yep, once again, we are seeing just a little bit of that trail right at the corner of that wall.
No.
And Geisha zeroing in on the Acrobat's location. Acrobat does have one last firebomb to use. Unfortunately, Geisha able to circumvent it, so she still has access to all of her butterflies. And... Ooh! Yeah, first officer... First officer, unfortunately, not able to pop any cipher in time. So we are going to be heading into the latter half of this slug game. Right now, we're looking at a 4-man elimination as long as Geisha is able to find first officer. But first officer doing a very good job just staying away, staying out of tinnitus range here.
Oh, we're gonna see a teleport over to the acrobat. Oh, it doesn't look like this older cipher was able to be popped, so Pretty unfortunate in that regard. Oh, but we are going to catch the tinnitus from the first officer, as well as,
Yep.
oh, not quite the trail. No, we're not going to see that trail quite yet. And first officer is able to make a lot of distance.
Yeah, it almost looks like we're looking for an explorer here, checking the corners, looking at the shadows, trying to see where he's popping out. Unfortunately, we are looking for a first officer, and first officer still just staying out of the way here, which, it's commendable as well, because once you get within tinnitus range, you can,
Oh my goodness! Oh, we're gonna get a slow vault over in the birdcage pallet and a terror shock vaulting back.
Yeah,
This is
that
going to
is going to
be
be that
a
4-man
four-man
elimination.
elimination on vice versa. Congratulations to Fusion.
Yeah, and we really are just seeing, the strength of Mushin as a hunter, and it's the way that Mushin plays is just it's very high risk, high reward. We were seeing like 2, 3 target switches in the beginning of the match, trying to find, the right target. But as soon as, we lock in on that target, it's just, carnage. But it's very, very impressive to see, you know. Especially, when you're at kind of that perceived disadvantage here. You have, a very strong survivor team. You have Sacred Heart Hospital to contend with. You know, and just being able to kind of overcome those odds. But yeah, just the lack of kind of pressuring those ciphers from the survivor side really did, put put a halt to that match almost.
Agreed. And it was unfortunate not to be able to get to utilize characters like the cheerleader, having eliminated her on the second chair. I definitely think that with more support, it would have changed the tides of the game a little bit more.
Yeah, I feel like, almost a harasser might have been needed there just to like keep the pressure off of some of those chases because, a lot of the time, you do look to tight kite a geisha, but with having, full command of those butterflies, being able to just circumvent those pallets really wasn't the case.
Mm-hmm.
But heading into the second half here, right now, Vice Versa needs to get a 4-man elimination just to have hope of seeing a third round. Because Fusion has a very, very decisive lead here.
That's right. And I'm definitely holding out for that third round as well. Both of these teams are just phenomenal. And it's been great to see both factions from each team go up against one another.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, we aren't going to be seeing that novelist or gardener once again due to getting global banned. We're also going to opt to take opera singer off the table.
Yeah. I feel like Opera Singer, obviously Opera Singer is kind of the hunter of all hunters, but I feel like on Sacred Heart Hospital, she isn't quite as strong. So I'm interested to see that ban coming through once again here. But
I feel like
oh,
Bones has pointed it out before. Uh,
I'm actually onto something.
oh, we're gonna get a different ban, perhaps?
Yeah, it looks like that was in fact not the ban that came out here.
Oh, my apologies. So we aren't going to be getting um a ban choice quite yet. It's just from the last one, but we'll see how it goes. Um, I definitely agree with your point, Bones, and I mean you are pretty on top of keeping track of whenever any opera singer would get a little bit stuck. I feel like that's the downside of being able to traverse through terrain so fast. On a map like Sacred Heart Hospital, there's just a lot of things that you can get caught on, both as a hunter and a survivor.
Yeah, looks like we are going to be banning out that Antiquarian and Priestess once again here. So, yeah, really not wanting to have kind of that map control of the Priestess as well as the stun potential of the Antiquarian. Okay, it looks like we are going to be banning the Opera Singer after all.
All right, sounds.
Yes, okay.
Oh,
Yeah, we will be banning that Opera Singer.
Okay, I was waiting for him to appear to say something. I will take any Norden at this
This
point in
is
time.
very, very funny here. The fact that I was just saying, maybe we could have used some
Harassers.
harassment support, and immediately we are seeing the batter as well as the prospector both at once here. That does kind of bait out excitement. However, these are two stunners where excitement isn't necessarily, an instant, like, I guess your instant savior, because they
Mhm.
both have stuns that are either very, very quickly rechargeable with batter, also with Prospector in some sense, or Prospector, it doesn't necessarily cancel the stun. It only delays the effect of the magnet, but the magnet remains attached to the hunter unless the excitement is very, very well timed. Or timed
Absolutely.
while the stun is happening. So
Yeah. And when it
yeah, a
comes
little
to
bit
the
to
both
contend
of
with.
these, when it comes to the both of these harassers as well, um, I would say they're not as keen on as close combat as Antiquarian or Forward might be. They can keep
Mhm.
distance from the hunter that when you get that excitement popped, you can already move away farther than you were to begin with.
Yeah, it's always very fun to kind of see that harassment come into play. But with that psychologist ban, we will be seeing the patient come in. Patient, just a very, very strong kiter and can really benefit from some of the support. When you have a kiter that can, utilize dashes, coming in with a batter, coming in with the prospector makes it that much harder for the hunter to catch up because they're going to get knocked back, they're going to get dragged back into a wall. So, yeah, just making it
Mhm.
very, very difficult for the hunter to kind of maneuver here. For our final ban, we will be seeing the mercenary, which does leave us open for a first officer pick. It also leaves us open to see another wildling like we did in the previous round. But yeah, I mean, it's really, I feel like almost we could go rescuer list with this comp because you are already kind of contending with a decoding debuff with the batter. And
Mhm.
yes, we will be seeing the acrobat coming in to round us off. A little bit of an unconventional lineup per se, but I think I've actually seen Fusion go this exact comp on Sacred Heart Hospital, or at least very close to it. So yeah, I feel like seeing this prospector and seeing this batter and seeing how strong of kiters, patient and acrobat both, there is so much potential here for both support and for just long containment time with these survivors alone.
Yeah, absolutely. And with their point lead here, it definitely makes some room for some more variety in the way that they play. And I wouldn't be surprised if none of them opted for Tide. Just as Bones has said, they have really high kiting potential. And not just in terms of kiting, but a lot of these guys can support one another as well.
Yeah, I almost feel like if anyone's going to be carrying Tide Turner on this team, it's going to be Patient, possibly maybe Acrobat, but the harassers I would say
Oh,
are going to go Tideless. We're going to be locking in a Naiad here.
you know what? I definitely think that this is going to be a really fun watch. Um, although we do have a couple of threats on these teams in terms of harassment and extended kite potential. They're also going to have to keep watch of this abyss that the Naiad can set up. They really need to ensure that they stay at uh, good health throughout the match, lest they get snowballed by the Naiad.
Yeah, I feel like it's really going to come down to whether the Naiad can just kind of get as much of the map watered off as possible, which is a little
Mm-hmm.
bit more difficult on Sacred Heart. We were kind of talking about before all of the kind of bits and bobs that are around the map. Harpoon
Mm-hmm.
can get stuck on those when the
Oh,
Naiad throws
unfortunate.
it. So we could see that come into play, kind of hampering the Naiad when she tries to water off an area. But she can also take very, very good advantage of those puddles. You can water off the entirety of the hospital, which is obviously a very good area for survivors. So being able to get that water in is also going to make it more difficult to harass. Now you do have the batter to contend with. He's a very long range stunner. He can also, counter Naiad's dash hit.
Mm-hmm.
Prospector, I believe, I don't know. The Prospector's magnet doesn't go through fast enough to cancel the dash, right?
Um,
I
you
think the
can
dash is
still you
faster
can
in most
pull
cases.
You can pull back the Naiad when she dashes. I think it makes for like a
Right.
pretty long stun. So they'll have to watch out for that. Another thing is that we talked about it in the previous half, but uh, considering how close some of these ciphers are, or the way that some of these ciphers are close to chairs, even, we could potentially be seeing a lot of these ciphers get sealed off and stunt the decoding progress. We could get
Yeah,
some
I'm
pressure to rescue as well, even if they're gonna opt for um like a save or a past half save.
Yeah, I feel like at least one of these survivors is going to be carrying Tide Turner though, just because you do
Hmm.
need a little bit more insurance on a Naiad rescue. We saw just the other day. If you
Absolutely.
missed the matches from the rest of the weekend, go back and watch them. We had some crazy Naiad action on Friday this week, so that is exactly what I'm thinking of here. Naiad is a
Hmm.
very effective stuffer of rescues. With the puddles, so that's another thing to contend with as well when it comes to this team. Are they going to be able to pull off rescues safely? How are they going to be able to pull off rescues safely? Especially without a dedicated rescuer. These survivors are very effective kiters, but they aren't particularly tanky. So, yeah, it'll be very interesting to see.
Yeah, we're gonna get right into it here and have a look at these builds. I I saw green switch from no build from Tide only. So it looks like we're gonna opt out of borrowed time for the patient and the batter. They're going to instead be bringing flywheel and Tide Turner for the patient and flywheel and broken windows for the batter respectively. Acrobat is gonna opt for flywheel and borrowed time as well as the prospector.
Yeah, the patience build here is really fun to me. It reminds me of the builds that we've been seeing on Aeroplanus, which makes sense because Patient and Aeroplanus fill a very similar role. So yeah, having the flywheel just in case Patient ends up getting chased, having the Tide Turner to come in for the rescue is it's bold, but it's fun, and I feel like it's a build that will definitely, kind of serve its purpose. We are going to be spawning Naiad in that bottom corner. Batter and Acrobat are kind of in the way, but it is a Batter and it is an Acrobat. Both of these characters do have very strong kiting potential. So
Yeah,
Vice
without
Versa needs a 4-man elimination here to continue the tournament. So very
yeah.
good luck to both teams. On that same vein, Fusion does only need a 1-man escape. So those are our win conditions here. I am Bones, this is Mima, and we are heading into what could potentially be the final round unless Naiad is able to get a 4-man elimination here.
Yeah, good luck to both teams. We're going to be moving in towards the birdcage area. And it looks like our first site target is going to be batter. Are we going to opt for this batter? We're going around and creating an abyss. Oh, and we're going to have batter get quite about halfway through in terms of the water. We're going to use up that birdcage pallet over here to transition up into the second story of hospital.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to be trying to get that hospital water, as I was kind of talking about at the start of the match here, looking to water off the area, but Batter is just going to go ahead and transition out of it. We've got the bat at the ready, but not quite able to get that stun off. It looks like the ball actually missed there, and Batter is going to take a hit.
Right, and we're going to transition over to Shaq here with Prospector in the vicinity as well. We're going to set up a magnet and...
Oh no! Yeah, unfortunately, Prospector was not quite able to get that stun off, was actually pulling Naiad directly into himself.
No collision. But the batter was
with the
able to
final
push
ball.
back. Oh, he really needs to watch out for the water here. And oh, excellent flywheel! Oh,
No!
we're gonna see batter go down despite the pushback, but excellent usage of the flywheel to negate that water damage.
Yeah, that just absolutely, kind of going for that play that I was talking about earlier. But it looks like Patient is going to be coming in for this rescue. We do have Tide Turner once again, but Naiad not quite able to water off the area in time. We are going to go into the slipstream now, heading for Batter once again. Flywheel is on cooldown, so we won't be able to see a repeat of that previous trick. Batter reaching more and more water, but stuck at 80% here, is going to go ahead and take the basic hit though.
So it seems like Prospector has since then left the shack, and we're not going to be seeing any harassment on that end. So we're gonna see Batter get picked up and get put back into the same chair. Dungeon did spawn right in front of it, so we do have some pretty good Cypher progress so far.
Yeah, batter for second chair here. We do have no more tide turner remaining on the team, so that is a little bit of, not being able to waste as much time. And Patient, playing very, very close here, is going to go ahead and use the hook to get closer to the chair. That is going to be our first hook used. And just kind of playing around in the water here. Now, we do have flywheels, so Patient is going to be able to flywheel the water. So I would say not as worried about the water damage as he probably could be. But getting a beautiful rescue off there and Prospector support! It's I would say it's a little bit risky for Prospector to come into support here, but as long as he's able to make it right back to a Cypher, the coding progress shouldn't be too hindered. Nice stun there just to delay the breaking of that pallet a little bit longer. Batter trying to loop around it, and we're going to see that stun once again.
We are going to see, a flywheel over here, but we're going to see a blink, and we're going to see a down here. Prospector unfortunately has 0 magnets to work with, so we are going to be seeing Batter get sent back to the manor once put on chair. We are, however, after Cyphers remaining.
Yeah, if those Cyphers aren't able, to really get popped here, it really comes down to Naiad's ability to pressure these Cyphers coming into the end game here. We do have 2 survivors in the area. If she's able to sniff out where Acrobat, we are going to go ahead and switch targets onto the Prospector here. Prospector has 1 magnet remaining, so just a little bit to work with there, but still definitely enough. We're going to see water coming through once again. Prospector needs to be able to avoid that for as long as possible.
So far, and we're going to see a flywheel over to the pallet.
Ooh.
We're not going to see a hit through there or a pallet stun. Really intense stuff. Now Prospector is going to utilize one of those magnets. And we're gonna see... Okay, we're gonna see a pushback, a repel from the Prospector. And it does seem like this survivor at the Birdcage Cypher is going to get forced off of it for a little bit. But I believe it's the Patient who did end up going to the Prospector's old Cypher in the shack.
Yeah, watering off that Cypher and Birdcage is very well done. Unfortunately, I feel like... Are we going to be able to return to it in time? Not quite. Prospector is going to go ahead and see that first chair here. Acrobat's going to have to come in for this rescue. But it looks like we are going to go ahead and pressure that Birdcage Cypher once again.
Yeah, that's right. We're going to leave it to Acrobat to rescue the Prospector right here. And we're gonna close off this Cypher over at Birdcage. We're gonna go back to the Prospector, who does have a magnet. Good discipline in the sense that we didn't utilize it earlier. But the water damage is getting quite close. We are going to see a pop to prevent Prospector going down from the water damage.
Yeah, nicely done on that pop. Once again here, Fusion does only need 1 man escape, so they're not as afraid of taking that water damage. Unfortunate on that flywheel timing, though, from Acrobat. Acrobat not quite able to break enough distance in time and is going to take that hit, so he will be chaired here. It does look like Patient has made his way over to the other exit gate. We are looking at what could be, especially since Naiad does not have trump card here. We are carrying Naiad with Insolence and Blink. We cannot switch to Teleport. Is that exit gate going to be open? It's at 71%. Naiad dashing over.
Prospector does have 2 magnets to work with, and we're going to utilize one right now. Oh my goodness, we're going to stun it. Oh, excellent tie.
Very, very nicely played, and that is going to be a decisive 2-round victory here for Fusion. Just, wow. Impressive match there.
Yeah, I'm really impressed. That was really fun to watch for the both of these teams.
Yeah, and I feel like it really did just come down to, the ability to pressure the map. Once again, Sacred Heart Hospital is just such a strong survivor map, and I feel like, it's a huge risk to pick that map at all, but you really do only pick it when you know that you're able to harness it like that, and that is exactly what Fusion did. But always fun to see both of these teams, and vice versa, especially. But yeah, it still is a tournament. So, but thank you so much to both teams for coming, for bringing your all, for just performing so beautifully, and as well as to everybody who's watching as well. Thank you for coming, and joining us to watch these matches.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of love to these players who were able to compete against one another, um, especially with our uh, last few matchups over at this weekend. It's really been so great so far for Logging Off League. And thank you everyone for making the time, be it the players, be it the audience members, and of course the staff as well. This has really been a fun tournament so far, and I really hope you all look forward to the following weekend where we'll have the semifinals as well as the finals.
All right, yeah, that's gonna be very high octane matches, I would say, coming in next weekend. So yeah, stay tuned. And we will be seeing you again. If you want to find me on my social media platforms, I am on Twitch and YouTube, at 206 Bones. Twitch is 206 Bones with 2 underscores because usernames. I am
Yes.
also on Twitter at Lethal Crash. I'm posting whenever this goes live. So yeah, tournament updates there, as well as a lot of talk about tournaments if that's something that you're interested in, because I watch too much Koa. And where can we find you, Mima?
You can find me on Twitch and YouTube at Mixie Malice. I have yet to change things, but I did definitely take a hiatus. The last time I was active was also in a tournament. But it's been really fun to get back into the swing of things, especially for a community like Identity 5. I definitely hope that you continue to look forward to supporting these teams. I hope you continue to support our staff and, of course, our commentators as well. And thank you so much for supporting me as well. I'm really looking forward to seeing you all next week. And thank you again for your time. Thanks a lot, Bones.